カップ予選 Day1 の模様をお送りいたします。場所はパシフィコ横浜プレイヤーズコンベンション横浜内で行われるこのイベント、プロツアーそして世界選手権の権利もかかっております。そして明日にどなたがトロフィーを取るのか、この熱い戦いぜひお見逃しなく。それでは引き続き熱い戦いご覧ください。どうぞ。
Good evening, everyone. Finished getting some stuff set up behind the scenes. Hopefully we'll get a metagame breakdown very soon.
Minasan, konnichiwa. 始まりましたマジック・ザ・ギャザリングチャンピオンズカップファイナル Day1 の模様をお送りします。いや、たくさんの人が集まっておりますこの会場、パシフィコ横浜でございます。ここからですね、ラウンド4の予選の模様をお送りしていきます。
Right, so the situation in Japan is that round 3 is basically finished. There's still a couple of players left. And the plan is for the stream to start with round 4. So we're beginning here with who are the casters?
松川さんは独創的なデッキビルダーでもございまして、なんとご自身で作ったスーパークレイジー2というデッキで一躍有名にということです。
All of the round 3 matches are all reported, and round 4 is now paired.
週刊連載研究専任として親しまれております。
Why
今回もモーダン
does this not show up? Uh-oh, what's going on? Let's give this a refresh. I don't see people in chat saying that the audio is a disaster, but the audio is a disaster. Oh, no, there we go. Yeah, can't really hear the audio. Okay, it's not me. That freaked me out, though. Well, it's okay, we can mute this. Okay, so we should have 5 rounds of Magic to watch today, and then we'll have like 8 or 9 to watch tomorrow. So it will be a busy weekend with modern action from Yokohama. I am waiting on a co-host. Andrew will be here soon, which is fine. I've got some setup stuff to do. You always think you can do it in the amount of time that you have allotted, and then it seems like it fills 150% of the time that you need. Alright, what if I just... Aha, there we go. Get this like that. Crop this a little bit better in OBS. That looks about right. There's this like odd border that I can't really process. At some point we start cutting off the text. There it is. Alright, let's guess it's about 75. very strange. Okay, that looks way better. Okay, got our info. Now we just need our metagame. And then we need some people to start slinging spells. So the clock has probably just about begun on round number 4 now. Yeah, there's our schedule. So we're expecting about 1 hour per round, but for some reason round 6 is going to take 1 hour and 10 minutes. I don't understand why. The other thing that's not clear to me from reading all of the initial information that was posted is whether or not there's a cut in this tournament. If there is a cut, is the cut after round 7 like it had been previously, or is it after round 8? I don't know. None of the things say. So we will discover that together. Previous events have had a cut after round 7, but this one is actually larger than the others. All the other Japanese RCs were about 225 people. This one is about 425 people because they removed a round of qualifying. Japan was the only region that had like 2 steps. The RC was actually at the top of a pyramid of 2 levels. You had to win a store level or finish well in a store level event and then finish well in a like local area event in order to attend the RC. And starting with this cycle, it's all direct qualifications. So they've come in line with what everyone else is doing. I don't know why they did it the other way, but it did make the field very concentrated with good players. So I kind of enjoyed it as a spectator. But we've now just gone to everyone gets thrown into a big bucket and the strong survive. The current slide explains what magic is, or at least attempts to, in approximately 6 sentences. Wonder if they've fixed the Japanese audio. Let me put this back on for a second. Okay, that does sound better. That's good if we need to bring this up between rounds. Next slide is what is the Players' Convention? What is this event? Which I assume includes things like how do you qualify for it? What is it feeding, etc. I mean, the answer is that this one is feeding Pro Tour Vegas, the second PT of 2026. Even though they have... So increasing the size of the event, along with that they have increased the prize money. The previous events, I think the prize pool was like 25 or 30,000. This one is 40K. They have not received any additional PT invites from WotC. So Wizards still is giving Japan, the Japan-Korea region, just 16 invites. Top 2 go to Worlds. And there's like a strange prize bump specifically for people who get bubbled off the PT, which, I mean, I guess I understand that. You would want the prize money to be relatively top heavy because that also has to pay for a trip to Vegas, which coming from Japan is a little bit more than coming from other regions. And as usual, our champion is going to receive a novelty check for 50,000 Rakuten points, which is about the equivalent of $500 on Amazon. They apparently expire in like 3 months. So if you're going to use them to buy a whole bunch of instant noodles, you better get on that relatively quick. Okay, so now we've covered what the tournament is, what the prize structure is, what people are playing for. Can we see what people are actually playing? We're also, of course, decked out with a variety of Avatar sealed product in preparation to bust packs and try to convince people to buy some stuff. There is also a Twitter sweepstakes going on right now. You can @MTGJP and potentially win yourself a box of Avatar. Maybe even that exact box of Avatar, I'm not sure. Our main color commentator in the cream jacket this time is Yuki Ichikawa. Now it looks like we're getting right down to business. So let me get some deck lists ready for us as we are about to see Yuta Takahashi. This is table number 46. Battle in Modern. So I will take the sticky away, and let's see. So Yuta is playing Jeskai Blink against his opponent's Affinity. Alright. The opponent's name is Ryosuke Matsuura. In the meantime, since our last RC, Melee has updated, so our deck list URLs are now longer than they had been. Andrew does like talking Dom, but only when he is on the stream. So he said he was running a little late, but we should see him soon. In the meantime, we have the classic battle of Zidane, that's not Zidane, against, it's Ragavan, against Amory. Looks like we have found a Mox Opal. Plays pretty nicely with the treasure token that Ragavan has made. Tragically, it looks like Yuta is playing snow-covered basics. So we do not see the Guru lands that he is typically playing with when he is playing formats where he doesn't care about the snow. We attempt to warp in a Quantum Brittler, but that gets countered. So now the Memnite loop starts. Stupor is sunk into, and here comes the Cannoneer. Well, that would appear to be a roadblock for the monkey. I'm now finally caught up and can start paying attention to the match in earnest. I've not seen exactly what is in Yuta's hand or processed it. Looks like we've got a Solitude there. Do we have a card to pitch to it? I see. Solitude pitching Solitude. And that will clear the Cannoneer and enable another Ragavan hit. Alright, so there's the treasure. The flip is a Cannoneer. That one's not coming down. Hey, good evening, Fire Shoes. How's it going? Thank you, as always, for the publicity. We're live here with round number 4 of 8. The first round is televised, as we start to crown a champion here in Yokohama. All right, so Aether Spellbomb and Land are the two cards for Ryosuke. Emery picks up the 1/0 that she can, which is Tormod's Crypt. I see. So there was a card that had been warped earlier. That was like hiding with the graveyard / exile / slightly off the screen. So in comes a Pinnacle Emissary. Now, does Yuta have anything left over to handle some of this? All right, so we start by milling over second Ragavan with a Thundering Falls. And no attacks, no play. Ryosuke's lands are on the battlefield. That's the best I can say for them. Whether they're tapped or untapped, who knows? Okay, so now we've got Pinnacle Emissary threatening to go crazy here, as we can Spellbomb, crack Spellbomb, replay Spellbomb via Emery, and pick up a bunch of drones along the way. Do we want to bounce Ragavan, or do we just want the card? We're going to go bounce Ragavan the first time. I believe Ryosuke has access to 4 mana, but it's not the easiest to tell. The cards are upside down. Some are in sleeve, some are not. Some are 90 degrees rotated to the left. Some are 45 degrees rotated to the right. But as we attempt, there's no way that Ryosuke has 5 or 6 mana. So there's no chance that this No More Lies doesn't work. And that will exile the Aether Spellbomb and shut off the shenanigans. I guess we can start a Tormod's Crypt loop in the future, though. Memnite and the Pinnacle Emissary come in for 4. Yuta going to 13. We know there's the Ragavan that was bounced by the Aether Spellbomb, and it looks like it's just a couple of lands. I saw one of them was a Meticulous Archive. I couldn't see if the other one also surveilled. Now, the drones do not block creatures on the ground, so we could dash this Zidane through if we wanted to. All right, start with the Archive, and we like the card. Interesting. We will dash. And connect. I guess Ryosuke feels like the engine is online and he doesn't especially care. Ooh, Tormod's Crypt. Mox Opal massively online. But then that's kind of it. So whatever that card was on top that Yuta saw, he liked it. We did top our Surveil. And now Ryosuke is going to try to make some drones via sacrificing and recovering the Crypt. His graveyard is off screen. Okay, so Yuta can blow this out for a turn, as we can respond to the Emery trigger. At that point, the Tormod's Crypt is still not castable, and you can crypt the Crypt. Now there should be the Crypt should exile itself. It's convenient. So there's nothing left over. There's still this engineered explosives that we could blow, I guess, but it's several turns away. Meanwhile, the Riffraff is certainly working on Yuta's life total. We've got 2 drones and a Memnite that's 3, and then the Pinnacle Emissary is 3 more. Yuta goes to 7. The play is Arid Mesa. That was that last land. And now we should see what the card is that was topped. Steam Vents briefly acting as if it were a creature, but that's... Aha, it was a Riddler. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. So Arid Mesa first to get down to the 1-card threshold so that we draw 2. Now we can fetch, go to 6. Does Yuta have a plan here to handle Ryosuke going wide is the question. And our last play is Fable the Mirror Breaker. So that should stabilize things for a turn. We could only force through a couple of points of damage here if we really wanted to. Certainly we can't do 6. Obviously, if we start copying Quantum Riddlers with Reflection of Kikijiki, this could get a little silly. So the onus is on Ryosuke to find a way to get one of these creatures off the battlefield, or to make like 6 drones this turn. But short of that, Yuta does seem to win the long game here. There's only the 1 Aether Spellbomb, so that's not going to do it. Curious what else we have access to interact. There are 2 copies of weapons manufacturing out there, which maybe could do something. Go over the top. The cards in hand are what? Metallic Rebuke and some kind of full art thing, which is guaranteed to be a mana creator. Alright. No actions, and now you're just making sure the interaction between Quantum Riddler and Fable is clear. The cards are discarded and then they're drawn, so at that point Yuta does not have very many cards in hand, and we get the Quantum Riddler bonus. We've drawn into a pair of Solitudes. That was the other thing that was on my mind as a way for Yuta to stabilize against a wide army. If we could gain some life or threaten some lifelink blocks, that could be pretty good. Also, obviously, getting rid of this one Pinnacle Emissary completely neuters Ryosuke's ability to go wide for the next couple of turns. And you have to think that garbage time is coming relatively quickly. Yuta only needs to survive until this reflection becomes active, especially if we can start reflecting some Solitudes. Fetch, go to 5. Alright, sounds like Andrew is probably going to join us for game 2, which is excellent. That means you're going to have your most important job of the night coming up. Chat, you have to make sure that the audio balance is okay. And just to, this is heads up from Yuta to avoid the Metallic Rebuke that we know is in Ryosuke's hand. We have the 3rd mana available now. Oh, I guess there was also a treasure down there. Never mind. Never mind. The fetch didn't matter. Okay, yeah. 1, 2, 3. We'll pay for it this way. So, Metallic Rebuke fails. Pinnacle Emissary gone. Do we activate an Arena of Glory here? The Solitude is immediately coming through. Treasure recovered via the Goblin Shaman. Everything just happens. So Ryosuke to 11, Yuta to 8. 8 feels a lot more comfortable than 5. Though even the 5 felt pretty comfortable at that point. Oh, we can zoom out? Why hadn't we done that before? Come on, camera operator. Yeah, and the big body of the Quantum Riddler is holding the fort down here. Now we hardcast another Solitude, and Ryosuke has seen enough. Okay, let the players sideboard. We'll get our co-host in, and the stream will start in earnest. Hello, hello? Uh-oh, I see the green outline, but I do not hear anything. I don't know if this is one way or not. Damn. Okay, so it is one way. Then, yeah, I cannot hear you yet. I don't know. I don't think it's on my end. I don't see you as muted. I mean, I can mute you. That's what you being muted looks like. So it's not that. Yeah, I don't. That's a good question. The green outline, but not hearing anything is quite strange. Give me another moment to see. I mean, that's volume. It's at a reasonable number. Is it possible that I have my whole computer muted? I know YouTube is muted. Let's find out. No. Like, if I do this, then I will hear the casters, right? Yeah, I can hear the casters, so it's not that. The mystery. And chat, you could hear the Japanese audio when I put it on. True or false? I mean, this looks to me like it might be you having the wrong... Okay, true. Okay, good. Thank you, chat. So my desktop audio is working. My first instinct was that it was you having the wrong input in Discord, but I don't know for sure. I can't hear you. Chat can't hear you. We can cut this call and start a new one. All right, how about you call me? Yeah, so the thing is that okay, wait, that is strange. I don't hear the, like, Discord ring. So I think it is on my end now. But how is that possible? All right, let me mess around a little bit. I can't hear you, but we did just get a piece of information there, which is that I also did not hear Discord ringing when you called. So that does make it seem like it's probably me. On the other hand, okay, try this. I don't think I have the Discord app muted, but it might have the wrong output. So I just switched it. So
testing 1 2 3.
Oh, okay. That's good. I can hear that.
Okay.
So now, chat, can you hear Andrew? That's a yes.
Okay, great. Excellent.
Success. Okay, so it was definitely an input-output issue, but it was actually on my end. Okay, sweet. Now, shall we down to business? Did you take a look at the deck lists here?
Yes, I was just getting into the deck lists as we were setting all this up. Right, so it looks like Yuta is playing a list of Jeskai Blink. Looks like the list has no more lies in it, 3 copies, which is pretty interesting. I've seen that almost never, actually. I don't know what it means. Like, I'm not sure why he has all these no more lies, or, like, I guess in some sense what they're over. It's like, It sort of looks like he has them over, like, the fairies, maybe, looks like what's missing here. Oh, no, there's 1 to fairy. Yeah, I'm not sure what they're over. But it's interesting for sure. It's not a crazy card in Register by any means. But, yeah.
It does pitch this all, it's true.
Affinity, it looks like. Yeah. So I guess, do you want me to give a summary of the matchup? Would that be useful at this time?
Yeah, sure, please do.
All right. So the Jeskai Blink its Affinity matchup is fundamentally one where the Jeskai Blink deck is going to try to use its Wrath of the Skies to make the affinities, like, miserable, and it's going to try to stop Cap Cannoneer, often using a combination of Solitude and Consign. It's common that you can't get to the 4 mana to pitch the Solitude and pay for the ward on the Kappa, so you have to wait to, like, pitch your Solitude and then consign the trigger just like as soon as possible. The Affinity deck's best kind of move against this plan is, well, honestly, it's typically weapons manufacturing, because the Jeskai deck does not have a really good way to win if the Affinity deck assembles like a large board backed by a bunch of weapons deck tokens, because then Wrath isn't even an out, and it doesn't have any like clean way to clean up those tokens. So that's going to be kind of the best card on the Affinity side. Also, something you might see kind of in this matchup is the Affinity player isn't necessarily going to go all in as quickly as they can. It's really important for them to have like a second wave in this matchup. It's really important for them to do a little rebuild kind of around the Wrath. So yeah, that's basically how it's in this matchup. Most people in my circles think this matchup is close, but slightly Affinity favored. They think it's like 55-45 Affinity, to give you a sense of it. But never bet against Yuta, because he's Yuta. So.
All right, players looking at their opening hands.
Yeah, it looks like 2 Sagas, Kappa Cannoneer, Mox Opal. I didn't get a great look at the other cards.
Then on the other side, it's Solitude, Flage, Quantum Riddler, Strict Serenade, No More Lies, and only a snow-covered plains.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine Yuta ships that.
Yeah, and it looks like
could keep it, but it's pretty dubious.
Ryosuke is missing a source of colored mana here.
Well, the Mox Opal is
that's
the source of colored
true.
mana.
So we have Memnite, Mox Opal, and Mishra's Bauble. So we can get the Opal online, and then we've just got a Bauble that we have to wait to crack for a little bit.
Yes, I would imagine that Ryosuke keeps this. I would imagine that Ryosuke keeps this and opens on like Opal, play all the artifacts, and then the following turn can like make a Saga token on turn 2, which is a pretty strong draw. Like I would imagine that this is a keep from Ryosuke and a mulligan from Yuta. And it looks like Yuta is shipping,
Yes.
and I assume Ryosuke kept. Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, maybe you explained this before I arrived, so I apologize for it. But do we know anything about Ryosuke? Obviously, Yuta's reputation precedes him.
I did not have an opportunity to look that up, but I will right now.
Okay. I'm just wondering like what we should expect from this guy. Like, is he an up and coming Japanese player? Is this an old pro that we never heard of? Like, I'm not familiar with this name, but maybe that's my ignorance.
I have 3 events from Ryosuke. The first one was the RC in Shizuoka 2024. So he has played a total of 11 tracked matches.
Okay. So this is an upstart to Yuta's best,
Yes.
is what you're telling me. Interesting.
All right, here we go. We lead on Urza Saga. Is there any reason not to vomit out your zeros?
I mean, yes, you could always top deck Pinnacle Emissary. So in Affinity, there's always a reason not to because of that. But
Sure.
in this specific situation where you need all 3 artifacts to run the Mopal, I really would not, because if one of them ends up getting consigned, it's a total disaster for you.
Yeah.
And you don't want to risk that. It's just way too punishing if it happens.
All right, so we will crack the Bauble. We've drawn Claws of Gix as a replacement 0. And we found Basic Island, right? So kind of solves all our problems.
Yeah, I mean, Baseline, an excellent pickup for Yusuke here. I mean, it's going to allow him to kind of pace his sagas if he wants to. Maybe he wants to put them both in place as fast as possible, but I wouldn't be shocked in a slower matchup like this if he wants to kind of save the second saga, maybe even not commit it and kind of have it ready in case of Rathless guys. Could definitely see that being the line from Yusuke here.
Azax in chat thinks the Bauble crack was a little crazy. I mean, my results-oriented thinking says that it was amazing. But
wait. Actually, that's true. The Bauble crack is weird.
yeah, it was
now
a risk.
Okay, wait. Like, let's say this artifact gets countered, which like could easily happen again. I'm at most Jeskai fights will have consigns in this matchup in order to consign the cap triggers. Like, if it gets consigned, if the new artifact you redraw gets consigned, it's such a disaster. Yeah, I do not like this play from Yusuke. It might work out though. The game state here is quite good for Yusuke, but
Yes. All right, so Scalding Tarn finds Meticulous Archive, and we will deny Ryosuke the knowledge of the card that he baubled. Yuta looks at the top card, and he's going to keep it. it was a prismatic ending. Fair enough.
Okay, so I assume Yuta's plan is to pending the Mopal and effectively deny a construct here. That has to be imagined the intent of keeping the pending in this situation.
All right, shotgun steam vents to 18. Sorry, 16. That makes more sense. So it was a Memnite hit, a fetch, and now 2 from a shockland.
Yeah, I mean, in general, the Affinity deck is going to deal damage in like kind of large bursts, so I don't think you'd have to be that worried about taking a few points here and there. But it's not nothing, certainly.
All right, so we're just going to let Ryosuke make the construct. It suggests that we're not playing the sorcery speed spell, huh?
Interesting. I wonder what his plan is for the pending. Does he perhaps have Solitude plus Ephemerate? Is that the intent, maybe?
Ah, that must be. So we're gonna pitch.
Yeah,
so he kept the prismatic ending for being a white card.
Yep, he kept generic white magic card on top. He was perfectly happy with generic white magic card. And he's actually gonna. This is actually pretty interesting here from Yuta. So Yuta could wait until Ryosuke's turn and get kind of both constructs, but he's actually not going to do that. He's actually going to fire off the Solitude and Ephemerate right now.
He
and
actually
this is twofold.
He does get both constructs, right? Because
he turns off the Mopal.
That turned off the Mox
Opal.
Opal.
Yeah, yes. Sorry, yes.
So Ryosuke cannot activate in response to Chapter 3.
No, you're absolutely right. So he effectively gets both constructs, and the Memnite is gravy, which and not for nothing. He also has this benefit where he now can kind of prevent Ryosuke from playing another creature because the Ephemerate is going to come back on the Solitude next on another creature next turn.
Right. So there's like sort of there's a silence effect in play right now.
Yeah. Now, of course, we in the booth know that Ryosuke was probably just playing the Player's Log and Pass anyways, so this isn't necessarily a huge deal. But from Yuta's perspective, that's got to be a huge upside.
All right, here comes Saga 2, and it looks like even Saga 3 is in hand. So if Ryosuke wants to just make a bunch of constructs over the course of this game, we can do that. Okay, so there's one other way that we can potentially go around this upcoming Ephemerate, which is that we could play a Kappa Cannoneer and try to avoid it with Ward, but that is going to get consigned.
I think it's a Mystical Dispute.
Oh, even better. Get some Eldrazi cards in there. All right, so now we're trying to figure out if Ryosuke could cast it, and if he could cast it, what of his permanents are actually tapped. And it looks like we decided 100% of everything.
Yes. I might have missed something, but my tracking the game state says that it was legal for him to cast the Kappa, but it cost him literally everything. So
now the Solitude is going to start stealing those life points that it gave to Ryosuke 3 at a time.
Yeah. And I mean, okay, it's good for Yuta that he got through this. It's good for Yuta that he kind of answered the first wave of threats, dealt with the Kappa, dealt with the First Surge Saga. Like, all this is what Yuta wants to happen. On the other hand, like, there's 2 more sagas in play. Like, yeah. I don't know if Yuta is going to be able to fight off all that. Like, to be honest, if I had to place the advantage bar, I would still place it on Ryusuke's side.
All right, so what do we got here? Is that No More Lies, Flage, Solitude, and a Strix Serenade, the 4 cards in Yuta's hand?
I think so, yeah. Which is a pretty decent hand, all things considered. The main problem is that none of these cards are particularly good against Urza's Saga. He doesn't have Arathis guys or anything like that. So, I mean, he's just going to have to fight through these constructs the hard way, which isn't impossible by any means, but I wouldn't say it's trivial either. Yeah.
I guess we can get this out of the way at the beginning of the stream. How do you feel about Yuta playing these snow-covered lands instead of the Guru lands?
It's correct. You have to do it.
Yeah.
The problem is, okay, so for those viewers who are not in the know, so there's this new deck on the scene. It's been picking up popularity the last few weeks. The blue-green Birthing Ritual deck. And the blue-green Birthing Ritual deck utilizes Ice Fang Quad. The problem is, if you're playing a Ragavan deck, you could hit someone and take their Ice Fang. If that happens, you need Snowlands to give your Ice Fang Death Touch. Which means that for this particular moment, as long as Ice Quad is seeing play, if you're playing your Augment deck, you have to play Snow Basics. I don't like this, to be clear, but it is true.
All right, what do we have going on the other side? There's a Pinnacle Emissary, as well as Saga 4 and a Galvanic Blast. Those are the 3 cards in Ryosuke's hand.
Yeah, probably Saga 4 is not a fortuitous draw, but I mean, he can just not play it, so it's not like a huge downside for Ryosuke or anything.
Right, on the one hand, you kind of want to meter your sagas so that each one of them has the time to mature into 2 constructs. On the other hand, if we don't have the mana, then, or the land drops, we do need to, like, progress the board in some way.
Yes. But I like this search from Yusuke. Just going for the Lava Spur Boots, nothing fancy, just max pressure, suit up the construct, swing at both this turn. It's a huge amount of damage. Like, he's forcing you to act now. Like, none of this, like, sitting around, none of this, like, you know, playing chess. It's like, look, my constructs are going to kill you in the next, like, turn, so you better do something.
All right, so now we do the quick count. It looks like the constructs are 6 6s. We've reached the point where even Quantum Riddler is not going to be able to step in front of one of them. It's kind of awkward.
True, although Yuta's certainly not particularly close to casting the Riddler either.
No, it's true.
Another issue that Yuta's suffering from here is, all right, fundamentally, when you play a Quantum Riddler deck, you really want to be able to empty your hand.
Yeah.
Because you want your Riddler's draw too. And Yuta's stuck on all these reactive cards, and most of them are stack interaction. So not only can he not deploy them, he also can't get them out of his hand to start drawing 2 off Riddler. You know, he's missing land drops while not doing anything. It's really a bad situation for Yuta.
Basically, if you could see the 15 cards that Yuta was going to have access to this game, you probably would stack Ryosuke's deck to give him all 4 of the Urza Sagas. Exactly how it turned out. All right, well, this is one way to get cards out of your hand. So here comes Solitude 2, evoked via the...
Interesting. I'm surprised to see Yuta pitching the Flage here instead of the
No More Lies?
No More Lies.
Yeah.
Because it sort of seems clear that Yusuke is going to be just making construct next turns. Like, he isn't going to be casting any spells that are No More Liesable.
Right.
So I wonder what Yuta has in mind. Like, is he scared of Kappa Cannoneer? Is he thinking, like, look, I'm going to struggle to get 5 cards in the graveyard for this Flage? Like, I wonder why he does not value Flage kind of in this situation. Far be it for me to question one of the greats. Like, I assume it's the case that Yuta's right and I'm wrong. But I'm not sure I see the vision, is I guess where I'm at right now.
All right, so now we're going back through the math. Players doing arithmetic. Ryosuke should have gained 3 up to 24, and Yuta should take a hit for 5 here. Were the boots ever attempted to be equipped?
I think the boots were equipped.
Okay.
I mean...
Oh, and that's what the red mana was, right? We paid the ward. Okay, I'm caught up.
Yes. It's definitely... So, okay, most people, when they equip an equipment to creature their attacks, will like, tap the equipment with the creature.
Yeah.
Yusuke kind of left the boots untapped, which made this game stay a little ambiguous. But I'm fairly sure the boots were equipped.
Then we attempt to clear the Solitude with that Galvanic Blast that had been hanging out in hand, but that gets tagged by No More Lies. On the other hand, we have another No More Lies. So...
Yeah, so what I will say about this, by the way, is I think it's interesting that Yusuke has Galvanic Blast in post sideboard. Like, it's not obviously wrong, but it's not... It's kind of one of those debatable slots, is how I would characterize it. Like, you could have Gal Blast in, you could not.
Mm-hmm. looks like we're out of interesting hits for our Urza Saga, so we're just grabbing a bunch of baubles now. Ryosuke's graveyard is quite the pile.
And so I wonder, I mean, look, it's very good for Yuta that Yusuke's sort of not getting max value out of these sagas, that he's kind of playing them aggressively in order to keep equipping the boots. I mean, it means that if Yuta's able to weather this storm, if the game doesn't end by the time that the Street of Sagas ends, Yuta will be in kind of position to come back. But on the other hand, that the max pressure post from Yusuke does mean it's going to be a little hard for Yuta to survive. I think we maybe need like a Wrath like immediately, right? Although wait, does Yuta even have white? God.
Yeah, we don't have white, and we draw an Arena of Glory as our land. That is not going to get it done. And we are going to game number 3.
Same thing. Agreed. All right. Now, now that I'm kind of here for the beginning of sideboarding, I can try to do kind of my more traditional approach of just take a look at these sideboards and see kind of what we expect. So I'll start by looking at Ryusuke's sideboard for just a moment here. And from Yusuke's side, it looks like there'll be pretty light adjustments here. Nothing too crazy. Maybe the Mystical Dispute coming in to counter opposing Mystical Disputes and to just play 3 mana counter Wrath of Skies. That seems totally fine. These Gal Blasts appear to have come in probably just to kill Thalias, maybe a Solitude to pinch, but Thalia being kind of the main card of interest. Often Emery comes in these kind of grindier control matchups. It's good at having a second wave. It's often hard to kill with Wrath, so you need 5 mana, that kind of thing. So I expect those things to come in from the Affinity side, but I don't expect much else to come in. And I expect mostly shaving the obvious stuff, like maybe some of the bullets that aren't as effective in this matchup, like the Pithing Needle probably goes. And then possibly just trimming zeros. You're not trying to be maximally explosive in this matchup. You're really trying to be second wave. Trimming zeros is like just totally sound.
Yeah, this doesn't seem like a very good deck to be playing engineered explosives against, for example.
Well, the main point of engineered explosive is to destroy the weapons manufacturing tokens.
I see. Yep.
So I think EE is actually pretty decent in this matchup. But I guess that does beg the question, like, what actually is the worst zero? Like, I suspect it's Memnite. But I'm not 100% sure. My inclination would be to trim Memnite and some of these kind of one-drop bullets.
Sure.
Maybe Shadow Spear is another one that isn't maybe needed in this matchup. So, yeah. And then as far as Yuta's side goes, he's in kind of the reverse of the situation where he's got a lot of incredibly good cards to board in, and making space is the hard part. Like, Wrath of Sky is going to come in, Mystical Dispute's going to come in, Strict Serenade is going to come in, Consigned Memory is going to come in. The fourth one, he's 3 in main.
Yeah.
And so the hard part is, like, what is he not going to have? And I think this is a topic of some debate among Jeskai players that I know, is like what to trim against Affinity. I can throw out some options. Like, some people trim on Prismatic Ending, figuring like you really want instant speed interaction to stop the Pinnacle Emissary, and they don't have that many like individual removal targets that are that good. I know some people that trim Ragavan because it's kind of weak into Memnite. I know some people that trim Quantum Riddler. It's kind of slow. Teferi is a little good against Saga, but it's pretty much bad against every other card in the deck. You could also maybe go down on Fables, but again, you don't want to go too low on that stuff because you need your Fables still have targets. So like, you don't want to cut like all the Fables and the Teferi. So I really struggle to predict what Yuta's going to trim. I think he's got a lot of close options, and I don't really know where he's going to land.
All right, players are drawing their opening hands. What do we got? And they have both capped. So I guess we will see these cards come out one at a time. Leading on Flooded Strand. And we'll warp a Pinnacle Emissary. How many zeros do we have to go with it? Immediate snap. Fetch into Sacred Foundry. Not a blue source for a consign.
Well, I think this is Galvanic Discharge, right?
Yes.
What we're seeing here?
Yep. So we can just blast the Emissary, though that should still leave one drone from the exchange, as it does.
Yes, but often you're going to be quite happy with this as a Jeskai player, because the Affinity player is going to keep a lot of hands that are very reliant on Emissary living. I mean, that's sort of the nature of their deck. They can't really avoid it. And so it's common that if you kill the emissary in response to the first drone, it buys you multiple turns. Like it can be 2, 3, even 4 turns that are bought from this exchange. So it's a big deal. You can see the ball being cycled here, which I would describe as not a show of strength. Like, if your hand's good, you're often going to want to leave the artifact in play here, because you're
Right.
second artifact and help you get Metalcraft. Probably Ryosuke cycling that means his hand is not very good.
No, it looked pretty clunky. There were only we've got Thoughtcast, Emery, and I can't tell what the card is in the back. I mean, there is one other
There's
spell.
like 2 Urza Sagas. I don't know what the back card is. It looks like an artifact to me, but that's like
It
very
could. That
helpful in this
doesn't.
deck.
Yeah, does not necessarily mean that much. All right, so Emery does come down. We flip over 4 cards.
One thing of note is Ryosuke certainly can use his Emery to recast the Pinnacle Emissary if the game goes that long. Probably in the short run, he'd rather make constructs. I don't think that's like his go-to, but it's not irrelevant.
All right. Well, Yuta's doing his best to clean things up. Prismatic Ending clears Emery, and then the Failure attack clears the drone.
Yeah, and I think this is really what the game looks like when it goes well for the Jeskai side. Because what's happening here is that Yusuke's having a lot of trouble getting traction. You know, he has all these cards that rely on him having lots of artifacts in play. Like currently his Kappa Cannoneers are blank, his Thought Casts are blank. Like so many cards do not function under these circumstances. So I think it's when the thing deck kind of can't get anything going, you definitely rather be on the Jeskai side.
I was not expecting that weird card in Ryosuke's hand that was an artifact that we couldn't identify is the Pithing Needle. I was expecting that one was coming out.
Interesting. I mean, I expected the same. I'm not totally sure what he has in mind as far as the Pithing Needle goes. Might be missing some interaction here, but it doesn't look like it has a lot of targets.
No, it's like Reflection of Kiki Jiki and
I mean, maybe Teferi, if he thinks if Yuta keeps the Teferi in or like boards the second Teferi, which is plausible, like maybe he needs something that, but
what
that's
else?
Pretty niche.
Yeah, Arena of Glory. That's like the only other activated ability in the deck.
Yeah, I suspect that this is not correct from Yusuke. I mean, I definitely could be missing something. I'm not an affinity scientist. I'm more of an amulet scientist.
Yeah,
but...
Azax is right. That even though the important part of that arena ability has nothing to do with generating mana, it is add RR, so you can't pith that.
Interesting, yeah. So, I mean, I don't know if Ryosuke like really values hitting the Teferi. I don't know if this is like a small oversight. It's definitely possible when you're going through the main artifacts to like miss one you meant to side out. It's hard for me to say. We're currently in the zone of I don't know if this is genius or mistake, but.
Well, compared to where we were in game 2, where Ryosuke had a sequence of Urza Sagas and kind of ate Yuta's sandwiches, this dog is putting in a bunch of work.
Yes, I mean, definitely Thalia is good in the matchup. I mean, that is totally true. I mean, I think that Ryosuke has some decent tools against it, just between, like, obviously Kappa, killing with Galv, you know, even sort of like balancing against something like Aether Spellbomb can be pretty useful, buying a turn. But, yeah, I mean, in this game state, it does look poised to take over. You're absolutely right. That sure is a Pithing Needle, which is quite weird. Do you know what that blue card is in Ryosuke's hand? Just while we play the card identification game?
The front goofy-looking one is a Thoughtcast. Yeah. There's actually now 2 copies of it.
Yeah. Now the question is Ryosuke, how's Ryosuke going to play this? Because there's a couple of ways he could go. You know, he could put out a bunch of artifacts. He could like play like Pithing Needle, EE, Thoughtcast, like some sequence like that. He could also try to EE the dog is an option. Like you could just like play your EE on 2 and crack it using the Saga mana and the floating mana. Is a pretty reasonable line. But that puts you even farther from the Thoughtcast. So I don't know what his cost. Oh, he's going wow,
2 mana.
Right. You have 2 artifacts in play. It costs 3. That land's tapped. You just right. This play is kind of crazy to me. So what he's doing here, I think, is he's holding the EE for the dog, but he's casting Thoughtcast this turn. So I can't fully explain this play. Like, it seems like it sort of feels like he's splitting the difference. Like he's like not committing to Thoughtcasting by playing the E on 0, nor committing to the E line by playing the E on 2. Like, I sort of think you have to kind of pick a lane here. Now, maybe Ryosuke's trying to play around Wrathless guys. He's thinking, like, I'm going to try to not overcommit to Wrath. But the problem is, like, as the game stands, Yuta's not going to need a Wrathless guys. You know, like, you have to be ahead to force the Wrath, right? Before you can worry about, can I beat the Wrath? Like, if your opponent doesn't need to Wrath you and you're just going to lose anyway, that's even worse, right? So.
All right. We're going to riddle our way to 4-6 in play here.
Yep.
And now we will Wrath. That's going to be met by Force of Negation, which was drawn off of the Thoughtcast.
All right. Okay. I mean, that is sort of Ryosuke's play working out to his credit. So, I mean,
I guess I do kind of understand Ryosuke thinking these Thoughtcasts are like potential energy. Like, I need to convert them into something that I can actually play on the board. But I would be really tempted to just play the Pithing Needle as one of the mana to cast that first thing.
Yes. Yes. Chat pointing out that Ryosuke's board is slightly messy here. I wonder, and this is pure speculation, I have no evidence for this, but I wonder if Ryosuke is primarily a Moto player.
It's possible.
Because I guess what I would say is it used to be, like, if you'd see someone playing with a really messy board state, you'd assume that, like, you know, they are, you know, kind of an amateur, like they don't play that much of that seriously. But these days I tend to assume the opposite. I tend to assume that if your board state's really messy, you're just like a Moto grinder and you're just like totally cracked out of your mind. So
it looks like, if I could interpret Ryosuke's gesturing there, he has now pithed Scalding Tarn. We'll see if we get a little label on the needle. But, I mean, that's effectively not pithing anything at this point, as Yutari has 5 mana.
Oh, okay. Weapons manufacturing definitely is problematic here. I mean, if Yuta loses this game from this point, it's going to be to the weapons manufacturing. Because Yuta does not have that many life points, and the E is there in play. So the question is, what can Yuta do to kind of get out of range of this? You know, like, Trade would be great, like a Flage Consign would be even better. Like, I don't know what Yuta has access to, but that's what I, at this point in the game, what I'd be trying to do as Yuta is presume that just at all costs. Another note, by the way, weapons manufacturing are leaves play. They're not dice.
Yes.
So you cannot fail these tokens. Like, they're here to stay.
Right. So how many ways does Yuta actually have to get this thing off the board? There should be some number of prismatic endings.
I mean, I think he's very bad at running from the board. I think mostly he has to race it. Like, he has 2 prismatic endings, and honestly, he might have sided one out. Like, you know, it's not one of his better cards. Like, it wouldn't be even insane if it 0, right? So.
All right, so we're going to warp this Quantum Riddler using Arena mana. And I think we still have Arena mana floating, which we can use to play Ragavan. Interesting. Man, I would be tempted to get a hasty lifelinker here.
All right, wait. You mean, what do you mean? You mean you're gonna make the Flage? Is there Flage in the yard, or?
No, there's a Solitude in hand.
Oh, I see.
But also, I didn't count this up. Like, maybe this is just lethal. I think it's short, right? It's
Well-
4, 8, 10, 13. It's actually closer than I realized.
It's short, but it's not short by very much. And I mean, I suspect if you asked Yuta, like, why did you make this play? Like, what were you thinking here? Like, my guess is what he would say is, look, I'm just trying to get my opponent dead as quickly as possible. Like, my plan to beat this with manufacturing is I can't move from the board, but I can race it. And I mean, he's well positioned to do that. I mean, it's not going to be that easy for Yusuke to live through the next turn.
I guess the difference between playing Riddler or Solitude is getting the Fable out. Right, because the Riddler is 2 mana, but the Solitude is 5. And effectively,
Yes.
the difference... So what just happened? We cracked EE, and that was enough?
I think we cracked E for 10, yes.
Yeah, so then it really didn't matter, right? Because if we had Solituded, I guess we could have Solituded our own thing or something, and then hit for 3 with lifelink. Maybe we could have gotten to 12 that way.
I mean, if you just play the Solitude haste it, Solitude attack is for 3, right?
Right.
Well, right?
And you can't... All right, now I'm showing my lack of modern knowledge. You can Solitude one of your own creatures.
No, you definitely can. It's just, I suspect that's like a really... I'm worried that's like playing to not lose.
Yeah, I guess it's just a question of how much damage do you get through in that case. So if you can keep a Riddler and a Solitude, then we're talking about putting 7 on the opponent there. They were at 14 life, right? You'd hit for 13 and took them to 1. But yeah, anything breaks it up. I don't know. It's probably not good enough.
Okay. So do we know if we have another match, or what's our situation here, Adam?
I do not know if we have another match, but I'm guessing actually that we do not. Let me take a quick look at. Yeah, Yuta was at 6, Large Shark. So that also meant that we couldn't take the line of playing the Solitude and clearing the opponent's Urza Saga token, which is certainly a wrench in my my version of what Yuta should have done, because then we would only have wound up at 7, which was not enough. We needed some line that got us up to like 12. Maybe 13 if we don't clear the token. Okay, it's probably impossible. I've convinced myself that Yuta was just dead to the EE.
I think it was quite bad for Yuta, yeah. So I guess what I've learned about these like marathon casting streams that we do, is it's really important for me to take breaks, because otherwise I will run out of steam by the end of the weekend. So given there's not another match, I am going to briefly step away, but I'll be back on time. Oh no, wait,
update.
We have a match.
There is another match, so we will watch this and then we will take the break. All right, so what do we got here?
No worries.
We've got Domain Zoo at the bottom from Tatsuaki, and at the top it is it Affinity? Oh no, that is not Izzet. Wait, what is this? Oh, it's Esper. I'm sorry, I can't read Japanese today. We're playing Esper Goryeos. We lead on a Thought Seize.
Okay, so this is Esper Goryeos against Jeskai?
Yes.
Okay. Cool. So Goryeos versus Jeskai, this is a matchup that I think is somewhat controversial in the community right now. I think it is not well agreed among people that I respect who kind of is ahead and why. On the one hand, the Jeskai deck certainly has some pretty useful kind of grinding tools, such as Flage, which is going to be absolutely incredible in this matchup. It's going to be Tatsuki? Is that how you said it? I'm not quite sure just how to say it.
Tatsuaki. It's 4 syllables.
Tatsuaki. Sorry, Tatsuaki's best card. However, the Esper deck has access to Thoughtseize, which in any control mirror is going to be an absolute house, and it will be in this one. Also, the Goryeos deck is going to have access to Psychic Frog, and the Jeskai deck does not have good answers to Frog. Now, that doesn't mean they don't have answers to it. The main one is, of course, Solitude. But it's hard for them to answer Frog in a way that doesn't 2-for-1 them, and they aren't made of Solitudes. Now, we, in the booth, see that Tatsuaki actually has a Path Exile in his hand. Probably sided in, I imagine. I doubt you would start this card, which actually is a pretty clean answer to Frog. So, in this specific situation, I imagine it's going to work out well, Tatsuaki. Now, One wrench in this, of course, is that if you main phase the path with the intent of swinging through the Ragavan, you are risking Force of Negation.
Well, speaking of Force of Negation, it would tag this Leyline Binding as well, but it looks like it has succeeded and Ragavan does hit.
Yeah. I'm sorry, this is not Jeskai. This is Zoo. I sincerely apologize. I saw Mystical Dispute, Steam Vents, and Ragavan. I assumed it was Jeskai.
yeah. This is Zoo as we fetch a Temple Garden. That Path to Exile is the only one in the deck box. It did come in out of the sideboard. Note that this is game number 2, and Tatsuaki is up a game.
Yes. Okay. The Zoo vs. Graves matchup, I admit I don't know as much about. I have not played that much with or against the Domain Zoo deck, so I won't be as much of an expert as to what's going on. But I do still stand by my Flage claim, despite being wrong about the matchup being played.
All right, Celestial Purge comes in to go after this Ragavan. I'm learning that Japanese players do enjoy this Zidane FF9 Ragavan.
I mean, I imagine Final Fantasy is more popular in Japan than it is here, so that does not shock me. But, okay, so what I'll say about this matchup, and honestly, this describes many of Goryo's matchups, but I'll bring it up here because that's what we're watching. The way Goryo's tends to play is that the reanimation aspect of Goryo's, what you should think of it as actually inevitability. What Goryo's actually doing is they're fundamentally playing kind of a mostly controlling strategy, like kind of a, blue-black frog strategy, but their end game is that at some point they'll put Atraxa into play. So you're very likely to see the game play out such that, like, Matsutake is like losing, puts Atraxa into play, wins.
Sure.
Right? And the Zoo player is not that good at stopping this. They have some tools, like, I know they have, like, a couple of Stubborn Niles, but those tools require sticking a 4-power creature, which is always trivial against a deck with as much interaction as Goryo's. So, like, usually the Goryo's deck will eventually do this. And it's up to the Zoo deck to end the game before that happens. So, like, this state, you might say, with this Flage in hand, it seems like the Zoo deck, is maybe ahead. And that is in some ways true, but they're also on a timer. Like, they don't have forever to do this. At some point, Atraxa will come into play.
All right, it was a prismatic ending that cleared the first Ragavan, but Tatsuaki has a second one to dash in. And it just hit a Nile Spellbomb that he just casts. And that's going to gum up the works.
I mean, that's incredible. I mean, again, the main comeback mechanism of the Goryo's deck is putting Atraxa into play. And now it makes sense for the Goryo's deck to put in Nil Spellbomb, of course. They're trying to stop Flage out of the Zoo deck, so it's logical. But getting hit by Ragavan is an absolute nightmare. Like, your main plan to win the game no longer works. You're not really in a position to play like a Psychic Frog Riddler game. I mean, it just doesn't look to me like that's likely to be successful, given the hand. Which, to be clear, Matsutake knows. Like, the hand is known to all players. So, like, I would be sweating bullets right now if I were on the other side of the board. Yeah.
That was the only copy of Nile Spellbomb in Masataka's deck, and it, of course, did come in out of the side. So, it did not come in on the right side of the battlefield. All right, we will fetch what I'm assuming is a basic. I mean, Masataka is really playing Esper gray squares, from what I can tell. But ultimately, the card in play is a Quantum Riddler. Just been cast off of Warp. I mean, he's really committed to the gray squares bit by playing these, like, Zendikar Expedition fetches and shocklands and stuff. Just attempting to lull your opponent to sleep with all your cards looking approximately the same.
It's an advanced strategy for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, getting this Riddler down is certainly nice. You'll draw a couple of cards, but we know that the Path to Exile covers the Riddler. Matsutake knows it too. And, the Ragavan's going to keep on hitting. You only have 7 total life points. The Flage can deal 3 upstairs. I mean, I really don't like this position for the Goryo's deck. I think this match is going to be over in a hurry.
Ooh, so we did have the answer right. We saw the Path to Exile a while ago.
Yes, all players knew that the Riddler was getting pathed.
Yes. Speaking of Riddler, here's another one. And we can actually... I guess we don't exactly want to warp this. Do we have 5 mana to cast it straight out? We don't. We only have 4?
Well, wait. If you warp it, does it go to your exile zone?
I actually don't know the answer to this. I assume it does, actually.
It does.
If you adventure a card, then you get to cast the other half of it, right?
Right.
Yeah, it tracks to you.
I imagine that the play here is just cast your Riddler. I mean, the Ragavan is just being completely savage in this game. No, we're just going to the play. Just go upstairs.
Yeah, but
Okay.
I see. We would rather play the Titan because that actually threatens lethal next turn. Since we have the requisite number of cards in the graveyard.
Yes.
So,
I mean, that's totally reasonable, of course.
Taking Masataka to 3 does have its merit.
Do you have any idea what card was just cast?
No.
Mending, maybe?
Yeah, it was Faithful. It was Faithful Mending, and relevantly, that does get Masataka up to 4.
Yes. I mean, what I would say is this is a very good card to draw if your goal is to not die.
Play another expedition of some sort. Probably a fetch land. Now, is there any interaction if we play land, dash, Ragavan, cast Flage? Is that good enough? Now we're just going to put the Titan in play.
Okay. I mean, putting the Titan in play is pretty excellent if it resolves.
Yeah.
But looks like it's on the stack right now.
Masataka debating the fetch.
I don't understand what... Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what Masataka's thinking about. I mean, surely if you have a counterspell, you counter this every time, right?
Oh, we're going to flashback Faithful Mending in response.
Okay. What I think if this is a desperation Faithful Mending.
Yeah.
Matsutaka knows that, you know, if this Flage just comes into play, you're in extreme trouble. So the point is we flashback and Faithful Mending response, and we hope to hit some sort of counterspell that can hit Flage. Maybe, I don't know, sorry, I've not seen this with Deckless, I should bring that up, but I don't know if there's like a strict Serenade or some sort of 1 mana way to counter Flage. That would make this play make a lot of sense. No. Okay.
Yeah, there was nothing. Lightning Bolt ends the game. Okay, fair. Okay, now I'm pretty sure we're not going to have another match.
All right.
So I will run a brief
ad.
ad.
I'm going to take a short break.
Yep.
Yeah. And we'll be back shortly.
しかもそのサイドカードが自分にね
まさか
めちゃくちゃ効くカードだった
まさ
っていう。
か牙を向いてくるとはと注文爆弾。
いやーということでこれで、2ゲーム取って勝利ということになりましたね。いやドメインズ、最近数を増やしてきているデッキタイプですけれども、
非常にちょっとパワーをね見せてくれましたね。
いや見せてくれましたね。
第1回戦からね、これも今4種類のデッキをねとりあえず見られたわけで、
そうですね。
もうモダンっていうフォーマットがいかに多様かということなんですよね。これも
本当にこうメタゲーム上に存在するデッキの種類が豊富ですし、まあ、どのデッキにもチャンスがあると、ね、いう、今環境になってますよね。はい。ということでちょっとここでですね、この配信の冒頭にですね、お送りしていった、スライドが、声が届いていなかったと、視聴者の皆さんに声が届いていなかったということなので、ちょっとやり直しましょうと。
一回1日のやり直しですかね。
そうですね。1日のやり直し。
なるほどね。
ということで、ちょっと
じゃあ
入
ってきて多分あれなんですかね。
実況解説席の方に石川さんと市川さん戻って来られまして。
I think we have a changing of the guard of the casters. There is still one match.
やりましょう、せっかくなんでね。
やれる。
じゃあ冒頭の紹介は、じゃあ今回の演者紹介からいきましょうかね。
お願いします。
はい、お願いいたします。はい、こちら伊藤敦さんです。通称松岩さんと呼ばれております。 もうなんせね、もう独創的なデッキビルダー、まあ、当時ね、いろんなコラムとかね書かれてたんですけども、まあ、公式放送じゃ言えないような、まあ、ネーミングといいますかタイトルなんとかなんとかデッキみたいなねありましたけど、でもそれを経て完成しました。スーパークレイジーズーというデッキができまして、一躍有名となりました。でコロコロオンラインでねデュエルマスターズのデッキ構築記事、まあ、こちらね週刊連載されてますし、研究専任としても親しまれてますということです。なので今回のモダンというのは要はもう松岩さんいろんなデッキがあることということで大好物ですか？
はい、もう庭ですね。
庭庭なんだこのカードはみたいなのがどんどん出てきてると嬉しいと。
そうですね。
はい、
楽しみにしております。
楽しみということです。よろしくお願いします。さあ次行きましょう。市川さんのページ行きましょうか。はい、解説を務めます市川祐希さんです。日本におけるマジック・ザ・ギャザリングのもうトップストリーマーということで、もうちょっと市川さんがね、ポロッとなんかこの、カードいいんじゃないかとか、このカードどうだって言ったらなんか評価が結構変わるとか変わらないとか
そうですね。なんかプロツアーのバイヤーブース、プロツアーマジックコンと併設されてるんですけど、バイヤーブース回ってる国内のその、カードショップの人とかに、もう少し
待ってくれ
このカード弱いっていうのをもう少し待ってもらっていいですかみたいな。
なるほど。でもそれぐらいの影響力があるんじゃないとかね、ないとかわからないですけど、そういう話もありますよといただいております。まあね、タイトルももちろんたくさんね取っておられるということで、スライドには収まらなかったので、まあ先ほどちょっとだけつまましていただきましたという形になっています。2日間よろしくお願いします。はい、次行きましょう。はい、家川さんです。家川さんはね、他ゲームでの e スポーツ実況、スポーツキャスターとしてもおなじみでございますが、なんとマジックも10年以上遊ばれてるということなんです。しかも一番もう好きなのがモダンということで、
いやそうなんですけど、ちょっと最近この自己紹介の時の、なんか10年以上って言ってるじゃないですか。マジック界だと10年そんな大したことないですね。
イエス。それ
全然そんな大したことないですよ。
10年前ってどれぐらいですか？2015年。
10年はタルキール。
いやもう裁縫してますけどね。
いやそうなんですよ。裁縫してるんで結構長い時が経ったはずなんですけど、あんまり長い感じしないです。
いやそうですよ。自分も大体なんかその家川さんのちょっと前ぐらいのそのアバシンの期間とかその最初のイニストラドですか？の時に始めて、まあ、10年、2、3年とかになるんですけど、全然なんか
長くない感じしますよね。長いはずなんですけど、10年って
不思議ですね。こういうゲームなんか一説による4年ぐらいでプレイヤーが入れ替わるという噂を聞いたことがあるんですけど、マジックはそんなこと全くなくて、
いや本当にそんなことない。
10年選手たくさんいて、ちょっと感覚おかしくなりますよね。
いやそうなんですよね。
普通めっちゃベテランですけどね、10年って。
だから不思議なんですよね。あの時のおじさんがいまだにあの時のおじさんのままでいる。
そうですね。
いやいや10年遊び続けられる素晴らしい感じです。
本当に素晴らしい。
すごいですよね。これが飽きないんだよな。なのでね、2日間の実況よろしくお願いいたします。
よろしくお願いします。
はい。そして次行きましょう。はい。私、はい、ありがとうございます。司会実況を務めます。私、マジック大好き芸人でございます。石川です。ですね、まあ、私、ちょっと潜在写真がこれ表面なんですけど、これ今裏面でやらさせていただいています。はい。ちょっとね、だいぶフィジカルが整ってきたので。はい、
まあそうですね。
ちょっと市川さんと結構この話すると思うんですよ。ちょっとなんか最近フィジカル
平均的なマナコストがどんどん上がっていって
ちょっとね、
まあ案でも入りましたけど、エピックダウンフォールってカードでは少なくとも除去られるだろうなっていう3コスト以上ではあるのは間違いない。
まずいけど、なるべくそれを回避できるようなねスタッツになっていきたいと思ってます。2日間ね楽しく実況解説したいと思います。よろしくお願いします。お願いいたします。はい、ということでね、皆さんね、このような形で、まあチャンピオンズカップファイナルをやってるんですけども、まあもちろんフラット今横浜パシフィコ横浜でやってますので、フラットね遊びに来ても全然大丈夫なので入場無料でございます。はい。でこの奥の方ではねチャンピオンズカップファイナルこちらの大会が行われているということで、その模様を我々がお送りしております。はい。ということでじゃあこのままですね第5ラウンドをお送りしていきたいと思いますので、イエガーさんと松岩さんはここで第6ラウンドに控えてちょっと休憩ということでお願いいたします。
よろしくお願いします。
お願いいたします。さあ、5ラウンドになってまいりましたけども、市川さんどうですか、このチャンピオンズカップファイナル、まだね、放送ではまあ4ラウンドの、まあ、1戦しかお送りしてないんですけども、まあ初感といいますか、どんな感じですか？
まあブリンク ク系、まあ、高橋さんも使ってましたけど、ブリンク系ですとか、まあ、5両も結構国内のメタゲーム多い方なのかなっていう印象ですね。他の地域シスプロツアールは非常に多くいて、トップ3のアーキタイプだったと思うんですけど、
お、出てますね。
出てます。
Oh,
お、
oh,
1。
oh, oh, here we go. Hold on.
おお、
Alright,
16.3%。
wait.
かなり大きく出ました
Let
ね。
me
そうですね。
pause this and get a. Actually, I'll do it this way. Download. Then we can go back to
やってる
live.
と
We've got
30% か
ourselves
40% 出ることがあるので、
うん
30%、40% 出ると危険ですね、かなり。
なるほど。
僕の感覚では
Metagame.
おやおやって。
そう大丈夫なのかな、この
Let me get this up on screen number 2.
16.3% で多い
Alright,
ト
so
ップメタだっていう状態は
turn this off, make sure we're live. So Jeskai Blink is the most popular deck. That's the first line here. Let me go like this. Meta game, Jeskai Blink. 69. I guess I want to put the number first. I don't know. 46. Is that Affinity? Is it, and then like Happy Harmony? It's probably Affinity. Then we've got Boros Energy, 44. 30 is Domain Zoo. Wow. 29, Amulet Titan. 27, this is the other Izzet deck. Where's this Prowess? The problem is I just don't know the, I know the, like, archetype names. Yeah, it should be Prowess, right? I don't know the names of the mechanics, and we need those to tell them apart.
Are we playing everybody's favorite game? Translate the metagame
Yeah.
breakdown?
Yep. No, Soto is Prowess. This is not Prowess. Let me look at, like... Yeah, Shinwa. This is Affinity. Okay. So what's the other Izzet deck in the room?
The other is a deck, like Storm, maybe? No, that doesn't have that many blue cards.
What did we just see that we thought was...
Domain Zoo?
Oh, yeah, that was Zoo. Never mind. All right, anyway, continuing. So then we have Asper Vengeance. I'll call it Goryo's. So we'll come back to that one in a second. 19, Tameshi Berucha. Tameshi. And then 10 to round out the first half of the leaderboard here. Esper Blink. Second side, 9 copies. Simic Ritual. Or Birthing Ritual, rather.
Yeah.
Alright, so I should have a second. I'm going to pause the live stream so we can get the rest of this. 8 copies. Eldrazi Rampu. Eldrazi Ramp? I mean, I guess that's Tron.
It could be Tron. It could. Eldrazi Ramp is a thing. It could be. I think it might be like the like Throwing Micah Spawn deck.
Sure.
With like Ice Tail Explorer and like Embercool.
Wait, that's not you. Hold on. What color is this? Then 7 copies is Mono something Tron.
Probably can it be colorless? Could be colorless Tron?
Oh, maybe it's colorless Tron. All right, I'm just gonna call it Tron for a second. It's not. No, that's Ao, isn't it? It should be. All right, hold on.
I have
We'll
no
look
idea
this
what
up.
the other Izzet deck is. The other Izzet deck is the hard one.
All right, then we've got some kind of combo, which I will look up in a second. I need to know the card names. And then we're down finally 5 copies. It's Jeskai Control. And then that leaves 81 copies of decks that have 4 or fewer pilots.
Sure. Okay, wait. So I have another guess as to the Izzet deck. So there is a deck. There is like a deck that like I don't know what its like official name is, but there's like a Steel Cutter Tamio Emery Moxable deck. Could it be that deck?
All right, let's see. So this, and then Kakan. The hell does that mean? All right, we're almost there. Oh, but I can't switch to Japanese input. All right, we have a game going on, so we'll settle this in a minute. Sorry, chat. Let me get this off the screen and see what we have going on here. So we have Jaejeong playing Titan against Master player Riku Kumagai, who is playing Jeskai Blink. And we come in on a Stellar Sight versus a Ragavan. Now I'll get the decks ready. It looks like that card that's in play might be a Mirror Pool. This is in fact table 1. Where did Nightbot go? Over here.
Okay, so sorry. Let's take a look at what we've got here. So this is Boros Energy against some sort of versus Saga deck.
It's actually Mono Green Titan is what it's listed as. Amulet Titan.
Okay.
Round 5. Jaejeong Lee. Titan. Versus Riku Kumagai, who is playing Jeskai Blink. And then I do this, and we've got ourselves some decks. All right, so while we start analyzing the lists, that is a pretty sick signature on Riku's Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Looks like Jaejeong has, at the moment, nothing going on. No spells have been cast. And he's just taking hits from monkeys and goblins. Riku puzzling out. See, okay, I do agree that the signature covers all the text, which is awkward. You would expect it to be signed at the bottom. I'm not sure. Have you seen other copies of Fable be signed? Is this the way that he does it? It is striking.
Yeah, I'm certainly not familiar with this, Adam, but maybe others present are.
Anyone who's played with my cube knows that I am a good fan of the artist signature.
What I'm more thinking about this current situation is like, okay, so the Titan player kept this hint.
Yeah,
is an interesting data point, and they haven't done anything yet. So presumably, what this means is like, once the sagas go off, things are going to get really strong.
Well, so what I'm seeing, the Edge of Eternity's land that's in play is a Mirror Pool. So what Jaejeong is lacking here is any colored mana whatsoever. So if he's gated behind a bunch of green cards, then that would certainly explain how we could wind up in this spot. Whether that means the hand is a keep or not, I'm no Titan expert. I could not tell you that.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly could be. I don't, I wouldn't like assume that it's a mulligan based on what we've seen. But
Riku is certainly getting in while the getting is good, including March of Otherworldly Light on one of the Urza sagas. Interesting that he went for the one that was on 2. I guess hoping to hold off from Jaejeong being able to tutor up some colored mana.
Well, I mean, from being able to tutor up Amulet of Vigor.
Sure.
I think. No,
I see.
think this is definitely right. Because you can see, looking at the hand here, but even without seeing the exact hand. I mean, as soon as the Amulet comes into play, like Jaejeong's deck is going to go into overdrive. I mean, it's going to make things much easier. It would mean this bounce it's coming untapped. It would mean it's spelunking this turn. Like, if there was an Amulet play right now, there might be a Titan in play next turn. You know?
Sure.
But now we don't really make any meaningful progress this turn. It's just bounce and go. Can he make a construct instead of another untapped land? It's totally correct to go after the Saga that's popping sooner, as it were. And the Flage from the graveyard with the arena just ends the game. The game, in fact, does not continue from there.
Yeah, Riku certainly got in while the getting was good there.
Yes. And, okay. Well, that was quite the game one. But, all right. Yes. So, now we're going to move to the post-board games. So, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up these deck lists, and I'm going to take a look at whether the Jeskai deck has any Ashioks in the sideboard. Because as regular viewers of the stream may know, Ashiok is the best card against Titan, basically in the format. And so whether it's there or not is going to make a big difference as to the Jeskai deck's chances in the post-board games.
Yeah,
and I see no Ashioks here.
Not a one.
So if I looked at this particular sideboard of this particular Jeskai deck, and I was the Amulet deck, I would be pumping the fist right now. I mean, I'm not saying there's nothing, you know, we might get like this fourth Consign in, maybe the Wrath of Skies, which are fine. You know, the Strict Serenade is a minor upgrade, but there is like almost no dedicated hate. You know, it's all pretty soft. This sideboard does not look like it's designed to optimize for this matchup. Like when I look at the sideboard from Riku, it looks to me like he's thinking like, I want to target the Prowess deck. Like I want to target like the Mirror or Goryo's with these mystical disputes. Maybe Affinity is another matchup where the mystical dispute is really good. It does not look like he has that much Titan in mind. Now, this isn't crazy. If you look at the Japanese metagame, Titan is that popular. You know, he's kind of making a call. But I think if you saw this Titan player, I would feel substantially ahead. I would feel really good about those board games. There were just none of the scariest cards to see here. So, yes. Then on the Titan side, we're also going to take a look here. And I think we see pretty standard stuff as far as Titan list goes. This is a 3 Green Sun Zenith deck, which is kind of splitting the difference between the 4 Green Sun Zenith lists that popularized by people like Canister MTG and and Dom Harvey, and the kind of 4 Mumble lists that were more popular at the Pro Tour that tended to only have about 2 Green Sun Zenith. This list does not have any Mumbles, but still only 3 GSEs, so they're kind of fitting more bullets in. And we actually do see some pretty interesting bullets. We see Badger Mole Club, we see Springheart Nenkuto. Interesting kind of Titan list. Probably what the Titan deck's going to be bringing in this matchup is going to be the Stock Ups and the 6, kind of the grindy cards, are what you're going to expect to come in.
First sighting of an Avatar card, huh? The one Badger Mole Club.
Yeah, there's a lot of buzz around this card. I'm not sure it's going to live up to those type in Modern, at least, is what I will say about it. You know, Standard is one thing, but in Modern, I'm skeptical of this card. But yeah, I guess another thing I'll mention about the Titan player here is there's kind of some marginal cards that I think Titan players disagree about whether you want them or how many. Like, you could board in these Dismembers or these Lithomantics. They're all fine. You maybe want some of them. None of them are great. You know, the primary person for Lithomantics is still Ashiok. There are Ashioks here, so maybe you just see Lithomantics stay on the bench for that reason and just like focus on Dismembers. That'd be totally reasonable. Some Titan players do trim Grazer in this matchup, but I'm not really sure if that's worth it. It does to block Ragavan, just like players certainly not going to board out their Ragavans. You know, it's like hard to board out. Answer for your Ragavan that puts a land to play, even if they can kill it in turn. So, yeah, I don't expect big changes from either deck, honestly.
Looks like Riku is still sideboarding while the opponent is counting to 60. And these are the cards that are not in, right? So we've got like, looks like a Riddler's been shaved, a Flage has been shaved. Then we've got the Galvanic Discard charges, the Wraths, those have no place here. I don't know exactly where Jaejeong lives, but certainly the name suggests that he is making sure that we've got some Korea in this Japan-Korea regional championship, which is very cool. Easy to forget that there is another country that's represented here. In fact, there have been winners that have come from Korea, right? Friend of the stream, Alexander von Stang, took down the second Cycle 2, I think it was, Cycle 3. One of the early ones, the Pioneer ones, he won with Mono Green. He was stationed in Korea at the time. Ooh. All right, the good news, all right, trying to figure out whether Alex won or not. He did. He won Shiba 2013. If only there were a website that had a list of players' results that we could go look at. Whew. Thankfully, there is a... yeah, Chiba 2023. So it was cycle number 3. It was the second Pioneer one. The formats went Pioneer, Standard, Pioneer, the first 3. Of course, that first Standard one was won by Rei Sato playing Toxic.
Yeah, for a while, my strategy in all Japanese artists was just root for Rei Sato because he always played decks I like. Oh, wait, look at this hand from the enemy players. This is... I think that's a mirror pool.
It was again... Yeah, it was mirror pool. So we have the turn 1 tapped colorless land, which is just brutal. But then double Amulet and a Simic Growth Chamber, which certainly will play. All right, so game 2 starts exactly the same way game 1 started, with Mirror Pool on the play against Ragavan on the draw. But I think we're going to have some explosiveness. Unlike just playing a bunch of Urza Sagas and then dying to nothing. Amulet.
Yeah, so this is going to be a double Amulet hand. And what you should know about these double Amulet hands is that, like, these are the, like, ceiling draws. Like, when you have 2 natural Amulet figures, like, not, like, a substitute, but the card Amulet, your deck is capable of some truly disgusting things. And you see him picking up the bounce land here. This bounce land is not coming into play. We just want this bounce land for later.
All right, we could even get a Ghost Vacuum out with the extra mana. For whatever good this will do. Certainly it will make Flage a little bit more annoying to play.
For those keeping track at home, so next turn, Jaejeong Lee has access to 5 mana that we can see, right? Now, if there's a Spelunking in hand, and I believe there is, then we have enough mana to cast a Titan. If we cast a Titan from this position, just so the people at home know, 2 Amulets in play with a Titan trigger on the stack is lethal. It's checkmate. Now, of course, there's many pieces of interaction that we could have here. You know, like, by no means is guaranteed to work. I'm not saying, you know, this is a flawless plan, but that's what he's staring down the barrel of right now. Like, if you're Riku, you need to be worried about death next turn.
I don't know if the hand does much about it. Let's see. I'm going to shock Steam Vents to 15. He unfortunately, like, put his hand together before we could get a good look. And we're just going to play Fable, so, all right.
Nope. Oh my god. Okay, this is fearless. I mean, unless he has, like, maybe he has, like, Solitude or, like, Force Negation or something, but, like, if he does not have interaction here, this is a terrifying play to make. I mean, you are dead so often here.
All right, so it's Spelunking, GSZ. Then probably another Mirror Pool and the Simic Growth Chamber that was bounced last turn.
So let's do the math. So the first bounce land will put us to 5 mana, bouncing itself, right?
Yep.
And each Spelunking is plus 1 mana, right?
Yes. Because it costs 3 to play, and then we get to put a Simic Growth Chamber into play, which nets 4.
Yes. So I believe this is 7 mana. I believe this is guaranteed Green Sun Zenith for Titan.
Yes.
Which is checkmate.
All right, so 4 mana floating. Spelunking 1 comes down.
You do want to play the Spelunking first in this situation. Now, okay, I keep saying it's checkmate. There are some complications. The main complication is, I think the land in play is a mirror pool.
That is correct.
It's a mirror pool we're looking at there?
Yep.
Okay, so the lethal line for Titan Trigger 2 Amulets involves mirror pooling your Titan twice using Echoing Deeps to copy the mirror pool the second time. And the challenge here is you can, of course, copy the Titan the first time, no issue, using Vesuva. But if the mirror pool's in play, you can't copy it. Oh, no, wait. You can just Echoing Deeps for the Vesuva for the mirror pool. Yeah, so I think it's still legal. Okay, I think it's still legal. I was trying to figure out if the mirror pool in play screwed things up, but I think it just does not. I believe this is checkmate here, but we're about to find out.
All right, now we twiddle again. So now we're up to 7 floating. 1 colorless, 2 blue, 4 green. This time with the Simic Growth Chamber, we are bouncing the mirror pool. And now we've GSD'd for Titan.
We're bouncing the mirror pool?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. That's, I think, a big misstep. If the mirror pool is bounced, you can't copy it with Vesuva. Nor can you tutor for it with Titan because it's bounced.
I believe that there are... So, I've got good news and bad news. Oh, I thought I saw a second Stellar Sights land. I thought it was another mirror pool, but there's only one in the list. Okay, it's standard.
I don't see checkmate anymore. I mean, never say never when it comes to Amulet, but I think you're not allowed to bounce mirror pool that. I think you have to leave mirror pool in play.
All right, so first land that we're getting is Handwear Battlements.
Yeah, and that's, by the way, actually a sign of weakness. Because the combo line from 2 Amulets Titan, it does not involve attacking. It does not involve the combat step. So, like, if you have to attack, I mean, it might mean we're going for, like, some sort of weird line, but more often it means you just don't actually have lethal this turn. Now, does that mean Riku's going to win? Well, it probably does not mean that. Still some very good things are going to happen here. Yeah, we're going to go for, it looks like we're going to go Vestige plus Hasteland, Haste up our Titan. And then, presumably, that's Hasteland, Haste up our Titan. And then, let's see, we can attack and make a lot of mana, but the mana will be in combat, which is quite awkward. Because, like, you know, for example, let's say you get TOS bouncing, which would be a very reasonable set of things to find, right? You can't use the mana in combat to transmute.
Right, and it's only at sorcery speed.
Yeah, so, like, it's really hard from doing anything here. And the thing you'd most want to do here is probably find mirror pool and make more Titans, and the mirror pool's in your hand.
Yes.
So I don't exactly know what he's actually going to do from here, given that he bounced the mirror pool. Like, I think that is a real misstep here and is really going to cost him.
We also had a moment here where we needed to check whether Riku had a Solitude, but obviously now that this attack trigger is resolving, the answer is no to that.
Yes. So
okay.
This looks to me like we're getting bounce lane TOS anyway, although it could be bounce lane to like Odawara is also possible.
I don't know what we're looking for, but alright, it's bounce land Odawara. Jaejeong did the look in his hand like something is very strange here. Did I draw the thing? Where is it? Alright, so they both untap.
I think he keeps just like realizing the mirror pool's in his hand and it's really awkward.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we're just gonna over the bar. Now, this is okay for Jaejeong, but now it means that if Riku cleans up the Titan somehow, like if he Fable triggers into a Solitude or something, like, Jaejeong doesn't have that much, right? Like, I don't think he has another payoff in hand.
Correct.
So I guess I don't love this Odawara line. I sort of think, okay, you don't have the mirror pool. You know, it's unfortunately bounced due to an unfortunate incident. Like, if I were in that situation, I would probably find T-West on the idea that if you just next turn, like, play a bounce and make 4 mana, you can transmute T-West and play Titan the same turn. So it's like, you know, it's pretty close to a backup Titan hand.
All right, Ragavan is going to connect. It looked like Riku had a bunch of lands in hand. The 2 non-land spells that I could see were like a March of Otherworldly Light and a Galvanic Discharge, neither of which are quite powerful enough to handle the Titan. We flipped over a GSZ. Kind of doubt that Riku's casting this one. There's also
just make sure I do a quick count here. That's 6 mana in play, right? That's 2 Simic Growth Chambers and 2 bounce lands for the Amulet player?
Correct.
Okay.
It's Growth Chamber, Crumbling Vestige, and Handwear Battlements. Those are the 4 cards.
Okay, here's what I will say. I hope you don't mind my, just Titan announcements, but Titan announcement for you. I believe that if the Titan player untaps from the situation, it's checkmate again. Because you can go Mirror Pool, copy the Titan, which leaves 1 floating, and then you can do the Echoing Deep trigger to get to 3 more floating, and at that point you can, with that Titan, tutor for 2 Lotus Fields, which is 9 mana, which is checkmate. So I think it's bouncing 2 into 2 Lotus Fields, but anyway, I think it's checkmate.
All right, so wait, we can go land and then use the treasure from last turn's from the Ragavan hit to play Flage plus Galvanic Discharge. And that is enough to clear the Titan. And so now we're in the position where, but Jaejeong gets the last laugh by ghost vacuuming up the Flage, where Jaejeong has a lot of gas in the tank, but nothing on the GPS. Wait, Shifting Woodland is the draw.
Okay, I mean, the Shifting Woodland, unfortunately, is going to be summoning sick this turn. It's very good next turn, but... Well, actually, it's not even true. We don't have Delirium.
Nicole asks a reasonable question. Can't you vacuum your own Titan?
I mean, you can. I'm not sure you should. I mean, it's good to have in your graveyard for a variety of reasons. The biggest one being Shifting Woodland. But, I think that Jaejeong has nothing now. I mean,
yeah,
this game is extremely bizarre. But what as far as I tell, he bounced on Mirror Pool, which cost him lethal. His recovery was fine, which is fine, but left him vulnerable to Titan being removed. Now, he obviously already knew there was no Solitude, so it's not like extremely likely the Titan gets removed. But the Flage Galvanic does clean it up, and now I just think we have nothing going on. I mean, sure, we can make a couple constructs, eventually we'll get Delirium for the Shifting Woodland, but none of these plans is particularly fast. And I mean, Jeskai deck is going to do stuff in the meantime.
The draw from Riku looked like a consign. We flip over a basic forest to the Ragavan. We'll play Elegant Parlor or something. Yeah, okay, it is an Elegant Parlor. Riku is now mid-surveil. Life totals are 14-9. 3 Ragavan hits are all that's happened to Jaejeong so far. We'll top the surveil, and we'll pass, and he will eat his own Titan.
Wow. Okay. This is wild.
That gets the March of Otherworldly Light to go after the Ghost Vacuum. Totally reasonable.
Yeah, and I mean, look, I think it's totally reasonable play.
Titan off the top. Okay.
Wow. Okay. Now wait a minute. Is there a consign? Is there a Solitude? I mean, there's this isn't lethal just yet.
I thought I saw a consign. I guess we will see.
I mean, I don't understand what Riku's thinking about if he has consign. He's thinking about letting the Titan trigger resolve. Riku, You cannot let the Titan trigger resolve. All right.
It doesn't seem like a great plan.
I mean, like.
Okay, yeah.
Look, I don't know how much Riku's played against Amulet Titan. It's a pretty weird deck, and not everyone knows like all the lines. But I, in the booth, know that it's lethal. So you can't do this.
All right, so we made a 6/6 Titan. It does not have an ETB trigger. We do have a Gruul Turf, which will provide the red mana, which will allow an attack. So we'll get the trigger this way.
Okay, so now I think in combat this is not lethal. So this is going to be a, quote unquote fair Titan. It's not that fair, but.
So yeah, what do we want to do? Can we like get a bounce land and a Boseiju or something to clean up the reflection? Is that crazy?
We definitely can do that. It's not crazy. I don't know if it's right though. I mean, I guess a question I would ask is like, does the reflection matter that much here? Like a lot of the cards that in your opponent's deck are legends.
Yeah.
So it's sort of unclear that the the reflection is that important, and you're still in the situation again where like if they play Solitude, it's kind of bad for you.
Yeah.
So I would be pretty tempted by Bounce Land T-West again. I mean, I know I say this every turn, but I'd be tempted by Bounce Land T-West.
We do go bounce like Boseiju.
Interesting. Okay, he's going with Boseiju. Yeah, I don't love this. Well, here's another thing I was thinking about, by the way, with all this is, so I believe there is an Urza's Cave in this Amulet list, right?
Yes, there's one Urza's Cave. Yep.
So when you have two bounce lanes like this, you do have the option of doing what I generally refer to as going through the Urza's Cave, which is to say, you could just like find the cave and then tutor with the cave and then keep going. And the point of this is to throw the Urza's Cave in your graveyard.
Sure.
And this tends to make future combos easier. And so I think if I were Jaejeong out here, I would have just like put Urza's Cave in my graveyard in addition to all the other stuff. Like it seems like he probably would want it in the yard here. But also I don't really like this stage play. I really think it's just like, okay, let's zoom out and discuss strategy here. When you're playing Amulet is very, very fundamentally a ramp combo deck. Like, Amulet is not trying to interact with the opponent. That, like, isn't what the deck is about. It's about ignoring everything your opponent does and, like, doing something that is so powerful it laughs in the face of their stuff. Right? And
sure.
I think what's kind of happened to Jaejeong here is he's gotten really caught up in, like, all this, like, I'll bounce your Fable token and I will Boseiju the Fable. And it's like, this does not matter. Like, you're playing Amulet. When you do your thing, the reflection's not going to matter. The Goblin token's not going to matter. Riku's cards in hand aren't going to matter. The Queen of England's not going to matter. And so, like, I think that he needs to focus on his game. And I just think he's giving his opponent a lot of opportunities to do bad things to him, while he removes permanents that aren't that important. That would be my critique of this kind of approach.
Sure. You're the deck that does 20s. You're playing against a deck that does 3s.
Yes.
They can do a bunch of 3s. As long as you do your 20, it just does not really matter. Yeah, so we do have Solitude.
And so, like, I don't know, if I were Jaejeong, I would really like to have a T-West in my hand.
Yeah.
Like, sure, the opponent might still have a Reflection in play, and yeah, Reflection Solitude can be annoying, but, like, Analyst Loop gets through that, Like,
Well, we drew another Titan. No big deal.
Okay, and we get to tutor as well on top of that, or at least we do if there's no consign.
All right, so we will make the construct. She is a 3/3.
Yeah, I mean,
with those two
the
amulets,
construct is probably fine if you get a third
not?
amulet, which I assume is the tutor here.
Yep. Now 4/4.
Because basically, with the third amulet, you're gonna have so much mana, like mana it can never be a limitation. Is kind of how I would characterize it.
Yeah.
So.
And Riku's not going to make him go through the motions. This one, just a 6/6 trample haste was enough to win this game. So, I mean, we did play a bunch of glorified Colossal Dreadmaws in that game, but it was enough. And it means we'll get a game 3. I wonder if the thinking was sort of like, all right, I'll just Boseiju the Reflection to stop any funny business with Solitude, and
Well,
yeah, I don't know.
I
Like,
guess what I will say about this is I wonder, like, okay, I don't mean any offense to the players in any way, but the Titan deck is pretty hard, pretty weird. I wonder if maybe Jaejeong has not played that much Titan. You know, it's not like a Titan scientist. Maybe he picked it up for this event, which, to be clear, I totally respect. I think it's a great choice. Looking at the Japanese metagame, I think it's probably the best choice. But, you know, you don't want to not be infringement with the deck, and maybe he just wasn't aware that, you know, he just kind of had lethal if you cast another Titan. But I don't know. I'm speculating. It's also possible he was concerned. He wanted to play around something. Like, he was like, well, I think my opponent might have these cards in hand that could break up the combo. And so to respect them, I'm going to go after the Fable. If they have those things, then this is better. I mean, that's totally reasonable too. I'm not 100% sure. But anyways, the players are now recycling for game 3. I don't expect huge adjustments. Maybe there's some minor play draw differences. You know, sometimes people think like Urza's Saga can be better on the play, worse on the draw. Same player like trims more of those on the draw, just because they're more vulnerable to things like Wrath Disguise and Obsidian Charm when you can't get them on turn 1. That's possible. Oh, speaking of which, I didn't bring this up, by the way, before, but most Titan players trim some number of sagas. Based on the number of sagas we saw there, my suspicion is that Jaejeong does not. Just like, I don't know, it'd be surprising if he drew 2 of them and only left in 2.
sure. That's something that we can try to look for, as the Amulet player does tutor a bunch, so maybe we'll be able to
true.
see as he riffles through a stack. I still don't have an answer as to whether or not there's a cut in this tournament, so so we're gonna find out probably from what the Melee page does.
I'm gonna put my money on there's a cut. I would like to state.
I would expect that there's a cut. All of the other ones had a cut, but it, for some reason, was missing from the fact sheet for this tournament. There is an extra round of Swiss compared to all the previous events, given that all the previous Japanese RCs, given that there's now more people in the field. So longtime viewers of the stream are probably aware that Japan used to have a 2-tier qualification system. You had to go through 2 rounds of tournaments to reach the RC. Like your local store qualifier only qualified you for like a regional qualifier that qualified you for the regional championship. They did away with that for this cycle. So all qualification is now just direct to this tournament. So there's now about 425 people in this event, where previously there had been about 225. So they added a 13th round of Swiss. So they also might have tinkered with the cut. Like, the cut might be after round 8, or maybe the fact sheet is right and there just is no cut. That would really surprise me, but we'll find out by the end of the day. All right, players have kept 14 cards. Riku leads on a Scalding Tarn, and Jaejeong plays Boseiju, Grazer, Mirror Pool, Pass. Or is that a Mirror Pool? Hold on.
I think that's a Mirror Pool. I think it's the same one as before last game. It was a Mirror Pool last game.
I did see as... Yeah, okay, it is a Mirror Pool. As Jaejeong went through his deck, that there were other Stellar Sites, other Edge of Eternity's Alt-Art lands, but there's only the one Mirror Pool, so there must be some other ones out there.
Yeah. But all right. Perfectly respectable start. Grazer, not the most important card in this kind of matchup, but does at least mean that Ragavan is covered, although Riku does not appear to have a Ragavan. Looks like Riku's looking at a piled interaction here. We've got Mystical Dispute, we've got Consign, we've got March of All the Woodley Lights, Solitude. Pins a Ragavan, picks up another Ragavan, so I guess the Grazer's going to be good after all.
Meticulous Archive did what it could, but could not stop the Ragavan on top of the deck.
I've often heard said that it's the second Ragavan that gets you.
In this case, the person getting got is the Ragavan pilot, though. Alright, just flooded Strand Pass. No amulets. We're taking our time. The Mycosynth Gardens is the play. Looks like there's at least one more Grazer in hand. Was that 2 more Grazers in hand? Spelunking on the stack. Spelunking resolves. We have drawn into another Spelunking. Riku apparently fetched Shock, as Jaejeong has written down 16 on his life pad. So now, wait, that means that this Spelunking ability is resolved, right? So there was no land to put into play? That is somewhat awkward.
Yeah, I mean, look, when one of the advantages of all kind of explore effects is fundamentally that you run out of lands to put into play.
Yeah.
You know, they aren't like different growths. It's not guaranteed. And that does appear to be happening here. There just is not another land.
An odd sequence from Jaejeong as he cut after the flooded strand. He like separated one card out as he was shuffling and said, "That is your top card."
That is weird, yeah. But okay, so now we go back to Riku, and if I'm Riku in this situation, a question on my mind is like, how do I want to utilize this failure?
Yeah.
You know, certainly one option he has is to like blink out the Spelunking, consign the return trigger, something like that. Just get the pseudo amulet effect off the table. But it's not the only option for sure. He might want to just hold the consign for potential Titan, for potential Vexing Bauble, anything like that. So, and I mean, also he might want to spend his mana some other way being proactive. I mean, he knows the opponent's missing land drops. Maybe he just wants to max the pressure. That's possible too. So yeah, I'm interested to see kind of how he plays out this failure.
So it looks like priority number 1 is to make sure it gets through this Arboreal Grazer as he plays Ragavan and then blinks it, picking up a counter.
Okay, that's reasonable.
I mean, at the moment, it does not look like Jaejeong has much going on, though. Now, the 2 draws have been Simic Growth Chamber, Urza Saga, so we're kind of in business again.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Jaejeong is quite close to doing a lot of things, I guess is how I would describe it, but he's not fully there on anything just yet, because, although keep in mind, there's almost Mycosynth Gardens in play, and I think that Jaejeong is slow rolling an amulet, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes,
I think he has an amulet in his hand.
There is an amulet in hand.
So I think what's happened there is Riku, you know, he went to spend that mana, and Riku was like, no, I have a response, because he's going to march the saga, presumably.
Yeah, yep. Yeah, so with Chapter 1 on the stack, we're going to exile this enchantment.
I don't understand what's happening now.
Jaejeong just asking for clarification from a judge, I believe. He put his hands like, you're telling me you can respond to that or something? But
Okay.
certainly you can. Chapter 1 is a trigger.
Yeah.
I mean, he might be trying to say that Riku missed his window to do this, but I kind of don't think he did. And by kind of, I mean aggressively don't think that Riku missed his opportunity to do this. Okay.
All right. Well, we might be awkwardly waiting for the judge ruling then.
It looks like we agree the game may continue. Urza Saga has been exiled, as has the camera for some reason been exiled. Okay, we're back.
Exiled.
Slaughter's number 2 in play, and it puts a Boseiju on the battlefield.
That is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mana, I think. So
Yes.
next turn is the scary turn. Although it looks like Riku has picked up a Quantum Riddler, which is awesome, because that means he can play Riddler, playing with Phalia, and just like, you know, max pressure kind of.
Right. So I don't know what those last 2 cards are in Jaejeong's hand, if he has any way to make a Titan or actually get anything out of the mana that he has available to him. We do see Riku has a Solitude as well. So there's like, and a Strict Serenade. So there's some counterplay. that Jaejeong is going to have to fight through. But we will start by warping the Riddler. Draw 1. Ragavan gets in as well, why not? Arboreal Grazer blocks, why not? Dog connects for 3, Life Deals are 17-16, and Riddler comes back on end step. We draw a white card, how convenient. Alright, so the shields are up from Riku's side. The hand is... Oh, okay. I asked, is there any way to make a Titan? The answer is Titan, Titan, Green Sun, Zenith. So, yes. Yes, there is a way to make a Titan.
Yeah, incredibly good hand. And this whole thing is protected by the Vexing Bauble, don't forget. So, Solitude does not play here. Was that Green Suns for 4? Was that what was announced? For 3?
It's certainly not for 6.
Wow, he's finding the Badger Mole Cub? Is that what Japanese coverage is implying right now?
Yeah, I think so.
But for 3, I think he's finding 6.
He must be finding 6.
I mean, sure, in theory, you cast it for 3 and find it 2, but I don't really see the point of that would be.
Just get bored as you're searching and go find... There's 6. Go find Arboreal Grazer or something.
Well,
okay.
I don't understand why he's finding 6, really. What's the idea here?
6 in play.
So, I mean, he can do some interesting stuff with the 6, right? I mean, for example, he can cycle the Vexing Bauble and then play a land, you get it back into play with a land, which is not nothing. But his hand is all gas, so it doesn't really seem like he needs to, dig for anything.
Were we just getting ye old 2/4 with reach? Was that the goal?
Oh, wait. Does he only have 5 mana? Did I miscount?
We have... Oh, you're correct. We only have 5. We have Simic Growth Chamber, Mycosynth Gardens, Mirror Pool, and Boseiju. The Mirror Pool looks like 2 lands because the top part of it and the bottom part of it are so different, but...
Yeah, sorry. Okay, so this all makes sense. What happened is he just didn't have the option to find Titan. There's things like, all right, given that I can't find Titan, what's my best hit? Decides it's just 6. Perfectly respectable. 6 gives him options. He can attack with it to find a land. He can cycle the Vexing Bauble and replay it to dig for lands that way. He's got a few moves.
I assume Jaejeong's plan here is to just meter out his Arboreal Grazers to buy him as much time as possible.
Yeah.
He can cash them in for 4 life each right now. Do they get better in the future? Six is just a 2/4, so it can't profitably block Thalia or the Riddler. I mean, it's not blocking anyway because it's been blinked out. Well, blocking Ragavan is compulsory.
Chump block. We don't have to, but it's hard to say what the upside of not chump blocking is.
Yeah, so we'll save our 4 life here. 6 comes back. And we will crack the bauble.
Okay, we found the vaunted Civic Growth Chamber, which is actually a pretty great draw. Because what this means is that Hiroki has the option, if he'd like, of float a mana, play the Growth Chamber, pick up a land, and then he can recast the Vexing Bauble and then play a Titan.
Right.
Now, I don't know if he'll do that. It's certainly going to hit at some value. Like maybe he'd rather have the Seiju in hand or something. That's plausible. But it's got to be pretty appealing here. Now, maybe you think, Jaejeong thinks something like, well, with the opponent having 5 mana up anyway to hardcast Solitude, it's not that important to me to have the ball in play. that's totally reasonable. I'm not sure, but
All right, well, here comes Titans. Yeah, we're not going to just lead on. The bauble, I guess it does make sense given that Riku has the 5 mana up.
yeah, I mean, look, even given these 5 mana up, the bauble's not nothing. For example, here something Riku could do is he could consign the Titan trigger and then pitch cast Solitude.
Yeah.
But I guess, like, you could ask how good is that even? Like, maybe you'd rather just hard cast Solitude and let the trigger go anyway. Like, yeah, it's definitely not unreasonable to just not cast the bauble. This is an interesting spot partially because if the Titan trigger resolves, it's sort of unclear what you'd like to do with it. He's responding to the Titan trigger with Solitude?
Yes, but wait, is it Solitude on 6?
Whoa.
I see, because we also have Strix Serenade to clear the... Okay, that all makes sense now. We did know that he had both... Riku had both Solitude and Strix Serenade, so... I guess while the getting's good, let's get this Solitude out of our hand so that we can't get locked out by the Vexing Bauble, and then we'll downgrade the Primeval Titan into a bird. I guess also...
Yeah, I mean, that part's fair, but if you're Jaejeong here, that was a pretty good exchange for you. I mean, next turn some pretty good things are going to happen. Maybe not good enough, but that's certainly not totally obvious. I guess the real issue is this mystical dispute that we know Riku has. Obviously, Jaejeong does not know, but the dispute is just going to be cast as 3 mana Mana Leak, and 3 mana Mana Leak looks really problematic.
Yes.
This is exactly 8 mana, yeah.
Yep. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. Agreed. Now, if that's the last thing in Riku's hand, then Jaejeong is not dead. He can block Riddler, go to 1.
That's true. He's also kind of out of gas at that point. Like, that's his
Yes.
his last business spell.
That is correct. He's going to have to draw more business, and immediately.
Well, and I mean, keep in mind, like, okay, if you're at 1 life, and you're facing down 3 attackers, and you don't have double Amulet, because Blinking's redundant.
Yes.
Like, you don't actually have that many outs to end the game.
Oh, we do have a backup. Okay, we have a backup Sloth. So we're not going to 1 necessarily. We have our choice between going to 3 or 5.
That meaningfully helps. I mean, what this means is, look, Riku's in the piece of interaction. Okay, look, game's still over. Okay? Checkmate. But if, let's say Riku doesn't have another piece of interaction. Like, let's say he's cold. Then we can block a blink 1 out.
Oh, yeah. Sure, the dog is going to attack. So without a second blocker, then we were in a lot of trouble. Like, that first Arboreal Grazer wasn't going to get into combat here. That's a good point. Okay, so...
Wait.
Yeah,
that means... That means Jaden's in real trouble, though. I mean, I think in order to win from this situation, Jaejeong needs to all the way kill Riku on his next turn. Now, I want to be clear, that's possible. But it's not easy. With only Spelunkings, Titan cannot all the way kill in 1 turn. It's not possible.
Draw for turn is consign anyway, so alright, now we're just going to have to be considering things in the hypothetical zone.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think that's pretty much lights out. I guess the only thing you could potentially do is you could try to scape shift through the consign, but the problem is that tends to only work when your opponent has consign, like, very limited mana. Like, it's possible to consign, to scape shift through, like, consign for, like, 1 or 2. I don't think you can scape shift lethal through consign for, like, 7, Oh, also that Ghost Vacuum is not nothing, man. This Ghost Vacuum is really, really the least valuable player here for Jaejeong. Did kind of nothing in game 1, and now in game 2, it just extra ensures there's no outs because you can't scape shift full combo through a Ghost Vacuum and play. There's a moment where Shifting Woodland is in the graveyard and can be exiled before it returns to its own ability. And we draw Battle's Land.
Yeah, we've got nothing going on. And appear to be
Looks
mega dead.
like checkmate to me. Like, Riku's thinking here, he's like, yeah, I can mirror pool my Boreal Grazer, sure. And I have 2 blockers, one of them gets blinked out and they still die. So it's like, I think Riku just got it.
Yep. And there's the concession.
All right. Excellent.
Riku on to 5-0. I mean, if there is a cut, that probably is enough to make the cut. We'll find out whether there is one. Usually, when it was 12 rounds, and obviously 200 fewer players, it was like 9 wins. 9, 2, and 1 typically made the top 8. So certainly, with an extra round, you're going to need another point or 2. I would guess that there won't be a full top 8 worth of people that are 10 and 3, but we will see.
Yeah, it seems unlikely, but hard to know for sure.
But certainly, you would rather be 5-0 than any other record that adds up to 5.
Yes.
That much I do know.
Right, but the question on my mind is, do we have another match?
I hope so. Mainly because I can see that one of the few matches that is still going on among undefeated players involves another master, Rei Hirayama.
Okay. Would love to watch Rei in action. Always a treat.
Also playing Jeskai Blink. I'm guessing if we don't see him right now, we will see him at some point during the weekend. But yeah, let's see if we have some Time Walk Magic or just another match still in the feature match area. I'll put the Japanese audio on for a second. I did sneak in the metagame. The word that I couldn't translate was in fact prowess. So, fair enough. So prowess is in the number 6 spot, and then there was like a combo deck that it looks like we're getting a winner's interview, which is typically not conducive to there being more Magic this round. So I'm guessing that we're going to be done here. So I would just leave up the metagame. The combo deck that I couldn't translate was Brood Scale. So now the metagame is correct as they posted it. I mean, I don't know how carefully they like looked at the actual lists versus what people self-described on Melee or whatever, but yeah, this is what we're running with. There were 422 players. And I will leave it like this. I will put the audio on for a minute. We've got 3 more rounds to go today. So thanks for hanging out, chat. We will be back with more Magic from Yokohama in, 10 minutes or so.
改めてなんですけど、このデッキ選択とかどういった経緯がありましたか？
まあモダンのデッキ一通り全部回したつもりなんですけれども、どのデッキも安定感に難がある。やっぱり自分の納得いく精神が持つデッキがジェスカイブリンクくらいだったなっていうちょっと消極的な理由です。
精神が持つかどうかでやっぱジェスカイブリンクだったんですね。じゃあ市川さんはネオブランドが一番最高のデッキだって言ったんですけど、そういうお話はされなかったんですか？
それは精神がおかしいとしか使えないんじゃないですか。
いや正気の沙汰ではないですからね。ネオブランドはかなり。
だから今回は落ち着くブリンクということで、今全勝対決ということで、今までの戦いどうでしたか？やってみてなんかタフなゲームとかってありました？
そうですね。どのデッキも強いので、どの対戦もギリギリになってしまいます。疲れてます。
なるほど。じゃあ今回はその精神の安定が得られるジェスカイブリンクの中でも細部のサイドの調整とか、そういったところで何か取り組みとかあったりしたんですか？や
っぱりモダンのデッキメインデッキで圧倒的な勝率を誇るストームだとか、果敢とかいろんなデッキあるんですけど、そういうデッキは得てしてクリティカルなサイドカード、ハイヌーンだとか、空の怒りだとかありますので、そういうカードをふわりのデッキにふわりのデッキに効くカードよりはそういうクリティカルなカードをたくさん取るように心がけました。
なるほどですね。ここまで もうマジックのちゃんとしたインタビューをさせていただいたんですけど、ここからちょっと市川さんになんか踏み込んでいってもらいたいな。
いや、
特に、いやちょっと、いやじゃあ
今の3ゲーム目もね、
はい、
論争とストリックセレナーデから切って頂点あった時の受け入れなんだろうなと思って感服いたしました。あ
りがとうございます。
さすがっていうお話があったんですけど、
そうテンポ的に考えるとね、やっぱ3マナのカードから消化して次のターンの1マナのカードにするとちょっと次のターンのアクション数増えるかなとか考えたんですけど、まあね、やっぱ頂点あった場合、まあもう椅子からひっくり転げることになっちゃうんでよかったなと思いましたね。
あと1点気になったのが、いわゆる5点の時のラガバン残し、
あれどう思います？ラガバンに関してちょっとなんかいろいろ話題になったというか、
まあそうですね。やっぱり03中上の相続時に止まってしまうというリスクはもちろんあるんですけど、そもそもアミュレットが結構長期戦に意外と強いデッキなので、そういう序盤の上振れを取った方がいいんじゃないかっていうサイドプランです。人によってはラガバンをサイドアウトするようなプランも全然あり得ると思うんですけど。
なるほどですね、そういった経緯があったということですね。じゃあプレイ中にね、もうそういった市川さんが、熊谷さんに感服したというところがあったと思うんですけど、じゃあちょっとね、お付き合いも長いということなんで、逆に熊谷さんがここ最近で市川さんに感服したところってあります？
ないでしょ。
ちょっと言えない
言えないこと感服ってどういうことなんですか？
いや、普段ね、ちょっと基本的に見てるだけなんで僕ね、今回のモダンとかね、特にないと思います。言えないらしいんで。
じゃあちょっともう一つ、じゃあ感服ポイントをちょっと作りたいと思うので、スタッフさんからこちらが今横からスッと入ってきました。絶賛好評発売中でございます。アバター伝説の少年アンのコレクターブースター日本語版でございますよ。これをですね、多分向いてくれということだと思います。はい。じゃあ熊谷さんにちょっと向いてもらってもいいですか？
ぜひ。
もし
昨日発売。熊谷さんなんか注目してるカードあります？
それも言えない。
それも言えない。なんで？
それも言えない。わかりました。
それはなんで？
それも言えない。これはやっぱり大会中ですから。大会中ですからね、やっぱり。口は災いのもとって言いますから、はい、気をつけていきましょう。さあ見ていきますか。さあ最初、出ました。噂の MO でも噂の。
MO でこのマリット明治マリット明治を使って泣いて喜ぶ層がいると伺ったんです。
そうですね。
Classic pastime of the Japanese stream is to bust collector boosters to fill time, and it looks like one of the benefits of Riku winning the feature match and getting this interview is that he gets to do this. I mean, we found a great hinge there. And now we're getting down into the commons and uncommons.
これもね、なんか無限コンボがあるという噂ね、あるよね。氷結機とサクリライトみたいな。
You said you heard rumors of a combo with some card. Was it really that? Guy that black-green rare, like you earthbend the power of the creatures that die or something? Is there something there?
そっちです。
これね。アバターあんね。アバター。
いいですね。いやもしかしたらこれ熊谷さんにちょっとサインドをいただいて、
そんな感じな気がする。
のでもしかしたらこの後楽屋に呼ばれてサインをしていただくかもしれません。ありがとうございます。いいカードいきなり出ましたよ。
素晴らしい。
市川さんも対決しておきます？
やってみますか。
せっかくなんでね。せっかく好きなところから。はい。行きましょう。いっぱい剥くぞ。
いやこれ剥けないんだよな、これパック剥く才能がないんですよ。
来ました。剥く才能ってあるのかな。
いやあるか。才能がある人だけ才能を感じられないっていうね。世の中罪深いですよ。
罪深い。いやそれどういうのが出てくるんでしょうか。行きましょう。これは
なんだこれ。
コピー
トークンね。これ何？
メイン。
はい。なんか呪文ノンクリーチャースペル唱えると2点ルーズするみたいなね。黒にした珍しいヘイトベア系のカード。
赤でね多いですけど。
これなんすか？ 青 X。あ、お互いカード引くやつだ。はいはいはいはいはい。わかんない。
Prosperity there was that
ですかね。
はあは
はい。ロマナ。
a special
これ
guest
も
or
レアで
whatever?
すか。エンチャント
逃
オーラ。
走者系のカード。
はい。ここは逃走者軍ですね今。はい。
ああはいはい。これは4マナのレアですよね。なんか帰ってきたりするやつです。はい。森。
グレートヘンジっぽい。
はい。
でここからはアンコモンゾーンみたいな感じですね。じゃあ今回は熊谷さんの勝ちということで。いいですか。
ちょっとまあ釈然とか
すいません。このままの勢いでぜひね、勝ち進んでいけたらなと思っております。
熊谷さんに花を持たせる。
はい、ということで熊谷さんお忙しいところありがとうございました。はい、引き続き頑張ってください。ありがとうございました。さあヘッドセットをね外していただいて、はい。さあ熊谷さんがねいいカード早速出していただけたというところで、さあ次、イーガーさんと松原さんに、バトンタッチしたいと思いますので、それでは皆様動画を見てお待ちください。それでは一体失礼いたします。変わらない。
動かないな。
じゃあ鎮座しますか。
たまにアリーナやってると
Yuki's like, wait, the ads didn't come. We were expecting to cut to ads. It did not happen.
そうですね。
そういう状態だと思って。
はい。じゃあ映してくれるんだったらね、映ってた方がいいですから。
まあ良きに計らったって感じですけどね。
あれ我々の声が聞こえてなかったのかな、もしかしたら。
どういうことだ。
あ、じゃあジェスチャーでもう一回やりましょう。もう一回。はい。はい、いきますよ。はい。それではね、次のラウンドはね、イーガーさんとね、松川さんに交代ですので、動画を見てお待ちください。それではどうぞ。
That's enough. You can't deflect my attacks forever. Think so?
You do this to the greatest earthbender of all time.
What about Kiyoshi?
Could Kiyoshi do this? Turtle ducks! Oh, they're so cute. Appa!
Look, my cabbages!
Wait, did you open an Azula?
What, so we can Agni Kai for it?
I'm looking for the avatar.
You're gonna have to be more specific.
Let's try that again. Does anyone want to play?
Sure.
Hey you! Stop contemplating your existential dread. Try Magic the Gathering Foundations. Dying decor got you depressed? Foundations turns dreary into dramatic! But wait! There's more! With the right magic card, everything's better!
Can magic help me with my boss's after-hours texts?
It sure can.
Thank you, Magic the Gathering Foundations.
皆さんこんにちはということで戻ってまいりましたけれども、
Okay,
続いて、ラウンド6
Let's see who we got
こ
for
こま
round
でね
number 6.
見ていってですけれども、やはり非常にねモダンデッキの種類が多いなと。
そうですね、先ほどもね、もう土地コンボとして代表的な、凶悪なデッキが登場してましたけれども、それをね、熊谷さんが見事に、いなしてました。はい、
やっぱりその熊谷さんが使われていた、ジェスカイブリンク、
そうですね、今大会でも多分トップメターなんでしょうね。この後多分なんか割合とかも見られるとは思うんですけども、なんか見回ってみた感じ、ちょっと多そうだなとは思ってますね。
やはりそのジェスカイブリンクが、
一番人気なんじゃないかなと思います、おそらく。
そしてね、それに対しての、アミュレットタイタン、コンボデッキの中ではかなりこう数を伸ばしてきている。
そうですね、最近、もともと強いけど誰も使えないみたいな、
難しいっていうね、
あまりにもちょっと実用に足るかみたいな。あれが課題だったんですけど、
Talking about Amulet, saying it is quite strong, quite difficult to play.
なんか永久に使い続けて
Underrepresented for this reason.
あとやっぱなんかね、そのループとかの説明とかも記事とかで増えてきましたので、結構なんか挑戦してみる人が増えたのかなとは思いますね。ただ勝率なんか数字を見たら、なんか実はこのデッキめっちゃ勝ってねみたいな。
なんかどの対面に対してもかなり
そうなんですよね。
いけるんじゃないかみたいなね、データが出てたというのも、最近話題になりましたけれども。
I don't know what's going on over Kensuke's shoulder, but this blinking colors sign is absolutely hypnotizing me.
ありますからね。
全然ありますね。まだまだ。
種類としてはまだまだ豊富にありますから、この後見ていく中でもそういったデッキがね。
I guess you can't quite see it. Let me take this down for a second. You can see that there's something going on over here with flashing neon lights.
かなり見るデッキは違えどかなり見るカードっていうのがねあるかと思いますけれども。
そうですね。確かに確かに。ちょっと色が違うだけみたいなことを確かにあったりはするというか、やはりね謎かけ屋とかもね。
謎かけ、来ましたね。ありがとうございます。
Day1。
Oh, I was supposed to look up what this Tron is supposed to be.
はい、トップシェアを誇っていると、ただそこにこう迫る形で、イゼットシーンはボロスエネルギー。
そうですね。ちょっと神話は最近そのマジックオンライン上の大会とかではそんなに数が伸びてなかったんですけども、
I think it's supposed to be Blue Tron.
第2番手と、さらにエネルギーも、ちょっとこの辺はやっぱオンラインとリアルとで結構傾向が違うなっていうのはやっぱありますね。今この4番手のズーとかが、オンライン上ではかなり猛威を振るっていう、
which is like effectively colorless.
その下のカカン、
イゼとかが、
そうですね。まだ今回はそれほどでもないというか、なかなかそのメタゲームが進んだ結果なのかなという部分がありますね。この中でいうと、出産の儀9人 2.1%、なかなか。あと青タントロン、青タントロン、本気トロン、青タントロン、これあれか、最悪の先触れなのかな。
だけタッチしてる形なんですかね。
そうだと思う。さすがにそう、まさかヒゲを令和の時代に打つことがあるのか、打ってもいいんですけど、別に使えるから。多分、最悪の先触れのエルドラージ型のトロンなんじゃないかなとは思います。こうしてみると確かにアミュレットタイタン 7% 弱ということで結構な数ですよね。こうしてみるとね、424人いて30人がいると、もうすごい、もう1回ぐらいは当たりますよね、こんなのね、8回戦あったら。
このアミュレットタイタンのゲームも見ることができましたし、そこにね、こう、迫る形でイゼット、カカン、エスパーゴール、やはりただエスパーゴールは数を減らしてる感じが、
そうですね、
この使用者数から見ても取れますよね。
だってこの1,2,3,4,5,6,7 番手と8番手のデッキ、これ
がクオンの集団のプロツアーの、
プロツアーの、そうですね。だからこれクオンの集団5両とタメシがこれ1番2番。
They're comparing the metagame here to the metagame at the Pro
今大
Tour.
会においては7番手8番手、なんでっていう、こんな一気にメタゲームが、
なんだったらジェスカイブリンクなんてものは存在してないですからね。
存在してなかったですからね。そうですね。
ここで言うと、イゼット神話とアミュレットタイタンとかがこの中に、あとはドメイン2ですよね。
そうですね。でもズーとかだって 4% しかもともといなかったけども、かなりやっぱ増えてきてるわけですし、エネルギーもね、やっぱちょっと減ってはいますね。こうしてみるとやっぱ神話はやっぱものすごい増えてますし、7% から 10% ということを考えると、やっぱもうすごい 結構動きが激しいですよね。
いやそうですね、そんなにその期間としては、そこまで長い期間
しかも別にその
あったわけではない
使えるカードがそんな増えたわけでもないので、そんな環境っていうかその条件は変わってないはずなんですよね。なんだけどこう微妙な力関係によってこうメタゲームが動いていくっていうのがすごいモダンの面白いところなんですよね。流行りがあるという。さあ、フューチャーマッチラウンド6の
Alright, we've got players.
ここまで 5-0。
Can we get some names? We've got a die roll. I'm guessing the person who just rolled an 11 took it down. Oops. Looks like that's all spells. Alright, what does that mean about which table this is? Possibly table 4. Yeah, I think this is right. So it should be Belcher against red-green Eldrazi ramp.
Belcher against red-green Eldrazi, you said? Okay,
Yes.
This is going to be an interesting matchup.
Alright, let me get the deck lists ready. So this is round 6. We have Hiroki Kageyama, who's playing Belcher.
Right, so let's talk a little bit about the fundamental dynamics of this matchup. So the basic dynamics of this matchup is that the Eldrazi deck is going to try to use Ghost Quarters and Sowing Micah Spawns and, in general, land destruction to keep the Belcher player from doing the Belcher combo thing long enough to resolve Emrakul, and then Emrakul should win the game. That's the basics of this matchup. And so, given this, Belcher's best card is Lotus Bloom, because it makes 3 mana, it can't be destroyed by any traditional land destruction. So, the fact that Hiroki does not spend a Lotus Bloom on one here is so big. You know, it's a huge part of the game. Because that means he's totally at the mercy of every land destruction potentially being as a full-time walk. Additionally, I'm a little surprised to see Belcher. It's not a very popular deck these days.
No, oh wait, I did not take this down. Ooh. Speaking of the metagame, it was certainly not among the top decks here, though. It does look like there are 19 copies, so less than 10% of the field, less than 5% of the field, but non-zero.
Yeah. So here you see the land destruction beginning here. So
yeah.
Sowing Micah Spawn, not enough mana to kick it, but even an unkicked Sowing Micah Spawn is still a Stone Rain, because you find the Ghost Quarter, one has no basics in the main deck, and that's one land down. Kind of fundamentally, the Belcher deck, well, I guess, okay, in order to fully win the game one turn, the Belcher deck does need 7 mana. Now, there are some tricks. Like, you can, for example, play a Belcher off a Lotus Bloom without an Affinity to activate. You know, the Eldrazi deck isn't actually that good at taking the Char Belcher off the table. But then these get weird, because then you could be land destruction to below the amount of mana to activate the Belcher, and I don't know, the game gets to a pretty strange place.
So the response to Micah Spawn there was whir for 0 to get Lotus Bloom into play. We do not have a Belcher yet. We're just going to play a tapped blue-black land and start taking some Eldrazi beats.
Yes. I mean, all right. When I looked at the Belcher player's hand there, what I believe I saw was like no real payoff, like no Tameshi, no Belcher, but just like a pile of disruption.
Yeah, it was like flares and Force of Negations.
Yes. Now, the problem with that is, well, we do see Cavern of Souls in play. Now, I don't know what Cavern of Souls was naming. Presumably it's Eldrazi, but it could have been like Insect. If this resolves, it's very close to just straight up lights out. I mean, this is going to mean there's going to be 2 ghost quarters every turn forever. You know, it's not literally impossible to beat, but it won't be easy. Also, yeah, we do have noted Belcher Pro Tour winner, Killer SUV, in the chat with us, so, you know, feel free to make fun of my Belcher commentary, but hopefully I know what's going on. All right, so we are just going to sack the Lotus Bloom to Flare, and I mean, honestly, that's not a big L for the Eldrazi player. You're perfectly happy to get the Lotus Bloom off the table.
That does answer the question that it's probably a Cavern on Eldrazi and not on Insect or Scout.
But see, now the game reached a pretty interesting place because, all right, that Shifting Woodlands can at some point shift into the Ice Till and then start replaying Ghost Quarters that way. Now, we don't have Delirium yet, but we're close. I believe there are 3 types. So
this is limited All-Star Writhing Chrysalis on the battlefield.
Yeah, and I mean, look, this card's not do very much in this matchup. It's kind of just a big creature. You know, it's not nothing, but it's probably one of the worst cards in the entire Eldrazi deck in the context of the Belcher matchup. The Belcher player, I think you're perfectly happy to let your opponent spend 4 mana on this.
Where number 2 finds another Lotus Bloom. We do now have 7 mana.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Hiroki has the Goblin Char Belcher. I think he would have already deployed it if he accessed the card. Obviously, if he peels it here, that's lights out. Game over. But okay, we see a Thunder Trap Trainer. All right, I mean, so that's not a Belcher, but it is some looks at a Belcher and maybe a Trump block. Can't be too sad about trying that, I imagine.
Chances that we're dead next turn if we just do nothing? I mean, at the moment, Junichi only has 7, 8 power or something.
Yeah, we won't die to combat damage. We could die to Emrakul the Promised End, maybe, but I don't think we're to Emrakul mana either. Like, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 with 3 types. Yeah, I count 10 Emrakul mana. So
Thunder Trap Trainer is trapped a good one. We have found
so now the
Char Belcher.
Yeah, does Hiroki just play it? I mean, there's not that much reason to, but it's not like crazy to just play it. I mean, again, I don't think the opposing deck can really take it off the table in any way. They can take your lands off the table.
Yes.
But they can't take the Char Belcher off the table. Maybe there's like 1 Beseiju. No, I don't see any Beseiju. I think there's 0 Beseiju.
Correct. I don't know that there's any way that... I guess there's a World Breaker. That is one thing that Junichi could potentially do to get an artifact off the battlefield.
The Eldrazi player is sort of looking at 5 Leaf Energies at the moment.
Yes.
I mean, sure, were it castable, this Emrakul would be good, but I don't think it is. And assuming Emrakul is not castable... I don't think any of the other cards do anything. All right. Well, I saw the Thunder Trap Trainer. You got it.
Away the trainer goes. Add a Talisman. Never mind, we're going to force the Talisman. Now Junichi has no mana, no prospects. I think Hiroki's feeling pretty good about this. I'll take some number that's less than 11, untap and belch you. And we'll go to game number 2.
All right. I mean, that was a pretty funny game. I mean, it seems like the game all came down to what the Cavern was naming. Because it seemed like had the Cavern been on Insect, that would have been checkmate.
Yep.
Now, what I don't know, and this I may have missed, is did the Eldrazi player need the green from the Cavalry Souls to cast that first sowing Mega Spawn?
Oh, maybe.
That would make sense. I mean, but I don't know. I mean, I'm forced to wonder because, yeah, I mean, if that had been on Insect, it just seems like it would have made all the difference. And I mean, so Mega Spawn, it doesn't really matter if it resolves. You know, like,
yeah,
the trigger is what you want. Although, of course, it's a little weird to just like blindly name Insect if you like don't have something Mega Spawn in your hand yet. Anyways, I'm definitely not sure by any means what went down there, but I just wanted to bring it up as a kind of interesting point. Anyways, now we're going to go to the sideboard games. So I'll do a kind of a quick rundown here. So the Belcher deck, I will definitely be boarding Consigned to Memory. I think it would be shocking to not see that.
Yes.
Obviously, when it's playing Eldrazi, like, what are you doing? Then beyond that, there's a bunch of kind of medium options. You could board them in. I'm not sure if it's worth it. Like, you could board in Harbinger of the Seas. You know, it turns off some soul lands. It stops Ghost Quarter. It does some stuff. It's not really that clear to me whether it's like really worth it, but it's allowed. You also could consider boarding in like some sort of way to stop artifacts, like some sort of bounce spell for artifacts or something, if you were really concerned about the Eldrazi player's sideboard cards, but I probably wouldn't bother with that. Like, I suspect you just want to focus on countering those and not worry about like having answer to them once they resolve.
Sure.
But yes. And then on the Eldrazi ramp side, we have honestly not that great a sideboard Belcher, which makes sense. Belcher's way down in popularity these days, but probably we'll see these Vexing Bubbles come in, stop all the free counters, cycle, pretty good card. Probably we'll see the second Ghost Quarter. That seems totally awesome. I don't know what Fade from History does.
Fade from History. Each player who controls an artifact or enchantment makes a 2/2 bear, then destroy all artifacts and enchantments. 2 GG sorcery. That seems
okay. So
tough.
This is for Affinity.
Yes.
Sure.
Yeah. This is for quantity, not quality.
It does not seem like it would come in this matchup. So yeah, I mean, I imagine just like the Vexing Bubbles, the Ghost Quarter, maybe the Trinispheres, but I don't know how good the Trinispheres actually are. They do something. Maybe you want to have like some number of Nature's Claims as like outs to like resolved Charbelcher that also can kill like upkeep Lotus Blooms. Like, I wouldn't be surprised to see something like Nature's Claims, Vexing Bubbles, Ghost Quarter, no other changes. As far as cards that come out, the Eldrazi deck has plenty of. So okay,
yeah.
Are you familiar with the term Slosher?
I'm not. No.
Oh, it's the opposite of a banger.
I gotcha. Okay.
Like, yeah, if you're like, this hand is all bangers, like the opposite of that would be a hand that's all sloshers.
Gotcha.
So what I would say is the Eldrazi deck has no shortage of sloshers. There's plenty of bad cards to cut.
Yeah, we've got some Kozilek's returns, even like Writhing Chrysalis. We don't need any beast to win.
Chrysalis, I mean, Sire of Seven Deaths doesn't really do anything.
No, yeah.
Ugin, there's not a large number of colored permanents in the opposing deck.
That's correct.
You know, like, all of these cards could kind of go. I don't really know which one is the worst. It seems competitive. But maybe the Trinispheres even get in there just because, like, the alternatives are really underwhelming. Like, you're like, well, these Trinispheres aren't great, but they seem better than Sire of Seven Deaths. You know, like... But I want to be clear that despite the fact that the Logic has a lot of, like, pretty bad cards in for the matchup, I think the matchup itself is totally winnable just because that Ice Tail plus Ghost Quarter combination is so dominant. And honestly, the biggest problem with this Eldrazi list in this matchup is that there's only 2 Ice Tails. Like, you would want 4.
Sure.
But, yeah. And I guess my suspicion is, given these specific lists, my guess is that Belcher player is just ahead. I think if the Eldrazi player was going substantially more in on the land destruction plan, they might stand a better shot. But as is with these lists, I would rather just be on the Belcher side pre and post board, I think.
Seems about right.
Because the other thing about Ice Tail is that Ice Tail dodge is consigned, right? Like,
right. Yeah, it is covered,
most of the Eldrazi cards get got by the consign. It's really nice to have your best threat also dodge it.
Yep. We're showing the 15 cards that are in the sideboard. Typical ritual for...
Do you know what's going on right now?
We are done sideboarding, I believe. And now we are shuffling. They just put the sideboards away, and as is sometimes like an Asian tradition, you like fan out the 15 cards to illustrate to the opponent that
1 second.
You've put the right number of cards away. Now we're counting to 60. This has been quite the break, to be honest. If this were on ESPN or something, we would have like time since last spell cast. A clock that we could just bring up. I think Junichi is now ready. I mean, to be fair to Hiroki, I mean, he has a lot of spells. Presumably it's more challenging to sideboard when you have 60 spells in your deck. More things to consider. It's not the way it really works. All right, let's hope after all that we get to keep 14 cards, and we don't also have to sit through some mulligans. Oh. Okay. Judge is like, how about you get your notes and your sideboard plans and everything that came from home off the battlefield. I think we see 2 lands and a talisman, which is probably keepable from the Eldrazi side. I did not get a good look at whether or not we had any actual bangers or if it was all sloshers to go along with those. And over here we've got some mana sources and a Philology Archaeologist, and it's like, that sounds like progress.
Yeah, so something I would say that kind of I learned in PT preparation is that the Belcher deck is something of a keep deck. Like, a lot of your hands won't kind of have all the right pieces all figured out.
Sure.
Often if you have lands and spells, like, you should just keep, and you can just, you know, your counter spells will try and find the combo. If you don't have counter spells, then hopefully you have a lot of fast combo pieces, you can just do that. Like, it's not a deck that mulligans incredibly well, but it is a deck that can often just keep kind of dubious looking 7s. That said, I think that last hand might have had really few lands, so I don't know about that one specifically.
All right, so now we've got what? 2 Talisman, 2 Ugin's Labyrinth, Stomping Ground, Cavern. No, nothing that attacks or blocks or destroys the land.
Yeah. I imagine the Eldrazi deck's keep range is just quite narrow in this matchup.
Sure. I mean, right. You would love to see like 3 lands, Talisman, Ice Till or something, right?
Yeah, I mean, I imagine that would be pretty close to the dream.
Yeah.
A fast Ice Till. I mean, you also are capable of some like pretty, you know, savagely fast starts off the back of stuff like Utopia Sprawl plus like Soul Land type of thing. You know, you can imagine like casting a Sowing Mega Spawn on turn 2. But
all right, looks like the Promised End is an immediate cut here, and then we're going to toss Utopia Sprawl. I didn't see if any of those mana sources actually had type Forest, so we might have had 2 effectively uncastables in hand anyway. If we're leading with a Surveil, then I guess it's not a problem. We're starting with Commercial District.
Yeah, but honestly, Hiroki's hand, I mean, sorry, Hiroki's hand,
Junichi's hand?
Junichi's hand, yes. Junichi's hand is really not so bad looking. Wait, why is there an Ugin's Labyrinth just like off to the side there?
That got surveilled to the graveyard. The graveyard is just
I see.
Floating out over there.
Okay, gotcha. That makes sense. Basically, what Junichi's hand does is the plan is cast a large K command, question mark, profit. And it's like, it's definitely, you know, not the most sound plan I've ever heard of. Obviously, a lot could go wrong with this plan. But if the K command does resolve, like, that might completely solo the game. Like, you could imagine K command, you scry into Emrakul, you get enough spawn that you immediately cast the Emrakul wins the game. I mean, obviously, you know, this plan's really soft to consign, lots and lots of stuff could go wrong with it, but like, fundamentally, lots of your hands are bad against consign, lots of your plans are bad against consign. You mull to 5,
Right.
Like, I totally respect just taking kind of a really all-in line when you only have 5 cards to work with.
Hiroki won't unnecessarily bolt himself. Or is this like... this one has to come in tapped, right? Was that a Jawari disruption that was just... played tapped, so we couldn't get the Falaji Archaeologist out on 2, which is unfortunate. It looked like the Malevolent Rumble found another Talisman, so it's Talisman, K-Command, Sowing Mica Spawn as the pickup. There's a nice one. I guess with no Lotus Bloom ticking down, we can take the slow plan of trying to bait out some consigns by casting the Talisman, and
wow,
that's it. We don't play the second one. I'm surprised by that.
Well, I mean, okay, that definitely is somewhat surprising, but I'm also a bit surprised Hiroki bid on this.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're looking at the opponent's board, I guess I think it's like sort of clear that Junichi has just kind of a lot of mana, and I would be pretty tempted to hold it for their like real spells, as it were.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, what this kind of implies, like maybe Hiroki is limited on untapped lands. If you have like a lot of spells and few lands, then you kind of don't want to waste your mana. Maybe Hiroki just kind of thinks that his hand is really slow, so he just kind of needs to like hold down the fort for a long time before he's going to be able to go anywhere. I'm not sure, but it's interesting. This consigned play. Like I guess I'm pretty surprised by it.
Looks like the interaction that we're going to wind up holding up this turn, since 2 mana is going into this Thunder Trap trainer, it's going to be 2 copies of Stern Scolding, which will not tag a Mica Spawn, right? Those things are 3/3s?
Yep. In fact, the Stern Scolding does not tag very much. I believe the logic on boarding this card in is that it counters Ice Till Explorer, which is, the best card in the opponent's deck in the matchup. But, and I mean, look, I don't want to downplay that. It's definitely worth something. But I think the only other card it counters is Writhing Chrysalis that may or may not still be in the deck.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, it's a pretty narrow card. Like, honestly, my guess is that Hiroki boarded it, like, sighed and boarded in the second one. Like, wasn't even sure he wanted the second one, was like, maybe I'll have 2. And drawing both of them is pretty unfortunate. I suspect he never wants to see both at the same time.
Junichi plays end step Kozilek's Command for 0. I think creating 0 spawn and scrying 0 and then drawing a card.
Okay.
And now here comes Mica Spawn.
Is it kicked, the Mica Spawn? I think it is,
It is
right?
kicked. Yep, we sacrificed the Eldrazi Spawn to kick it.
Okay.
So presumably getting the other Ghost Quarter? Is there a land that's better than that?
Well, I mean, it depends on Junichi's hand. Like, assuming his hand doesn't do anything, I think Ghost Quarter is clearly the best land. But, like, if his hand, like, if you knew that getting an Eldrazi Temple meant you cast Embercool next turn, maybe that's what you go for, right? Like,
I guess Cavern for Insect could also matter if, like, we do have Ice Till, but that's about the only other thing I can imagine.
Yeah. I mean, maybe you could even go for Cavern on Eldrazi, on, like, some sort of logic, like, Cavern on Eldrazi would mean that if you cast Embercool and they counter the trigger, the Embercool itself still resolves and kills them. I mean, that could be a thing, but...
And we do get an Eldrazi Temple. Or is that a Ghost Quarter? Hold on.
Oh, no, that's a Ghost Quarter.
It's a Ghost Quarter. Never mind. More gray rectangles.
Right. So this I would describe it as, like, the natural play for Junichi. Like, if you're Hiroki, you can't infer much information from Ghost Quarter. That's, like, his default play.
Yeah. Alright, we will not do any Ghost Quartering yet. Now we will. I guess there's a chance that Hiroki brought in a basic?
I mean, that is quite plausible, presuming that Hiroki has a basic. Let me.
Yeah, there's a
check.
mountain in the
No.
sideboard, and there it is. So I guess if that is the case, then the correct time to Ghost Quarter is in the draw step. Oh, thank you,
All right.
Rebecca, for the sub. Always appreciate it.
Is that because Rebecca's such a big fan of the lands getting destroyed, or?
Yes. Yeah. The Eldrazi.
Mm.
Right to the fields. And the wallet, apparently. All right.
I think what's happening right now is the question is, when did the Ghost Quarter happen, and the players are like debating it, because no, cool. So wait, it seems like it happened main phase,
yeah. It looked like it happened main phase. If we're going to play this Falaji Archaeologist for just the mountain, then we were able to float mana off of the Jawari Cove before it went away. Oh, Jawari Ruins before it went away. Apologies. So the hand is Scolding, Falaji Archaeologist, Seagate Restoration, and some counterspell. I don't know if it was a Flare or a Force of Negation. The UU card. We're getting some clarification as to what the hell actually happened.
Okay.
If we could,
I don't.
if we could take this opportunity to flip the suppression ray over, I would appreciate that.
Well, see, this is actually, as I understand it, a matter of some controversy among Belcher players. Like, some Belcher players just play every land on the spell side, and you have to understand, like, if they're in the land zone, they stay on the spell side, you know? Whereas other Belcher players will flip over each individual land as they go. The Moto approach, if you will.
Looks like Hiroki is also, like, has done that for most of his lands, but there are some that seem to just be sleeved in the deck the other way. The ultimate flex, just like, yeah, I'm never casting Suppression Ray, so it's just going to look like a tapped blue-white land, but I can get it off of Thunder Trap Trainer if I need it.
Suppression Ray, famously the spell that was cast to win the Pro Tour.
Yes, yeah. That was it. That was the one Suppression Ray that all Belcher pilots get, though, collectively.
It's used up now. No more of that.
Yep. Might as well just leave them all as orderly plazas.
All right. Well, we'll see. I don't really know what's the full extent of what's going on here, but we'll find out, I guess.
Yeah, we're deep in the timing here, which is strange because there's only one thing that would make any sense. Would be to Ghost Quarter during the draw step.
Well, right.
I don't even totally know how you could, like, how do you get priority to do it in main phase?
It would be very hard. I guess the other player would have to say, I pass priority.
Exactly.
And you're like, well, now seems like a good time to do it. Like, that does seem extremely strange. It's not impossible, but it's like, it's very hard to believe. Okay, well, I guess we'll wait to find out, what happens with this whole call.
Yeah, and then you would also have to have the, like, oh, in that case, then I'll tap it for blue and use it for this, I'll cast my Falaji Archaeologist. Otherwise, I was just going to pass. Wonder how many matches will finish in the amount of time it takes to get this sorted out. we have, looking at the standings here after round number 5, we've got 11 players left that are 5-0. And a pretty good spread of decks. Three people are playing Jeskai Blink, still undefeated. 2 people are playing Domain Zoo, still undefeated. And then we've got 1 copy of Boros Energy, Izzet Prowess, Goryo's Vengeance, Belcher, Junichi here. So this Belcher ramp matchup is between 5 and 0s, and 1 copy of Simic Oculus.
Okay, sometimes known as birthday ritual.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's the reason why everyone's playing the snow-covered lands.
Much to the chagrin of Guru Land enjoyers everywhere.
Yes.
Yeah, here I should probably pick a champion soon of who I think is going to win the tournament. So,
well, certainly among the people who are specifically 5-0, Riku is probably at the top of the power rankings.
Well, yeah, but I'd like to support an Amulet Titan player in their time of need.
Totally understand that.
So.
Yeah, there are a couple hiding in among the 4 and 1s.
Yeah, I was really hoping that some of Japan's finest would take up the challenge of learning the deck and bring it to the RC here. But it seems like most of the top pros have broken for fairer decks, as it were. I mean, obviously the Jeskai Blink deck is strong. I don't think there's anything wrong with it, but yeah.
The judge motioned the number 6 to Hiroki. I'm not totally sure why. Oh, did we Philology Archaeologist the wrong number of cards or see something we weren't supposed to? Or did something like that happen during the Ghost Quarter resolution? All right, we're going to re-Philology Archaeologist, and it looks like we're going to spend... Oh, I see. We're going to see the same cards. So I guess there was a long period of time of deciding what had been seen, what was on the bottom of the deck that was known, etc. But this does appear to be main phase if both lands are winding up tapped. I don't know what just happened. In any case, we have a 1/4 Philology Archaeologist ready to block the 3/3 Sowing Mica spawn in a combat zone that probably is completely irrelevant to this game. And Hiroki bolts himself to 11. Hides behind a stern scolding as Junichi plays a talisman and passes back. Archaeologist again, showing Flare of Denial, Philology Archaeologist, and Thundertrap Trainer, so the only take is Flare of Denial. On the plus side, we have a ton of Philology Archaeologists that we can sacrifice to this Flare of Denial.
You say the only take, but the card we just put in our hand is 0 mana, counterspell, no downside, as far as I'm concerned.
That is absolutely true.
It's sort of like saying, we only have one choice of entree, but it's the Flaming Yawn. It's like, you can't complain.
We also have now drawn a Belcher, so that Flare of Denial looks even better since it's going to make sure that there's not any interaction. On top of that, before we even get there, I think we just ripped an Ice Till Explorer, and Flare of Denial is going to clear that instead.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to imagine Junichi escaping this position. Like, there would need to be an incredibly strong threat, on this turn for the Lotus Moon comes in, and then another extremely strong threat to clear the flare and do anything. And if that doesn't happen, it's just going to be lights out for the Belcher deck. Checkmate. All right.
Yeah, so confusingly, we didn't even try to cast the Ice Steel Explorer.
Yeah, so I suspect he was bluffing something, but it's hard for me to imagine what it is, like representing Nature's Claim, I don't really know. Like representing Kozai's command, so that maybe you don't go for a Tameshi line. I'm not sure. Like, it doesn't seem good to me, but it's not nothing.
I mean, on the plus side, at least we know A, it wouldn't have worked, and B, the game was locked up anyway. But
yes. Oh, it's completely irrelevant. So, it does seem like the Belcher player is therefore going to advance. What I will say about Belcher for this particular weekend is, okay, the Belcher deck had an awful win-win in the Pro Tour when it was heavily targeted, and I do think that some of people's like more respectful sideboard cards are all going away right now. You know, we do see, for example, I know that Amulet players that I was talking to were talking about whether they even wanted to play one Collector Oof, whereas the Pro Tour, a lot of the players had as many as 2 Collector Oofs in the sideboard, you know, not to mention GSCs to find them, right? And that kind of development is very good for Belcher. The big question mark for me is, are they going to be able to beat the main deck consigned Jeskai players? You know, that still seems a tough road to hoe.
all right, our main match in round 6 is now finished. Let's see if we get anything either on a backup table or on tape delay. There are still plenty of matches out there. I'm showing 69 matches still left. So we should get something else. Oh, and here, in fact, we go. What are Tomoaki's sleeves? I recognize Don Kwan playing Jumbo Cactuars over there. All right, so what is actually going on here? We have Affinity at the bottom. Tomoaki is playing Affinity. Actually, we saw Tomoaki on camera in round 4. And up above, it is... Wait, what? Does that say
it is, so yeah.
Mono red Belcher. Mono red Belcher.
Yes, so I'm familiar with this archetype. Basically, this is a deck, I would say, like, in the style of Blue-Red Ruby Storm. Like, it's not Blue Ruby Storm, but it's strategically similar. What this deck's trying to do is kill you as quickly as possible in a totally non-interactive way with Belcher. That's it. That's the deck. So it's not like Blue Belcher, which is this, like, you know, control combo deck that has all these counter spells and like sometimes plays long games. Like, no, this deck pretty much kills you or it doesn't. Like, it's not a subtle instrument. That's how I would characterize it. You know, Iron Crag Feet is not for the faint of heart. So yeah. Now, what I'll say about this matchup though is as following. So Affinity traditionally is a real predator of the Belcher decks. Affinity is a deck that has a really fast clock. It has access to Pithing Needle, offers a Saga, which is very strong because you can name on Charbelcher. It's generally pretty good against these decks. Now, I will say, if suddenly your opponent is substantially faster, then that is a bit of bad news for Affinity, because a lot of Affinity's equity against normal Belcher was just like straight up racing them, which is going to be a lot harder in this sense. Now, on the other hand, if the Affinity player does draw one of their like pretty limited interaction pieces, they're going to be like way more effective than they would be normally. You know, like Metallic Rebuke is going to be just awesome against Mono Red Belcher deck, where against the Blue Belcher deck, it's like barely inconvenience. It's like you'd rather kill your opponent than interact with them.
Right.
So that's kind of the trade-off here. And, you know, kind of an interesting question on the Affinity side is like, what's your keep range supposed to look like? You know, like, how low are you willing to go to find Urza Saga for Pithing Needle or to find that Metallic Rebuke, because you sort of like it sort of is worth giving it quite a few cards, I would say.
Mm-hmm. Well, sure, especially if it's like the consign or whatever, your interaction also hits a bunch of rituals that led up to the payoff.
Yes. Very much agreed. And yeah, I will also just state, you know, if you were to ask me, should I play Red Belcher at my local RC, which I guess, you know, your RC is probably today, no matter where you are in the world, so
yes,
you've already registered your deck. But probably my advice to you would be no. I don't really believe in this deck. I think it's better to have the interaction than to be kind of, you know, 1.5 turns faster or whatever. But you know, it sure is working for Dongyan here, so, you know, who am I to throw stones?
I mean, I definitely understand if someone just wants to feel something. Who am I to say no to that? All right,
yeah. So anyways, we do get the Ruby Medallion coming down here, which is a promising sign. Manamorphose off that. And I mean, just to give you a sense of this, like, looking at this Modern Belcher deck list, it looks to me like the only payoffs in the whole deck are Godwin Shellbelcher and the classic Modern powerhouse Stormscale Scion.
Yes.
So, you know, I see the storm count being tracked here. I have to wonder if that's because there's a Scion in hand.
All right.
Maybe, just you always do.
You might as well spook them, right?
Yeah, and I mean, you might draw it as part of your combo, right? And I mean, but I mean, look, with this Bitter Reunion in play, if Stormscale Scion is cast, it's going to be lethal immediately.
Okay, there's Ironcrag Feet. You don't cast that one if you don't mean it.
Yeah, you so sure don't.
That's a +6. So we got... And our last spell is Goblin Charbelcher. We do have the mana to activate.
And there's no Metallic Rebuke because we don't have enough artifacts untapped. So I guess that's all she wrote.
All right, that's 4 mana to cast Belcher. Kaboom.
I think we're double checking some mana counts here, but
yeah. Tomoaki's reading the bad news. The text on Ironclad Feet.
I mean, look, you get to see the whole library if you'd like, but it's open deck list, so you sort of might as well scoop up your cards.
I was just thinking that too. All right, on to game 2.
Yep, right to game 2. No downtime here.
Lead with tapped Shatterskull the Hammer Pass, I think. All right, Pinnacle Emissary. This could be a army in a can.
Yes, I mean, look, the Affinity deck is sort of a deck that has, like, you know, 3 broken cards and then a bunch of enablers, you know, and this is one of the broken cards. So, all right, Emery, bit of a wild card in this matchup. There are some real good ones you could hit, but it's not, you know, the be-all and all of itself. I mean, we're still really looking for Urza Saga and interaction. I mean, those are the cards that Tomoaki wants to see.
I guess if Emery just feels like flipping the Pithing Needle, saving us from having to give it Suspend 3 within Urza Saga, that would certainly be positive, but it seems to have missed.
Yeah, but okay, wait. So let's just talk about the game state here, right? So Tomoaki didn't play the Pinnacle Emissary on 1, like waited a turn.
Mm-hmm.
Played on turn 2. Still only made 1 Thopter. Played Emery and passed. Also, there was no Urza Saga. So what we conclude from this is, like, Tomoki's hand has to be all interaction. Like, it has to be. Because why else would you keep this hand, right? Like it's got to be because there's, like, you know, a consign or something that nature lurking. Yes, that card is Spider-Punk that has been put on the table. Those keeping track at home, which is pretty scary here because, as I was talking about before, I think what Tomoki has in hand is counterspells.
Yeah.
Which aren't going to work against the mighty Spider-Punk. And, you know, I don't know how much removal the Affinity player really left in. Like, getting this thing on the table is not going to be easy. Now, you have some moves. You could, for example, play Engineer Explosives from your graveyard X equals 2 or something. But it's certainly not trivial.
That looks like the path we're going to take, as Emery is now activated on Engineered Explosives.
Well, I think Tomoki has a Kappa Cannoneer, and is considering whether to just cast the E for 0 and just play Kappa.
That looks like where we're gonna go.
But I mean, look, that's not unreasonable by any means. You're just saying, like, look, I have a fast clock, and that's good enough for me. Also, it's not impossible that at some point you could crack your E on 0 and then replay it on 2. Obviously, you lose all your zeros in the process, so it's you know, somewhat costly, but it's not insane to do that. Also, okay, I want to just take a quick aside here, Adam.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like Kappa Cannoneer is not a very functional Magic card. like triggering off itself is some nonsense, you know? Like, it shouldn't do that.
No, why not just have it be a 5/5 or something? Like, it's very strange.
Yes. Why is it like this, is what I'm asking. What were they thinking?
I mean, you know my opinion on cards like Kappa Cannoneer, that they're fake.
Yeah.
Obviously, you can cast it. It's legal in Modern. It does not make it a real Magic card.
No, I'm mostly with you. I sort of wish when they had made Modern Horizons and they were thinking we could put Kappa Cannoneers, I sort of wish they had just made a new kind of similar card.
Yeah.
That doesn't have all this, like, weird nonsense.
Ooh, Meltdown.
Well, okay. I mean, so the Meltdown here, it's decent. But, like, Tomoki has the Kappa Cannoneer already in play.
Right.
And has Emery ready to rebuild.
All of these things are coming back, yeah.
Like, Tomoki's next turn could easily be play the Pinnacle Emissary from Exile, tap Emery, play a 0, make a 1/1, and then, like, I don't know, you're sort of just chilling. Like, the clock for this Kappa is still lightning fast.
Yeah. Do you have a preferred alternate reality Cannoneer creature type? Do you wish it were a Cephalid Cannoneer or something?
Cephalid's a nice touch. Man, I really like Thalids, but I don't really think you can make that in blue.
No, probably not. All right, this does look to be the line. We're going to warp in the Pinnacle Emissary and now play Mox Opal off of the Emery. Pinnacle Emissary and Mox Opal, very good friends. And provides Metalcraft all by itself. And now, yeah, Kappa Cannoneer hits for enough to be lethal next turn, let's say.
Yes. And then, I mean, Tomoki technically is Metallic Review Cup. I'm not really sure it's going to do much for him, but, you know. I will say, Dongyun does, I think, does not have many cards in hand, just between, like, this Strike It Rich and this interaction being played. So, it might be a bit difficult to get to a Char Belcher or a Twinkle Side here. Not impossible by any means. Obviously, like, Ironcracked Feet and Char Belcher does it in 2 cards. But this is not trivial.
Okay, we've just vomited a bunch of rituals onto the battlefield. Oh, no, I see. We're playing a March of...
Reckless Joy.
Reckless Joy.
Sorry, are you not familiar with March of Reckless Joy?
Yeah.
It's a really a classic card.
So we'll exile the top X cards. Here, X is ooh, there's the Ironcrag fleet. So we can play up to 2 of these cards. And as the marches work, like, you know, real Magic cards like March of Otherworldly Light, each of those red cards that was pitched to it provide 2 towards X.
Yes. So, I mean, there certainly are combinations of cards that could come out of this. I'm not sure if any of them are these combinations of cards, though.
So we can Ironcrag feet into Storm-Scaled Scion? Is that something?
Well, I mean, okay. So, I think the answer is just no. Because, sure, if the Storm-Scaled Scions had haste, or if you got another turn, they'd be very good. But the reality is that Kappa can't be blocked.
Yes.
And there's no even, like, Hail Mary pass of, like, oh, maybe the Affinity player doesn't have an artifact. It's like, well, there's an Emery in play. So the Affinity player has an artifact. So, okay, we're thought casting, we're playing with our food here. Like, I don't understand. Isn't this just immediate lethal?
I mean, this does appear to be a 9-point Cannoneer. That is not blockable.
Oh, it's at least a 9-point Cannoneer.
Yeah, okay, there we go.
Like, the Affinity players now considering their options, like, look, I'm pretty sure they're going to attack with the Kappa, all right? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, and I mean, I do think that game did a decent job of showcasing kind of the weaknesses of the Mono Red Belcher deck. Like, even when they drew kind of their anti-counterspell measure, just, like, being down a piece of cardboard was so problematic for them, they just ended up dying to Kappa, is really what happened.
But have you considered that all of their spiders had Riot?
Oh, I hadn't considered that. That is a good point.
It's worth pointing out in case it mattered.
When your spiders have Riot, do you generally give them the counter or the haste?
I mean, in this matchup, it seems like we probably needed the haste. If only those Storm-Scale Scions had been dragon spiders.
Spider dragons?
Yeah, then we'd be talking.
Yeah, people are good about the classic Marvel character Uncle Ben's spider dragons.
All right, game 2 starts with a turn 2 Ruby Medallion on the play that is met by a Force of Negation.
Okay.
And noted mono red Belcher card Razor Grass Field is in play, making white mana for Donghyun. That has no... There are no white pips, right? And that's...
I think there's not. I believe the intention is simply there aren't enough, like, DFC lands to kind of play as many, like, untapped red sources as you want. So you're like, well, this is a colorless land, but I can play it untapped.
Gotcha.
And if you're wondering, I mean, you follow up that question, which is, well, why Razorgrass Ambush? I think the idea is you can Manamorphose into this, or you can maybe cast off another Razorgrass Ambush. And if you're going to cast one of them, this is probably the best one to cast.
Sure.
Just like kill a random attacker out of Boros Energy or whatever. Obviously, that's super marginal, but it's not nothing. And this is not a very good draw from the Affinity deck player. Did they mulligan? They don't have very many cards.
They must have. Yeah, it seems like they're working on 6 or so.
Yeah, it also looks like the Affinity player has an Unholy Heat in their hand. I presume to kill the classic powerhouse Spider-Punk.
Well, it's guaranteed to work, right? Because damage cannot be prevented.
That's true. All right, so Valakut Awakening happens. We're gonna tuck some of our cards from our hand. Looks like just one. Valakut being only one card is a real show of strength.
Yeah. It looks like there are definitely
I think that's Storm-Scaled Scion.
Yeah, and multiple Manamorphoses to go along with it. So we're going to put probably 18 power worth of dragons into play next turn.
Maybe I'm wrong. I mean, I didn't get a great look. God.
I mean, I think there's 2 Metamorphoses, and I also am going to assume that one of these cards is this, unless we're like just trying to manifest it into the top of the library by showing it on coverage. All right, we shall see.
Yeah, I do see a Vexing Bauble, I think, in the hands of Belcher player, which, I mean, is a good card. It will stop the Emery looping the Mishra's Bauble, but the damage is sort of already done on that front.
All right, so on Tomoaki's side, we've played Mishra's Bauble, Mox Opal, and now we're playing an Engineered Explosives X is 2.
Sure, kills Ruby Medallion.
Seems like
you gotta do what you gotta do.
Unfortunately, I think we're 1 mana short of actually blowing it.
Yeah. And these mulligans, I think, are really costing Tomoaki. Doesn't really have the resources to threaten the Belcher player, and eventually the belching is going to happen.
All right, here comes the Vexing Bauble.
Yeah, and I guess the Vexing Bauble probably doesn't have any, Deletrious effects on the Belcher deck.
Yeah, because we're paying for our spells. We're a good, honest deck. We're smashing our anvils with Ironcrag feats.
All right, you got to come down to Adam. The Belcher deck, like it or hate it, I would not describe it as an honest deck.
No.
It's one of the least honest decks I've ever seen.
I totally agree. It looks like we have all rituals, though. I thought there was a second Metamorphose, but I don't think there is. It's Pyretic Ritual, Desperate Ritual, and I don't know what the last card is. But, I mean, I assume if it was a Stormscale Dragon, we would just be fanning our hand like Jin. Oh, it is a Stormscale Dragon.
All right.
Well, then.
Okay, so this is going to create 5 dragons. Each of the dragons is going to pump the other dragons, right?
That is correct.
They're base 4/4, so these are all going to be 80s.
Yes, we've just made 40 power of dragons.
Yeah, now, the funny part is, you might say 40 power of dragons, it's checkmate. It's not really checkmate. And the reason is, Affinity player, assuming that Tomoaki draws a land, can go crack EE, replay EE for 0, kill all the dragons. Oh, no, except the Vexing Bubble prevents that.
Yes,
wow,
we can't play EE for 0.
Oh my god, that is too funny. Yeah, so because of the Vexing Bauble being on the table, Tomoaki cannot clean up the dragons with EE. Well, dragons cost 6. Oh, they're copies.
They are legit copies, so we do also copy the mana value. But
yes, sorry, chat. Yes, I forgot they were copies. They're not token. They're not just tokens.
In any case, yeah, EE for 0 is not going to resolve. Nor will like. Oh, that's true. Oh, chat does point out that if we could produce colorless mana, then we could play E for 0.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, but it seems that given that they Dragons all CMC 6, I don't know what the Affinity player can do. I mean, the Affinity deck isn't really known for its Wrath effects. Yeah, okay.
No, yeah.
I mean, look, that was not the greatest match that I've ever watched. Like, sometimes we watch matches where there's a lot of tight back and forth magic, and sometimes the Affinity player mulls to a low number and gets mono red Belchered. So that's life in the big city. But magic contains multitudes. This is part of it.
Whew. All right, looks like there is one match that is not reported, so I'm expecting that is probably going to be end of our round 6 coverage. We saw 2 wildly different matches there. All connected by Goblin Char Belcher, though. So then I think I'm going to brew myself some tea. Delectable tea / deadly poison, you know, as the Iroquois goes. I'll put the Japanese audio on. We'll have probably about a 10-minute break, and then we'll be back for round 7 of 8. So 2 more rounds to go today. We will see you all very soon.
まず、動画があるということですので、そちらの動画を見てお待ちいただければと思います。それでは失礼いたします。
Yeah, it sounds like they're also going to commercial, so I will follow suit. Put the sticky up, and I'll be right back.
Some think there's nothing beyond what is known. But I came from nothing. I took the opportunity to forge my own destiny. I will make the stars tell me their secrets and bring these planets to their knees when I know everything. All the power in creation will be within my grasp.
Hey! Come see what Mom got me! You want to play?
Is this your first pack? You should come back for Friday Night Magic.
Yeah, I know. What are you doing?
Nothing.
I gotta go. I need to teach my brother something. Come with me.
Wanna play?
I'm gonna put down a mountain and play a curd ape.
I'm trying to build up this Liliana deck.
You need Shockland.
What do you want for it?
What do you have?
Hey.
I didn't know you played.
I do.
Okay, now that we casted the tutor card, we're gonna take that and it's gonna pull from our deck my favorite Planeswalker card. She wants to play.
So now Daddy's going to cast his Liliana Planeswalker.
Yeah, I wanna play.
We'll teach you.
I'm bored.
What do you want to do?
Anyone want to play Magic?
Deck, yeah! Let's get cracking! Magic! Magic! Let's play Foundation!
Wanna
はい、皆様お待たせいたしました。ここからは第7ラウンドお送りいたします。実況私石川と、そして解説市川由紀さん、よろしくお願いいたします。
はい、よろしくお願いします。
いや、素晴らしい CM でしたね。相変わらず。
They're back a little early. I don't see round 7 paired yet, so we're still in a holding pattern here.
ことってありますか、市川さん。
ないです。
ないですか。一応僕もね、なんか共通点見つけようかなと思ったんですけど、その昔にデッキみたいなのを輪ゴムにやってたのは、スリーブって存在なかったんでね、ありましたけど、ちょっとスケボーの板の裏にデッキを置いたことは僕ないです。
ないですね、さすがにちょっとアメリカちょっとステイツ感がすごくて、
そうですね、ユナイテッドステイツ感すごくて、すごい文化ですよね、そうなってきたら。
本当にあるのかな、アメリカでも。
本当にあるのか、いや、ちょっとコスモスとかで聞いてみてください。この CM なんやけどみたいな。
本当にあるのか。
あるの？
あるのか、気になる。
気になる。そういうのをね、募集してみたい。さすがに非現実的すぎるよ。あれですか、まだちょっと日本ではまだそこまでなんですかね。もしかしたらあるぞっていう方は、教えていただきたい。はい。まあ、ちなみに多分子育てのシーンとかがあったと思うんですけど、
ありましたね。
パパプレイン増加多分あれやりがちかもしれないですね。
ああ、そのあやしながらアリーナするみたいな。
そうそうそう。
ありそう、ありそう、確かに。
やっぱ今スマホでねできるようになったんで、
確かに。
まあね、ちょっと集中しろよって言われちゃうかもしれないですけどね、両面からマジックプレイヤーからも奥様からも
難しい。でもマジックね、ちょっとリアルタイムゲームの中では緩い方なんで、
確かにね、
そうやっぱ制限時間あるから、比較的まだ対応しきれる可能性ある、両面で。
確かに
赤ごとアリーナみたいな、ありえる全然。
だからもしアリーナでなんかすっごいずっとチェーって気になっていくじゃないですか。
ありますね、ありますね。
時はもしかしたらあやしてるかもしれないっていう心だったらちょっと優しくなれるかもしれない。
称号欲しいですね、じゃあアリーナに。赤子をあやしてます。
車のベイビーインカーみたいな。
その称号あればね。
Why is there like arena sample gameplay image like pay for this coma, you have 15 different lands out? You somehow do not have 2 of the same land, and usually when arena tells you pay this amount, it's a sign that you actually can't pay it. Like, I don't know how you're supposed to generate this mana.
ということで今もねアリーナ、スマホでも遊べるぞということになっているので、ぜひぜひ皆さんね、はい、遊んでみてください。久々にね見たと思います今の。
確かにね。
さあということでちょっとスライドをね紹介していきたいと思います。20番のスライドお願いいたします。今公式でねもう絶賛発売中でございます。アバター伝説の少年アンということで、これはいろいろまた新しいドラフトとかもこれ今楽しいですからね。
面白い。
どうですかドラフト環境は。
いやバリバリやっておりますね。でも分かんないねまだね全然。
まだ出た
てですからね。結構講義デッキ好きですけどね、リミテッドだと。講義3枚墓地にやると3枚カードそのまま
持ってこれるみたいな。
結構今回の講義そのストリックスヘイブンの時と比べて強めなんで、
いや確かに強いですよね。
履修ない分別に講義であるそのなんですかね、この爆発力みたいなのはないんで、だからそのなんか標準的なコモンのスペックのカードに講義って書いてあるだけみたいなのが多いから、そうだから結構その講義ボーナス系のカードを使ってて面白いですよね。
なんでいろんなそういう遊び方もね、デッキ構築も楽しめるということになってますので、ぜひ遊んでみてください。はい。次21番いきましょう。はい。スパイダーマンも出てます。9月26日ということで、先ほどもスパイダーパンクがね出てきたりと活躍されておりました。こちらもぜひお買い求めください。次いきましょう。22番。こちらも好評発売中。今の終端。はい。いっぱいドラフトシールドをやって、漁師の謎かけをゲットしようと。
謎かけは今ね、もうモダンでも使われてる。なんならレガシーでもちょっと使われてたりとかするぐらいなんで。
そうってリミティを遊びながら。ぜひカードプール貯めていくのもいいんじゃないでしょうか。よろしくお願いいたします。さあ23番お願いいたします。 はい、チャンピオンズカップファイナルシーズン4ラウンド3ということで、こちら WPN 店舗で予選開催中ということなので、先ほどもちょっと話題に上がりましたけど、これ勝っちゃえばここに来れるってことですよね。
そうそう。
すごいじゃないですか。しかもプロモカードももらえちゃうんですよ。これもぜひぜひ皆さんご参加ください。お願いいたします。はい、次行きましょう。はい、ワールドチャンピオンシップがあるんですね。世界選手権第31回、12月5日から7日の3日間各日で、深夜放送します。さあ、市川さんはここで。
そうなんですよ。実はね、実は参戦予定、やらせていただいております。
場所はどこに？ラスベガス？
いや、シアトルかな。
シアトル。
今回シアトル。
シアトルになるんですね。
血のりが出ますね。
確かに。
ちょっとラスベガスね、ちょっと湿度が低すぎて行くたびに体調崩すことで僕有名だったんですけど、シアトルは比較的大丈夫な方なんで、まだいい。ラスベガス本当に厳しい。ラスベガス毎回だったら絶対俺そのワールドで優勝することはないだろうなと思ってたんで今回はかなり頑張りたい。だからシアトルだから頑張りたい。
そんなにコンディション悪くなるんですね。
いや、すごいっすね。ラスベガスは本当日じゃないっすね。乾燥の仕方がどれだけケアしても体調崩してましたね。
いや、僕もその昔ラスベガス行かせてもらった時はちゃんと鼻血が出ました。
鼻血出ました。
そう砂漠じゃないですか。
いや、砂漠ですね。砂漠です本当に。
乾燥すごいんで。いや、あれはなかなかね。
なんかその。
Current conversation is about the location of worlds in 2 weeks and about how Las Vegas is dry and miserable to visit as a Japanese person. I mean, Japan is not known for having deserts.
普通のエリアというかね。
マイナスにはならないぐらい。
ということで、今回はじゃあいわゆるアバター伝説の少年案を使ったドラフトがあったりとか。
いや、そうですね。スタンダードもね、やっぱり禁止書いてあって、案もカード非常に強力ですから、かなり激変するんじゃないのかなと思って、最近はその練習。
The last match has finally been reported, so we should get round 7 paired very soon.
情報とかいろいろ得て、
も
うさらに力を得た市川さんの活躍が見られるかと思いますので、ぜひ皆さん活目せよということでよろしくお願いします。
応援してください。
はい、25番いきましょう。はい、こちらマジック体験会全国の店舗にて開催中ということで、もしかしたらお店によってはケーキは出ないかもしれません。
そうですね。鳥の店員でもない
かもしれません。すみません。ただこれは本当手ぶらでね遊びに来れる無料のマジック体験会ですので、もうフラット皆さん遊びに来てください。
今もやってますよね。
今もやってます。
パシフィコ横浜でもやってます。
もう何人教えてんだってぐらいもうティーチングしております。もう畑中真奈さんとかがねしこたま教えてますから、ぜひここからマジック遊ぶことを覚えてください。よろしくお願いします。次26番のスライドいきましょう。お願いいたします。はい、アバター伝説の少年のフライデーナイトマジックもありますよということで、こちらマジックは毎週金曜日、マジックの日としてね、お店ごとにいろんなフォーマットでイベントをやっておりますので、こちらもぜひぜひ。
なんかそのところだけめちゃくちゃ僕今目でチカチカしてるんですけど、僕の目がおかしいんですか？
いや、僕も同じです。
なんかここだけなんか自由だなこれ。
ただ市川さん、これ左のモニター、ごめんなさいね、僕らの目の前にねモニター2枚あるんですけど、左のモニターはちゃんとしてます。
じゃあ僕たちの目は正常だけどモニターが異常ってことですね。
そうですね。
わかりました。
毎週金曜日。
こんなことあるって思ったんですけど、よかったです。
モニターのね仕様の問題。
仕様でしたか。ちょっとお伝えできない、皆さんにお伝えできなかったのは残念だった。今の
感覚だけちょっとお伝えしたかったということです。はい。じゃあ次27番いきましょう。はい。プレインズウォーカーシリーズやっております。10月こちら18日からスタートして12月までやってますね。これ日本限定のイベントになっておりまして、なんとお店の方でカジュアルか競技でやるかっていうのを決めれます。でカジュアルの方だとじゃんけん、それでプロモカードがゲットできると。で競技の方は順位でやっていきましょうということになっておりますので、こちらも
いいですね。その店舗で選べて。
そうなんです。腕試しにぜひ遊びに来てください。お願いします。はい。次も一応28番いきますか。 はい、こちらもまた、同じですかね。こちらプレインズウォーカーシリーズやっておりまして、こちらは、まあ、競技の方ですかね。はい、競技の方なので、こちらはぜひぜひ、順位で力試したいなという方はこちらでチャレンジしてみてください。はい。まだもうちょっといけそうだな。はい、ありがとうございます。こちら、アバター伝説の少年スタンダードショーダウンやりますよということです。スタンダードの戦いに挑もうということで、優勝者にはプロモカード進呈いたします。
なんかキャベツの人ね。
はい。
キャベツの人。はい。
キャベツの人、あそこのシーンだったと思うんだけど、まだ出てくるのかな。僕まだ前半しか見てないんですけど。
なんかそういう人多くない？あのカード、なんかそのなんかアバターの大ファンとかさ。
あ、そうです。
そのワンシーンしか出てきてない。
はい。めっちゃワンシーンでした。僕が知ってるキャベツの人であれば。
Finally, we have round 7 pairings.
人気になるみたいな、そういうネタみたいなんでしょうね。
よくあるじゃないですか。なんかジャッキー・チェーンとかで街での戦いの時に、その街のものを使って戦うシーンとかあると思うんですけど、それのキャベツ屋さんみたいなところでキャベツを使われてこらーみたいな。
はい、なるほどね。
っていう感じのシーンなんですけど、はい、ちょっともしかして出てくるのかな。まあそういったものもらえます。さあ次行きましょう。30番。着席明日、じゃあこれが最後にしましょうかね。はい、こちらマジックプレゼンツということで、根源の力をマスターせよということで、紋章を選んでシールドリーグがあるということで、で技を極めてアートプレイントゲットということなので、こちらぜひ情報チェックお願いいたします。さあ行きましょう。フィーチャー着地しているということなので見ていきたいと思います。奥、大作さんですかね。はい、そして伊藤亮さん、こちらのマッチアップになると思います。はい、でもう一択の方で情報来ているのは堀、正隆さん、堀さんと前川さんの戦いということになっております。
メインフィーチャーは、奥さんがボロスエネルギー、で伊藤さんが、ジェスカイコントロールということですね。
コントロール。
Sounds like we're gonna watch table 3, which is gonna be a Boros Energy against Jeskai Control matchup. So I'll get the deck lists ready, and we get to start a little ahead of time for a change. Round 7. So it's Daisaku Oku, who is playing Energy, against Ito, who is playing Jeskai Control all the way down to companioning Akihira. Alright, so let's hope we've got, that I heard this right, that's main feature, but we will see in a minute. Or wait, we're reaching for the box? We're not ready, so we're gonna crack a pack.
市川さんがこの回を追うごとにパックを向くのが早くなって
確かに
さっきは孫ついてました。
ここがレア。いやもうレア見せます。
見せちゃいましょう。
All right, actually, Andrew, if you're here, we can start by talking about the decks. Again, with the 80% certainty that I heard correctly that this is the match that we're about to watch.
Okay, sure, no problem. So this is going to be the matchup of Boros Energy against Jeskai Chant, which is the Jeskai control variant that's been popular lately, featuring 4 main deck Orms Chants, and usually only like 1 or 2 Icecrown Scepter. In this case, 1.
1, yeah.
So I guess what you should know about this matchup is that this matchup is the kind of sole reason why the team that I worked with for the Pro Tour, Sanctum, did not think that Jeskai Chant was a great choice for the Pro Tour, which is to say that Jeskai Chant's matchup spread is mostly good, but the Boros matchup is quite problematic for the Chant deck. Specifically, the Chant deck, basically what it's trying to do, let's talk about the Chant deck for a moment. The Chant deck is trying to do is turn Orm's Chant into Time Walk.
Right.
Like, it wants to use Teferi to make can't cast spells in their turn. It wants to use draw 7s, such as Days Undoing, to ignore the card disadvantage. And if you do all of those things, then you sort of have bought yourself a time walk. And because the opponent also can't attack if you kick the Chant, your planeswalkers get to keep being used like if you have time walked, basically. And so the reason the strategy is problematic against Boros specifically is that Boros can get kind of under you in a really big way. Like when they play 1-drops, your deck isn't that good at killing them, and it's hard to chant a player who starting from like turn 2 or turn 3. Like you sort of want to wait till later to start doing that, ideally. Also, the card Voice of Victory is totally obscene in the matchup, because Voice of Victory completely stops chant from working, because you just can't cast spells in their turn, period. And not only does it stop all the counter spells, it does that too, but it also just says, no, you will be doing no chanting. So this hand that we see in the Boros deck here, which I think is a 1-lander with Ragavan, it looks like, I think you can imagine keeping this hand because it has Voice of Victory. I mean, it also has like a Johnny and some other nice things, but like, I don't know, if I see 1-land Ragavan and my literal best card, which happens to cost 2, I'm going to be pretty inclined to keep. It also has a Johnny Bombardment, which is quite good in the matchup because Chant deck has essentially no way to remove a Flip the Johnny, and even if you kick Chant, Flip the Johnny continues to do its thing, which is quite problematic.
Yep.
So, yeah, this is a matchup that definitely does favor the Boros deck. Now, that doesn't mean the Chant doesn't have moves by any means. They can totally win. But it's going to take a little bit of doing, a little bit of days undoing, if you will.
Rio seems to be Team Azorius over here.
Oh, wait. Interesting. Wait. Hold on. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think that Daisaku there could have played Ragavan, but is choosing to Surveil instead.
Yes, or... Well, so one other piece of information about that opening hand that we were looking at that just had the Marsh Flats was that it was actually on 6. And yeah, it does look like we are really prioritizing getting the Voice of Victory down. I thought there was a chance that we might want to just hold off, but I guess Surveil lands have made that line obsolete as of 2024. Like, you might as well see the extra card by surveilling it rather than drawing it. And yeah, we've binned a Galvanic Discharge and drawn into an Arid Mesa just the way we drew it up.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're always surveilling if you're not playing the Ragavan. I mean, playing the Ragavan is quite dangerous because, like, Solitude, you're pretty sad.
Yeah.
But I mean, they don't have that many outs to it. Like, it's just Prismatic Ending and Solitude. And also, they don't necessarily know how important it is to you. So, like, you can imagine worlds where, like, they have the Solitude, but they don't want to pitch their Wrath the Skies or whatever, so they just don't. Like, you're pretty happy. That said, the conservative line is also totally reasonable. I don't hate it at all. You see, I think that is a snow-covered plains. Is it not? Am I wrong?
It is a snow-covered plains.
Yeah. See, that's someone with respect for the game right there.
Yeah, there's 2 snow-covered plains to 1 snow-covered mountain as the lands for Daisaku.
So I think Daisaku right now is thinking about which 2-drop to play. It looks like.
Yeah, we're just gonna imagine. Boys.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it wouldn't have been insane for Daisaku to think like, well, a spell snare was just bin. Maybe there's another spell snare. Maybe I should play my worst threat. That's not a crazy line of reasoning. But in the end, the upside of the voice resolving is so high, it just goes with the voice. Yes, and see, this is the kind of sort of counterintuitive play that you really need to be making if you want to play this chant deck at a high level, which is like, it is totally okay to just chant your opponent on a random early game turn. Like, it looks weird, but the chant deck is fundamentally very good at kind of snowballing an advantage once it's ahead on the board, but kind of bad at like recovering from being behind on the board. And what kicking a chant there does is it just says like, look, like, you cannot pull ahead on the board this turn. I get a free turn to do my stuff.
Sure.
And the chant deck's going to make good use of this. I mean, so now there's an Narset in play, right? Like, that's, +1 card. Now if there's like a Solitude to protect the Narset, for example, that's another card found. If there isn't a haste creature on the Boros side, like, a lot of ways this goes well for the chant deck. Is that card a Days Undoing in the chant deck's hand? It's like Galvanic.
It's Galvanic, Wrath of the Skies, another Narset, which was the hit off of this Narset,
Oh, and Solitude. Okay, yeah.
And then Solitude, I believe.
Right, so the Boros player looks like they are exerting the arena.
Yeah, we're going to try to play a Hasty Titan. So the ETB
Wait,
trigger is going to clear Narset.
Oh, I did not... Huh. When did Flage hit the bin? Was it surveilled?
Oh, maybe it was. No, this is just cast from hand.
Oh, okay. So they exerted the Arena of Glory so that this Ragavan would be hasted. Gotcha.
Yeah.
It makes perfect sense. Okay. Yes. So, all right. Titan stats from hand. Ragavan off the exerted arena. Hit, make a treasure. Hit an overchant. That is nothing. But we have a Ragavan in play, which is not for nothing. And my understanding is that there isn't like a great answer on the chant side for this. I mean, sure, you can Wrath for one, but you'd sort of like to do better with your Wraths, and then you see the Flage in the bin looking ominous there. So, it's not your favorite play. You could Solitude it, but you sort of need the Solitude to cover the aforementioned Flage. It's kind of a tough spot. I don't hate the pass, but...
Yeah, we do have Galvanic Discharges, which can answer the Ragavan. Obviously, Ragavan in the bin is card number 6. So, we'll enable the Titan to come back.
The Galvanic Discharge here is pretty double-edged, because A, it is card 6, as you know, but B is like... Alright, when you have a sweeper in your hand, if you're spot spelling one creature, that's like sort of counterproductive, Like... I'm not saying you should never do it. Obviously, it could totally be right, but it's awkward. We're like stranding the Wrath.
And we'll use our 4 mana this turn to play Bombardment plus a Johnny.
Yeah, so this is very problematic. I mean, so if Daisaku goes for it, I think that the Ajani is just going to flip. I don't think Ryo has another answer. And notably, Wrath's Guys does not say Planeswalkers. So... No. This Ajani's here to stay. Like, sure, you could Wrath to clean up the red permanent, get rid of the bombardment. I mean, that's fine, but it's not exciting. And you know what? There is a very nice red permanent lurking in the graveyard.
We do have a second Galvanic Discharge. Now that one does say Planeswalker.
Okay, that's a good pickup. Yeah, so. Maybe we just discharge this Johnny and then Solitude the Flage, and then we're sort of okay. I mean, it's not perfect because I think there's plenty of gas still in Daisaku's hand, but we're maintaining a somewhat healthy Light Tunnel at least.
We do have another Chant now, so we can kind of buy an extra turn that way. We're going to play Wrath? Looks like we're tapping white. Now, Wrath is the play.
So, right, what's happening here is we can use the extra energy left over from the Galv to take out the Bombardment and the token, which I imagine will be the play here.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, that cleared the Bombardment, not the Ajani, but then the Galvanic Bombardment. The Galvanic Discharge did clear the Ajani, so everything has been answered. We're going to have to deal with this Flage, though.
Well, right. I mean, no, so, Ryu does, I think, just have a Solitude in hand, so...
Yes.
I mean, that part is fine, but it's like, well, it's not just the Flage, though. Like, you can Arena the Glory of the Flage here, that forces the Solitude and deals 3 putting opponent to 10. Then the next turn, you just still have Ragavan and Seasoned Pyro, and the Solitude in hand, which is very good. But they're by no means out of the woods. Also, one play Daisaku could make here, a heads-up play, is you could consider not exerting the arena if you suspect Solitude. Maybe that's like too deep because obviously if they don't have it, you get more time. But because Ryu is stuck on 3 lands, you could imagine saying like, look, even if I give you a turn, you still won't be able to Solitude this because you don't have enough mana. So, okay, none of these cute plays that are fantasies in my head happen. It's just exert the flage.
Yeah, so we just exerted the arena, solituded the flage. We found a white source, important, so we can chant if we wanted to.
And we definitely might want to here. It looks like it will buy another Narset activation. No, doesn't look like it. Okay. This seems like a fairly natural spot to chant to me. But I wonder what Ryo has in mind for it.
Land for turn is Elegant Parlor, and we're going to leave it on top. Do we just play Pyro here for mana efficiency's sake? Or do we
That's a good question, but the problem is that the Narset stops the Pyro, right?
Ah, that's right, that's right. So then you might as well just dash the Ragavan.
Yeah. Like, unfortunately, mana efficiency is just less important than cards doing their thing efficiency.
Yeah, that's correct, that's correct.
Now, even this Ragavan dash, though, it does give Ryo a window here. I mean, like, a Daze and doing off the top is lights out, right?
Yep.
Like,
Looks like
so...
We've drawn Time Raveler as the card this turn.
Sure. I mean, another line you could certainly consider is something like, wow, okay.
Wow, we're just going to consult the star charts. Taking Scalding Tarn Solitude, and then thinking about it a little harder, but probably taking Scalding Tarn Solitude.
Yeah, so, I mean, Scalding Tarn Solitude does make a fair amount of sense. I mean, something you could consider doing is just playing the Scalding Tarn, cracking it for a Hollow Bound, and chanting them.
Yeah, exactly.
And then Solitude up the next turn. I don't know if that's what Ryo's in mind. Ryo's been very patient with this chant, so I imagine he has a specific plan in mind, but it's not totally clear to me what that plan is right now.
Yeah, we're just going to leave the Scalding Tarn there, so there's no, like, upkeep crack or anything.
Yeah, so what this tells me is that it seems... Well, maybe he's playing to pitch the chant, I guess, the other thing. Like, maybe his line is, like, he just wants the Ragavan gone forever, and so his plan to protect the Narset is to when the Ragavan is dashed, launch it. Another possibility is that he doesn't value the Narset that much. I mean, it's not like from his perspective he knows that there is a Season Pyro in hand, and I mean, other than Season Pyro, you know, it doesn't do that much. So that's possible also.
Well, Daisaku seems to be concerned enough about the Narset as he's gonna. I mean, I guess he doesn't get very many targets for a Galvanic Discharge anyway, but we're gonna clear it. Now we'll dash Ragavan. Oh, no, I see. We're going to use Arena of Glory to have our cake and eat it too. And then Seasoned Pyromancer now is active, given that the Narset is gone.
Yeah. This is really interesting from you two. I don't fully understand the vision still. It sort of seems like the like... If he uses chant now, like the window has closed in some sense. Like it's not as good as it once was.
I mean, you would think that chanting someone to prevent a turn where they wound up casting 3 spells would be pretty positive for like a good use of your 1 mana.
Yeah. I would think that. Now, I mean, one thing that I mean, holding on this chant does help Ryo with is, okay, in game 1, the Boros deck is very close to Stone Cold No Outs to a Isochron Scepter plus chant.
Sure.
So what he has bought himself is that, you know, he has this one of that literally wins the game on the spot. And maybe there are even some lines like, you know, consult into that or similar that would play. I'm not sure exactly how much that's worth, but it's not for nothing.
We have drawn the Case Chant, so I would think that with 2 chants in hand, now is probably a good time to make some value out of one of them.
Yeah, I mean, look, I've said this for like the last 3 turns straight. So,
it's finally time. It's finally time.
Okay.
No spells, no attacks.
I mean, you can buy a guaranteed additional turn with that chant. I mean, else to figure something out to get out of this, but yeah. And another thing I guess I would mention about this chant deck is it's not uncommon for the chant deck to like trade off a bunch of cards, get a bunch of lands into play, and then just like cast Days Undoing no Narset. Like, just full on Time Twister. And the joke is, well, I'm a control deck and I have a bunch of lands in play, so this is good for me. You know, we restart the game, but I have 6 lands. Probably I'll win from there.
Is there a point at which Ryo is like just dragging this out, but can't like get out from underneath the eventual Goblin Bombardment?
Well,
if he's at,
I mean,
probably 5 is enough life that that's not the case, but if he takes another couple points of damage here or there.
I think that because of like the existence of Scepter, and to a lesser extent the existence of Chant,
yeah.
I think you're never, it's never quite that simple. I mean, I'm not saying Goblin would be a great draw here, but it's not going to be quite that game ending, I think. If Ryo gets enough ahead, he kind of has outs to a lot of things.
Draw for the turn look like Guide of Souls?
Yeah, it looks like Daisaku here is just holding Guide of Souls Thraben Charm, which is not much help with really anything.
That's right. Do we care about Teferi? So there is a Days Undoing in Ryo's hand now.
Okay, so what's happening is Solitude's getting cast on the Super Pyro, and then unfortunately because there's Teferi in play, you can't respond with Raven Charm or anything.
Yeah.
So Solitude then is going to get the option to block the Ragamon, and I presume it will just take it. Yes.
Yep.
Which means Raven Charm remains blank in your hand.
Yeah, that's pretty rough. That was a pretty big swing in Ryo's favor.
I mean, I think Ryo is on the verge of taking control here. It's not over, but this is quite good. For example, interesting. We don't play the Guide of Souls. I don't fully understand that. I'm not sure I understand. Like, what's the idea? Like holding this card to a Seasoned Pyro or something? You think this card just like is so irrelevant that you just want the option to loot away later? Maybe.
The hand is Force of Negation, Wrath of the Skies, Orum's Chant, which we are firing off here, and Days Undoing. Sure, maybe some combination of Arena of Glory to like haste the Guide of Souls, haste a second creature alongside it, and try to get an unexpected attack in or something.
Sure, but notably, you can't haste a Guide of Souls in Arena of Glory.
No, that's right. You can't pay R for that. That's a good point.
So I mean, that's the weird part of it. I mean, like, you could certainly perform the line you described, and maybe it gets you somewhere. But and meanwhile, the jaws are closing here. I mean, this Narset comes into play. Activated. Like, I don't know.
The Teferi had upticked, so now we're gonna get the draw step. Days Undoing.
Right, which is checkmate. I mean,
yeah,
it's just everything's gone. You don't even get a draw step. You'll have 0 cards, not 1. Thank you. Next game.
Yeah, just complete bankruptcy. All right, let's take a look at the sideboards.
Yes. Now, I mentioned before that I thought this matchup was Boros' favorite, and I do. But notably, winning game 1 is pretty huge for the Jeskai deck here, because the Jeskai deck is going to get access to some pretty good tools post-board. Because, you know, I think that probably the best card in the format against Boros Energy is Flage, Titan of Fire's Fury. And there are just 3 copies of Titan of Fire's Fury in this Jeskai control sideboard, which is going to be really nice. There's also a Celestial Purge and a Natural Wrath of the Skies, which are less important, but definitely still meaningful improvements. And then on the Boros side, we aren't going to get to make any kind of colossal improvements here. You know, you might put in the Blood Moon. It seems totally fine. The Showdown of the Scalds probably comes in because you just have a couple bad cards. You know, the Solitude, the Thraben Charm would be cards I'd like to get out of the deck. But beyond that, I mean, I don't think there's much. I mean, you could board in a Wear Tear to have an out to the Isochron Scepter. I think with only one Scepter in the opposing deck, I probably wouldn't bother. I would just accept that if they Scepter me, I lose, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. So the Boros player is eyeing Surgical Extraction here. Now, this makes some sense. The point I being a Chance of the Flage is I assume that the opponent is presumably boarding in. Okay. I'm with you. I'm picking up what you're putting down, Daisaku. Yeah.
It's like, not
it
surprisingly.
looks like Galvanic.
Yeah, Galvanics are starting to go.
Yeah, so Galvanic in this matchup, I guess what I'd say about it is it's not horrible. I mean, it's not great, but like, you know, you finish off a Narset, you finish off a Teferi, like it does some nice stuff. Like, I doubt that if I were playing the Boros side, I probably wouldn't want 0, but I probably wouldn't want 4. Like, I'd easily see having like 2 Galvanics in. But maybe Daisaku dislikes it more than I do. I'm not sure.
Well, we did pass over a couple later Galvanics as we were going through the deck, and we opted to take a Seasoned Pyromancer instead, which also seems like the second or third one of those is about as good as the second or third one of the Galvanic discharges.
I mean, I will say there's also killing Solitude is not nothing. I mean, these games do go long, and like you do want to get the 3/2 off the board. Obviously, Teferi can make that difficult, but that's a relevant aspect too. The other funny thing with these surgicals is like, okay, when you're boarding in surgical, your main intent is obviously to exile Flage, and that is the primary thing you're going to do with it. But what I will say is, I found that like if you exile the card Orum's Chant, it is sometimes problematic for the Chant deck. Weirdly,
and they're not gonna
like quite heavily.
Yeah, and they're not gonna like hide them from you, right? Like as you said, you want to kind of cast them on random turns just to buy yourself time.
Yes. So, like, that is something that might happen. Like, again, you know, you definitely wouldn't board in Surgical, like, with that being your primary plan. The primary plan is target Flage. But it also might come up. Just, I don't know, the opponent's deck is fundamentally does not have kind of sufficient density of creature removal to really function without that. Yeah, they're showing Redirect Lightning here, which I don't really think is going to come in. I don't really know what it's for, but I doubt it's for this, is I guess what I'd say about that.
I assume it's just to highlight that it exists, that Ryo is willing to dedicate a sideboard spot to a new card, but yeah, this is not the situation for it, I assume.
I mean, it's like a very strong card, certainly, but I like, you know, I'm not trying to say like what an embarrassing card. It's more like let's not talk about this card in the Boros matchup, all right? Like they don't really have a lot of spells with single targets. All
right, both players have now counted to 60. Hopefully we'll get game 2 underway here. This is round 7 of 8. We've got one more after this before we kick it over to the European stream. I think you can watch 24 consecutive hours of regional championship today, which is pretty cool.
It is pretty cool, yes.
I'm gonna stick with the 14 or 15 hours that that I'm responsible for, though.
Yes.
It's gonna be enough for me.
All right, now what I will say also about these post-board games is a big question I think that you have to think about if you're playing the Chant side of this is how worried you are about Blood Moon specifically. Because, okay, the weird thing is, like, the Chant deck is mostly a blue-white deck. I understand there's a small red splash, but, like, it's not that hard to get, like, one island and one plains into play.
Sure.
But the weird thing is, 1 island and 1 plains is kind of problematic because you can't cast Narset on 1 island, 1 plains. You can't cast Solitude. You can't cast Wrath of the Skies.
Yeah.
You can't kick an Ogrim's Chant. So like, despite this fact, Blood Moon is pretty effective, even though you're pretty good at getting one of each land into play. And so I know some champ players like to leave in cards like Force of Negation specifically for Blood Moon. So I'm interested to see if any of that happens here. Although I do see the namesake Ogrim's Chant card in the hand of our Jeskai player here. And, sorry, Icecrown Scepter. I mean the namesake Icecrown Scepter in the hand of the Ogrim's Chant player here. And Icecrown Scepter is, as I mentioned before, absolutely incredible in this matchup. It's very close to hard lock. Like, if you put Chant on this thing, it is extremely close to just being lights out. Like, the Boros deck basically can't win from any board. You know, maybe if you use the Boros deck boarded in your 1 Wear Tear, then you can hope to draw that before your opponent has like a single way to counter a Wear Tear. But most of the time, you just die.
All right, 1-drop Guide of Souls answered by 1-drop Prismatic Ending. Let's see what the follow-up is here from Daisaku. We do see Blood Moon. That's the white bordered card in Daisaku's hand. Looks like the term...
No. And you already see there's a basic plains on the table. Yeah. And in addition to that, notably, if you have at least 1 plains to kick your Chant with, Icecrown Scepter Chant just beats Blood Moon as well. So like, if there is a Scepter and a Chant in Ryu's hand here, the game is over. And the match is over. But okay, that doesn't happen. We've reached turn 3.
We do not have... Oh, we have the treasure token. We do not have an untapped 3rd land, but we could Blood Moon if we wanted to.
Yeah, and I don't think it's crazy to Blood Moon, although it does make sense to gain more information first, especially because you won't be able to surveil after you Blood Moon.
Yeah.
Real short shelf life on these things.
Yep. Let's fetch plains while the fetching is good, and then it looks like it's gonna hit. Interesting. Okay, so we do have Flage in hand, which is kind of enabled by this Blood Moon, as we've played Hallowed Fountain as our mountain.
Yes, although I can't imagine Ryu is relishing the prospect of never having blue mana again.
No, yeah, that part is pretty problematic. We're gonna have to find Basic Island before we can deploy Teferi or any of our blue cards.
Yeah, also could maybe find the Celestial Purge and then purge the Blood Moon right out of here. I mean, that's one of its main things it does that is nice in this matchup. Like, what card is that?
That is a Goblin Bombardment.
All right. See, Daisaku making it hard on us because the other bombardments were normal art, telling you into a false sense of security. So then when this one comes, you're like, wow, that can't possibly be a bombardment. But it is. It is.
Yeah, it really does not look like it has any text from the overhead camera, but...
Right, so the Flage here is also kind of interesting because... Okay, because of this Blood Moon, Ryu can easily cast the Flage.
Yep.
The challenge is going to be casting enough other cards to get to 5 cards to exile from your graveyard.
Right, right. So, the fetch lands were supposed to be the way to get there, but we can't get them off the battlefield. Daisaku plays Voice of Victory, but now that's going to be answered by Land 5 and Solitude.
Wow.
Why not?
Mono white control just keeps on trucking, you know?
Yep. And now the Solitude is answered by a Galvanic Bombardment. How many more hits does Daisaku have? Looks like he brought in the Consign. And awkwardly, for a variety of reasons, he binned he surveilled the Hallowed Fountain to the graveyard. That was his one source of blue mana. And now Blood Moon is in play anyway, so that Consign in hand is total blank.
Yeah. So the consign is interesting. I didn't expect this, but it's not insane. I mean, notably, it's quite good against the Ajani flip trigger, as I assume the primary purpose of the card. And Ajani is definitely one of the most problematic aspects because of its ability to live through your sweepers. So that I assume is the idea. You could also like counter season Pyromancer trigger, which is not nothing, a Flage trigger maybe, but I think the Ajani flip trigger is the intended purpose of this card.
Right, well, we have flipped Ajani.
And now we're reading it. I don't know what that means.
Can you believe how much text is on this thing?
Yeah, and the judge is like, yeah, I can't believe it either. You know, Magic cards these days.
Alright, here comes Solitude. Just 5 mana, exile your cat.
Sure. I mean, King's Wine, you save a point. Although I guess now Daisaku has the option of responding with sack my cat at your solitude, sack my other cat at your solitude. And doing that seems pretty...
And that is what we're going to do.
I like that when Daisaku uses the bombardment, he picks the cat, gestures the bombardment, then gestures the target.
Yeah.
You know, it's like this to this. It's very clear what's happening. Those are some crisp paper mechanics that I like to see.
Yeah, so Daisaku's hand is Arid Mesa, Unplayable Consign. And I did not see what the third card was. It's time to play Isochron Scepter. Presumably we have something that goes under it.
I mean, wow, we're putting Consign under it? I mean, that is a desperation play. I mean, now
we're putting
admittedly...
Consult the Star Charts under it.
Oh, Consult the Star Charts under it. Okay. That's more reasonable. So we put Consult Star Charts under it. What happens is we get to look at 7 cards each turn.
Yeah. Yeah, it is just straight up dig through time over and over again. To be clear, the player who has Consigned to Memory is Daisaku, is the energy deck.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did not understand that. Okay.
And he's going to have it for the rest of this game. Because even if the Blood Moon goes away, his 1 blue source is in the graveyard.
Yes, he will either win with this Consign in his hand or die with this Consign in his hand. You gotta respect it.
Chat thinks that Ryo might have accidentally played 2 lands this turn.
Okay. I mean, that certainly could be the case. I can't say I was paying that much attention.
I wasn't paying super close attention either.
Well, the thing is, okay, this isn't a game where like the number of lands Ryo has in play is that important. Like they're mostly basic mountains.
Yes.
You know.
I mean, it will wind up mattering for Consult the Star Charts purposes, but at the same time...
Yes, but it's easy to lose track of. I mean, I would guess both for us in the booth and for players on the floor, because for the last 6 turns, it was so totally irrelevant.
It meant nothing, yeah.
But...
Hovering to see if I can see how many lands there were the last... I mean, that looks like 5. I guess I could believe that maybe he accidentally played a second land. Get this sorted out soon. I'd like to imagine Daisaku threw a big red challenge flag or something. Get the judges to go under some kind of hood to look at the tape to figure it out.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the current judge policy is in this. I believe that they are allowed to check the tape for future matches at Grand Prix, but I'm not 100% sure of that. The editor is now being consulted, so whatever's going on is serious. I mean, the consult might be as simple as like this player played extra land just as consult the star charts was coming online. Like, do you think it's intentional? Like that would be a reasonable judge call.
Yeah.
I don't know though for sure.
Shy in chat asks, are the commentators in Japan or having a really long night? It is the second one. We are both in the United States, and yeah, it is 4:15 a.m. for me, 3:15 for Andrew.
Yeah, look, it's a pretty early 3:15 a.m. I cannot complain.
I actually took a nap before stream started, so I'm actually feeling significantly fresher than I often am. I see. So the question was not, did I play 2 lands? It was, have I already played a land? And if not, I would like to play this land.
Okay.
And they've decided, no, you can go ahead and play your additional mountain. And so it is actually a star charts for 8 rather than for 7.
Wow, and finds like Galvanic just showed off it. I mean, I guess I shouldn't be surprised because 8 is so many cards, you're going to find a banger. But
yeah,
that Galvanic is a huge game because Daisaku really does not have a lot of other threat here.
Meow goes the cat. Ryo down to 7, but kind of feel like star charts every turn is pretty good, right?
Oh, yes. I mean, look, Daisaku has chances because, I don't know, Ryo's very low, but and there's a bombardment in play. But yeah, I mean, I think the smart money is currently on the star charts player, regardless of whether they can make most of their colors.
Yeah. Well,
oh wow.
One thing that Ryo can make is RR, which is good enough to get this Flage back.
Yes, I completely forgot that the discharge is also the 5th spell needed to get that Flage online. It's not just a Castle Waiting for Johnny, it also means that the Titan of Fire's Fury has entered the battlefield.
We do not have any respect for the cat. It looks like the Flage trigger went upstairs.
Yeah, I think it's less that Ryu's disrespecting the cat and more that Ryu wants to guarantee gaining those life points.
Yeah.
The way Ryu feels is that with this consult under the scepter, Ryu has so much inevitability. The important thing is not to get punked out, and targeting the cat is kind of asking to get punked out. I don't know how Daisaku can get out of this. It looks very difficult. Like, there are many problems. First of all, our hand is like 3 Leaf Energies and a Guide of Souls. That's the first problem. The second problem is we don't have white, you know, in among our lands.
Yeah.
Which means even if we had our own Flage, we couldn't cast it. So, oh wow, and that's the basic line off the top. I mean, it's definitely unnecessary, but it really does add insult to injury here.
And note that we're now going to kick our star charts using this blue mana.
Oh my god.
So we're taking
star charts for 9?
Yes, we will take 2 of these. That does seem like insult to injury. I mean, you're already basically demonic tutoring every turn while attacking with your Titan past a little kitty cat. Alright, cat blocks and gets bombarded towards Ryo's head. Life totals are 12 to 11 in Jeskai's favor now. So our hand is what? Mountain, Consign, Guide of Souls, and I think we drew a spell, but it's going to have to be a really good one. Hidetsugu's second right no longer plays.
Yeah, I think it's all over, but the crying at this point, like, I know Ryu's limited to a single blue mana. Maybe that somehow matters, but I just can't imagine being 12 points through here. I'll do the Ragavon. Get another 2-for-1. Get another 3-power lifelinker into play.
Yeah, Shai asked in chat about how Scepter interacts with Kicker. I mean, it is favorable. So Scepter is a flat 2 to cast it in the first place, and then you may pay additional costs. But the challenge for kicking the star charts had been that it's 1U to kick it, and Ryo did not have blue mana until he just ripped that island last turn. So he had been paying 2 to look at the top 9 and take 1 card, and now he started paying 3 and a U to look at the top 9 and take 2 cards. Alright, Guide of Souls gets thrown into the bombardment, and now I think we're gonna get this over with.
Yeah. Again,
It's
look,
time.
there's some more game actions happening here, but
Yeah.
I really think that the double demonic tutor followed by attack for 12 points and 6 life is like you can see Ryu knows in garbage time. Like, he looks at the cards, he just kind of grabs 2 of them. Which ones don't really matter? Just give me some stuff. My opponent could demonic tutor every turn rest the game, and I would still beat them at this point. Like, it's just All right.
We found backup Flage to end our misery here, as the Chant player cruises over the finish line.
Yes. I mean, honestly, I do think that game was quite interesting in the early stages. I do think, this Chant with Consult under thing is like pretty sweet. I like that we got to see that end the game. But in the end, the Boros player drew really poorly. The Blink Consign was really punishing. Also, the Blood Moon, surprisingly annoying for the Boros player in this particular game. And surprisingly not annoying for the Chant player. So we do see this guy Chant advancing.
So Ryo is undefeated. Notice I'm not saying that he's 7-0. He drew round 3.
I noticed that.
He drew round 3, so he's 6-0-1. There should be 2, possibly 3 undefeated players left after this round. Sorry, there should be 2, possibly 3 7-0s left after this round. So Ryo's going to be in 4th or 5th place when the new standings are posted.
All right. I mean, I wouldn't mind if Ryu won the event. I mean, I'm a big fan of the Chant deck, to be honest. I think it's pretty underrated in the format. I think it's like a pretty reasonable choice. It's just kind of counterintuitive, so a lot of people don't want to play it for that reason. But so I take it we're not going to get another match after that one. It went pretty long, maybe?
It's a good question. Let me put on the audio, we'll see if they're talking about it.
All right.
We might be waiting for a winner's interview too.
告知されることないけどね、マジック的に。ワールドも2週間後にあるし。
さっき僕告知しましたしね。
そうもう結構告知したからね、さっき。だから
もうさすがにもうマジックのねイベントは
何を告知するんかい。
ないと思うので。じゃあもうここでちょっとひとまずまたちょっとパック向きやすか。
じゃあプレイブですか？
プレイブ向きましょう。
はい。
じゃあ市川さんと僕もちょっと向いていいですか？じゃあせっかくなんでね。
じゃあ市川さん。
Sounds like we're gonna bust some boosters.
きますよ。
石川さんドラフトしました。
So if that's the case, then I'm gonna leave the Japanese audio up for a bit. I mean, I'll hang out for another few minutes. I'm not 100% sure that we're done here yet, but certainly there's nothing to commentate if there is no magic going on.
なんか4枚ぐらい見て探せるアンコモの水
ありますね。
3人ぐらい並んでるやつあるじゃないですか。
2マナ白の2マナ2ですね。
白ですかね。あれめっちゃ好きです。
まああれ強いっす。あれはかなりねドラフトの初手寄りのカード。
あれだいぶいいカード。なんかあとアートもいいし。このね食物めっちゃお茶いいですね。
お茶だ。お茶。
このアートいいなお茶。あこれ後ろからだった。いきますよ。こっちからでいいな。まあでここでこうなって。
顧問はい。
顧問があって。
はい。ホイール。
ホイール。
同盟者。
同盟者ね。
はい。
あ
出た。
いいじゃないですか。
いっぱい出てくる増えるやつ、飛行船。
エンドステップにどんどん増えてくるやつ、
はい。僕これちょっと注目というかなんか好きです。
なんかモダンのデッキでなんかマジックオンラインで5-0知るリストとかありましたよ。
何？
なんか黒単でなんかめちゃくちゃ意見捧げるエンジンあって、まあバッて広げるみたいな感じのデッキ。
マジっすか。
面白かった。
やっぱね、セフィロスとかも合わせていろいろ使ってみたいですし、これいいじゃないでしょうか。
お、メイすごい。
レアがいっぱい入ってる。
黒いレア2枚出たけど。
これはすごいぞ。さっき出ましたよね。
はい、出ました。
はい、ビエンダをし、これもちょっと好きです。ドラフトやってて、先制攻撃もできるし、まあこういった同盟者とかね、装備品、
ビエンダを
はい持ってけるのでいいカードかなと。
無情な行動ね。
再録ですね。
なんぼで待っていいかね。
なんぼで待っていい。いやただちょっとアートきついな。ちょっとかわいそすぎる。アッパー
がこれ縛られてる。
ジョン。
はい。
これ僕まだ見てないですね。
何シーズン目なんだろう。
でまあこういった形。はい。まああとなんかバーバが一旦目に相手出してきたときにちょっとまあ気持ち的にブロックしづらいっていうのはありますよね。はい、1-2です。
ガンガン殴ってきますけどね。バーバ。
はいという形になってます。
いいっすね。
いいんじゃないでしょうか。準備ができたということでお呼びいたしましょう。こちらビッグマジックさんから草壁さんいらっしゃいませ。お疲れ様です。なんでしょうか。じゃあヘッドセットねつけて。
Big Magic proprietor guy, store owner, tournament organizer kind of dude.
草壁さん、告知があるということで。
告知がある。どうも。はい。なんですか告知って。今さっきいっぱいね我々告知したんですけども、まだあるって感じですか。
そうですね。まず最初に僕このビッグマジックのまあこのイベントを主催しているビッグマジックのまあ MTG マネージャーという草壁と申します。よろしくお願いします。
じゃあめちゃくちゃ偉い人ってことですね。
いやそんなことはないんですけど。
ドエレー人ということで。
存在には使えないってことですね、市川さん。
はい。
じゃあそんな草壁さんがどうしたんですか。
ちょっとまあ今回のイベントみたいなイベントをねまた2026年もぜひやりたいなと思ってまして。
2026年。
はい。それの告知に来ました。す
ごいマジックイベントたくさんだ。まだ2025年だけど、まあもうすぐ2026か。
まあそうです。
I see we're getting some announcements about tournaments in 2026. This is not the most relevant to us, but I'll listen. Why not?
もうすぐです。はい。何でしょうか。というわけでまず一発目ですね。3月にプレイヤーズコンベンション京都が行われますので。
I do not blame you.
関西では超久しぶりの。大型イベントだと思うので、今出てます。はい。京都パレスプラザで、これはプレイヤーズコンベンションが行われます。で、その後にですね、幕張メッセの方で5月にスポットライトシリーズが、これは3日間のイベントになりますね。はい。これは2026年、まあ一発2発と。ちょっと盛り上がるイベントをやろうかなと思ってますので、
これ主催されてるのがもうビッグマジックさんということで、もう足を向けて寝られないと。
ありがてえや。ありがて
え。ありがとうございます。
先生、ざっくりちょっと何が違うのかっていうのだけちょっと言わせてもらいますと、
お願いします。
まあプレイヤーズコンベンションというのはまあ今回と同じなので、チャンピオンズカップファイナルに加えてリミテッドチャンピオンシップもまあやろうかなと思っております。でもう一つスポットライトの方ですね。これはまあテーマに沿ったイベントになるので。
This is going to be the first Japanese RC that takes place in Kyoto. None of them have done that before.
その目玉はトップ8にプロツアーの権利がもらえるメインイベントがあるということで、ちょっと異なったイベントになるんですけども、ぜひ関西と関東の方でそれぞれやろうと思いますのでよろしくお願いします。
お願いします。あれスポットライトシリーズの方のメインイベントっていうのはそのオープンイベントみたいな感じ。
そうなりますね。
なのでじゃあ急に参加できたら参加しちゃって急に権利が得られるってことも、
誰でも出れてプロツアーが目指せるイベントってことでね。
来ましたよ皆さん。すごいイベントです。
まあ今から全然ね間に合うと思うんで。
いや間に合う。まだ半年ぐらい。
確かに全然まだあるのでね。時間はぜひ時間を調整してお仕事の調整つけて参加してはいかがかなということですね。特設サイトもまあこういった形で時間。2026年3月とか公開予定ありますので、そちらもぜひぜひよろしくお願いいたします。
はい、よろしくお願いします。
はい。まだまだあったりしますか？
まあ、とりあえずこんなもんで。
じゃあとりあえずじゃあ今日はこの辺にしといてやるかと。わかりました。はい、ということでイベント盛りだくさんでございます。改めてビッグマジック草
Do you
田
have
さん
anything else to add? And then he was like, nope, that's it for now. Oh, okay, great.
盛りだくさんですわね、市川さん。
まあそうですね。草壁さんの体力も心配になってくる。ちょっと。
そうですね。マンパワーも
まあ今のうちかもしれなかったなっていう。明日だと持ってない可能性もある。
あ、なるほど。
相当働いてる感じが出てたので。
あ、ちょっと様子がおかしかったですか。
いや、まあちょっとそうですね。ツイッターとか見てると、まだ結構まあ稼働もう。今何時間ぐらい稼働してるのかなっていうのはちょっと気になったところですけどね。はい。
まあじゃあそう考えたらこういったねイベントで、皆さんにたくさんお買い物してほしいですね。
ああ、確かにそうですね。やっぱり主催してよかったなってなってほしいですよね。やっぱりそのもちろん来た人たちは来てよかったなってなるイベントも目指してはいますけど、やっぱりね。
さあなんかまだまだゲストもあるということで、これは。またちょっとゴーサインが出たら呼んでいきたいなと思っておりますけども、はい、いいですか？あ、わかりました。はい。ゆるっとマジックさんからリカさんとキングちゃんさんどうぞ。これキングちゃんさんでいいんですよね。
思った僕もその
お疲れ様です。
片方さん付けなのに。
We've got some content creators, I guess. All right, so we are now definitely taking a break. We will be back for the last round of Swiss in, I don't know, 15 minutes or so. Hopefully slightly less, but there's still about 10 matches outstanding. So hang out for a little bit, chat. We'll be back soon.
これはキングちゃんさんでいいですか？
すみません、キングちゃんでお願いします。
キングちゃん。はい。これじゃあ皆さんキングちゃんと呼びましょうね。
はい。お願いします。
お願いします。なんかですね、これぶ向きましょうみたいな。
おお。向きたいです。
じゃあこれはちょっとぜひ。
失礼します。
すごいこのコレクターブースターからいいカードを引くということがまあ視聴者の皆さんがすごい期待されているので。はい。なのでぜひむちゃくちゃいいカード出してもらえたらなと。
多分ワンシートンアナグマモグラの子いけると思います。
あ、よろしくお願いします。
はい、頑張ります。
相当熱いから。
はい。ここは全然ゆるっとっていう感じじゃないんで。はい。
かなりガチッとしたカードチョイスだなという印象は受けるけど。
お願いいたします。
モダンのデッキにも入れたいので。
はい。さあじゃあどちらからいきましょう。
じゃあリカちゃんから
お願いいたします。
開けます。
さあどんなカードがね出てくるかと。
やっぱりこれは硬い傾向にあると思う。パック硬めの傾向にあり。
はい、パック硬め。
よいしょ。ありがとう。
本当にそうだと思うけどな、
俺。向きやすさはプレイブースターの方が開けやすい。
なんか開けやすかった気がする。
アメリカはこれ前にレアでしたっけ？
多分前の方にレアありますね。
はい。
前
からこうやってダーンってやっていくとレアがいきなり出てくる感
じ。じゃあこの入れ替えた方がいい。
もう全然好きなようにやって大丈夫ですよ。もう入れ替えても大丈夫ですし。
わかりました。じゃあもういきなり。
いきなり行きましょうか。
行きましょう。
アートカードがこちらで。
アートカードありますね。はい。
じゃあいきなり行きます。
お願いします。ダダン。
おお、あれ。
全除去かな？
全除去ですね。黒い太陽の日。
はいはいはい。
ドン。
お、これが
記憶への解放インスタント。
あ、どうですか市川さん。
どうですか。
記憶への解放、これなんすか。初めて見たからちょっと読んでいいですか。
お願いします。
対戦相手人たちとそのプレイヤーの墓地を追放して、これにより追放されたクリーチャーカード1枚付き1体の無色の11のスピリットトークンを生成する。初めて見ましたこれ。これ再録とかなんですかね。
いいカードですか。
まあいいカードでしょう。
いいカードである。
いいカードでしょうね。間違いなく。
ある意味レアな一枚引きました。
特別アートですもんね。
はい。
さあそして次が逃走者かな。
収集の追跡さナイラです。
はいはいはい。で次がアンが出ましたよ。
アンが出ました。昨日マダムたちアン。
はい。そして土のこれもいいですよね。パワー4以上でアドバンしなる。
あと
土地ということで。
はい。
この後にワンシートンが出てくるんですかね。出てこないですか。
あらキングちゃん。
そろそろでもキングちゃんがね、やっぱねワンシート。
じゃあちょっとキングちゃんにじゃあ出してもらいましょうか。
はい、任せてください。
はい、お願いします。
はい、行きま はい、入れ替えてみたんでちゃんと入れ替えてるかわかんないですけど、一回いきますね。せーの、アートカードからですね。
はい、アート、あ、可愛い。
可愛い。ペンギンだ。
ペンギンがありまして、次が抗議カード。はい、まあここは顧問軍ですかね。はい。
で、よいしょ。ほい。
はい、こちらも顧問になってきます。はい。
ほい。
はい、インスタントバットリーですかね。はい。プラニプラニ。
よいしょ。
さあここはアンコモンですか。
1ついてくるやつですね。
はいはいはい。11のトークン出てくる同盟者トークン。はい。
あ、こうですね。ほい。
はい。
はいはいはい。
はい、これ海ヘビ。はい。
海ヘビ。
またか土地になって基本土地が出てきたらってことですかね。あれでもこれもアンコモンですよね。
まあアンコモンですね。
そうですね、アンコモンですね。はい。基本土地まで。よいしょ。
はい。まあこれ逃走者の
逃走者の
カードですね。はい。
リミテッドで見ないから。
よいしょ。
あ、逃走者の顧問もね、い
これも
くつか入ってる。
逃走者のカードですね。
はい。カエルリス。
22に到達かな。
はい。
カエルリス、クリーチャータイプカエルリス。
カエルどっち？
そのままだ。
どっち？
なんか多いですね。アンには結構そういうカード多いイメージ。なんか2種類のクリーチャータイプ、なんかその動物っぽいクリーチャータイプ持ってるカード多い。
どうですよ。なんか1マナでなんかやった4種類ぐらい動物いるカードですよね。
白のやつね。あります。
さあ次行きましょう。
はい。
はい。じゃあ次めくっていきましょうか。
せーの、よいしょ。 あ、土地来ました。
次からや。次ぐらいから。
次か。
お願いします。
ドン。
ドン。
絶妙な、絶妙な、はい。
まあ神話レアですもんね。
まあまあまあ、神話ね、獅子亀。レアかな？
レアか。
レアですね。はい、獅子亀、ほい。
はい、サッカー。
サッカー、はい。あれ、まだかな？
まだですかね。
はい。ほい。
ドンとカタラ、こちらエンチャントですね。
エンチャントですね。はい。ほい。
おい。3つの夢。
はあ。
そうそう。
市川さん見たことあります？
いや、見たことない。見たことない。この再録なんですかね。なんか見たことない。
でもね、アニメのワンシーンのね、アートですね。さあ次行きましょう。
はい。よいしょ。
はい。
あ、これはあれですね、スタンダードのカードですね。
木の技
とかで使われてる。
一体以外木の技でどっか行けができるやつ。
どっか行け。
はい。それでドン。
あ、はいはい。
はい。で、次が。
戻ってきてる。戻ってきてます。
そんな見たことない。
エンドレスリピート。
まさかの。
危ない。マジドンちょっと出せなかったけど。
はい。ということで今回はゼロシートンでした。
ゼロシートンになってしまいました。
はい。市川さんどうでしたか、今の開封の評価は。
良いでしょう。
良いでしょう。
ありがとうございます。
やっぱり楽しむのがね
一番大事。これ別に何が出ようと
いいんすよ。
関係ないですから。
いいんすよ。
はい、いいカードが出ることが嬉しいですからね。はい、ということでじゃあ最後ゆるとマジックさんのちょっと活動のなんか告知とかね、まあそういうのをお聞きしてもいいですか。
はい。ですね、ゆるっとマジックは普段 YouTube で活動させていただいているトレーディングカードゲーム全くの初心者から高校の同級生女子3人でマジック・ザ・ギャザリングを始めてみたっていうチャンネルをやっております。で、大阪の方メインに活動しているんですけれども、東京とかも大きいイベントとかでよく遊びに来るので、皆さん見かけたらぜひお声掛けください。よろしくお願いします。はい。で、もしよろしければぜひ YouTube もですね、ゆるっとマジックって検索してチャンネル登録していただけると励みになりますので、皆さんよろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いいたします。
はい、ありがとうございます。
ということでパシフィコ横浜ですけど、大阪から来たんですか。
はい、大阪から来ました。
いやよく来ました。
4時間かかりました。
いやすごい。なかなかこの遠征もね大変でしょうし、まあ明日もいらっしゃるんですか。
はい、明日もいます。
はい。なんか会場とかで見てますみたいな声かけとかしても大丈夫なんですか。
もちろんです。今日もたくさん声掛けいただいて、もうめちゃくちゃ嬉しかったです。
もしねこういう時声かけた時ごめんなさいって言われたらちょっと嫌じゃないですか。
すごい高飛車な。
はい。なんで一応ここで確定させといた方がいいなと思って。気をね使っちゃう人もいると思うんで。
ウェルカムです。皆さん
ウェルカムですと。
嬉しい
です。いうところなので、はい。じゃあ明日も楽しみにしておりますので活動頑張っていただけたらなと思っております。ありがとうございました。ありがとうございました。はい、いいですね。楽しんでってくださいってコメントも来ててね、ありがたいですね。
だからこういったねアートの楽しみだとか、まあ、こういったねなんですかユニバースビヨンドってやつですか、とかでもね新規の方々が入ってきたりとかありますから、ありがたいことでございます。
いいですね。いろんな人がやっぱりやってくれると盛り上がるからね。
まあそうなんですよね。
まあ別におじさんだけでもいいんだけどね。だけどやっぱりいろんな人がやってくれた方がより盛り上がるから
やっぱそうですね。だから基本的にマジックおじさんは新しい人が来たら、おおよく来たなっていう。
もう歓迎ですわ。なんでもいいっすよ。もうなんでもいいっす。
なんか宿屋の店長みたいな感じですもんね。よく来たね。
ウェルカムウェルカムウェルカムウェルカムです。
この街楽しんでてくれよなみたいな。
やっぱり新しい人入ってこないと尻つぼんじゃうからね。
いやそうなんですよね。なんで今いるおじさんたちって多分死ぬまで絶対マジックやっていくと思うんで、はい、どんどん新しい人がね入っていってもらいたいなと思っております。はい。さあということで、次は最終ラウンドでございます。イエーガーさんと松川さんにね、バトンタッチしたいと思いますので動画を見てお待ちください。それでは一旦失礼いたします。
That's enough. You can't deflect my attacks forever.
Think so?
How could you do this to the greatest earthbender of all time?
What about Kiyoshi?
Could Kiyoshi do this?
Turtle ducks! Oh, they're so cute.
Appa!
Look, my cabbages!
Wait, did you open an Azula?
What, so we can Agni Kai for it?
I'm looking for the avatar.
You're gonna have to be more specific.
Let's try that again. Does anyone want to play?
I've got 5 attackers, you got no blockers, and you're dead. You need to train.
I don't need to train.
Maybe not. But you do need a training montage. To win in the arena, you have to be the arena.
Okay.
You must sharpen your skills. Here, eat this.
That's a cauliflower.
It's a superfood. All right, come on, pump them, keep those knees going. You punch like a beetle. Now that we've covered spells, let's talk about flying.
I'm doing it!
Rise and shine. It's magic time. Fire! And fire!
Done.
Sophia, don't you quit on me. Welcome to the challenge.
Rise and shine. It's magic time.
Up that hill! Move those zombies! Yes! Fire! Fire! Fire!
Thank you.
Don't thank me, Sophia. The magic was inside you all along.
What are you doing?
Nothing.
Whoa, nice combo. Have you been training?
A little.
If you love a challenge, you'll love Magic the Gathering Arena. Welcome the challenge. Download free.
Hey you! Has life been passing you by? Want to add a little explosiveness to your day? Or find out if you have what it takes to beat a demon-possessed machine that magically harvests souls for fuel? 10 teams! 3 worlds! Burn rubber for racing fame! Then join the Girapur Grand Prix, and this could be you! Not him! Her! Take a chance for fantastic glory and incredible riches! Like the Aether Spark, this year's legendary prize. It's worth the risk, we promise. So put down that remote and push your pedal past its limits. We want you to be a part of the Girapur Grand Prix. Frankly, because we're running out of racers. But hey, it'll be a ton of fun! It's only a death race if you die.
Warning, the Girapur Grand Prix is incredibly dangerous and will likely result in your untimely death. We are not responsible for vehicle sabotage, driver incineration, or decapitation from giant anthropomorphic sharks. Drive at your own risk. This message has been paid for by the New Culture Collective.
Hey you! Stop contemplating your existential dread. Try Magic the Gathering Foundations. Dying decor got you depressed? Foundations turns dreary into dramatic. But wait! There's more! With the right Magic card, everything's better.
Can Magic help me with my boss's after-hours texts?
It sure can.
Thank you, Magic the Gathering Foundations.
はい、ということで皆さんお待たせいたしました。続いてラウンド8ということで本日の最終ラウンド。そうですね。はい。
Alright, last round of the day.
いやー、ラウンド7も、まあまた新たなデッ
Let's
キ
see
が。
if we can
そうですね。もう白熱した。
eavesdrop what we're about to watch.
コントロール、実際コントロールってね、デッキも、見ることができましたし、まあ本当に、このモダンの奥深さというところをね、改めて身に染みて感じるようなマッチになったかと思いますが、いよいよ本日のラストラウンドということになります。ですがね、ちょっとまだそのラウンド8、本日ラストラウンドのラウンド8開始までは少々時間があるということですので、となると、まあやはりすることといえば我々まだ実は本日していないということですので、こちら
いっちゃいますか。
開封しちゃいますか。どうします？
プリのワンシート。
We're just gonna bust collector's boosters. Okay, fair.
アナグマモグラ。
Hard to say no.
新鮮なやつを。
じゃあちょっと新鮮なやつをいいですか、僕はもういっちゃって。
そうもう行きましょう。
早速ですけれども。はい開封の方させていただきたいと思います。コレクターブースターですから。
いやー、これは貴重な品ですよ。
どう開けましょう。後ろから行きます。
どういう配列なのかわかんない。配列というか順番がどこにあたりにレアがあるのかわかんない。
ですね、一番前が、レアです。
あ、そうなんだ。
前の方にあったはずなので。
じゃあ後ろから。
じゃあちょっと巨大5位ですね。5位。水の技を行う。クリーチャーになってます。ここら辺は。
ユーヤンですね。
はい。弓矢隊。はい。続いてまあ。ここら辺はね。古文のねカードが続いていきますから、軽くね。
ボルテージが上がっていく。
いいですよね。こうやって徐々にね。高まっていくというところなんですけれども。機体なんかもね出てますから。これね結構いいんじゃないかっていうね、飛行補助みたいな。
なるほど。
はい。ここら辺パッパ行くんですけれども、探検ですよ。はい。可愛いですね。アッパがいて。
探検。
はい。これでコレクターブースターの枠ですね。はい。 まあなんでこれスタンダードとかでは
そうそうそうまあまあまあまあ昔の探検ですもんね。はい、はい
はい、これもこれもそうですね。はい、これもコレクターブースターならではの。
途中からそのゾーンに入ったってことですかね、これ。
はいはい、でここで土地が挟まったので、
ということで、
はい、
これが
ここから先がレアになるんですけども、レアはじゃあちょっと一番前からいきますかね。はい、ということで、早速
月殺し
ジャオ
来ましたね。
はい、タップ、
そうですね、
タップで出せよと。はい、でしかもね、7マナ払うと征服者カウンターが乗って、血染めの月効果を、はい、得ます。
生きてる血染めの月みたいな。
さあ続いて、なんか続いてちょっと、ほっ、これは
なんかかっこいい。穴なんだ読めない。
カナタの映像ですね。
ライブラリーアウトの。
ライブラリーアウトの。
はいはいはいはいはいはい。
ちょっと
あなたの映像に見えちゃった。カナタの映像。清大うなぎ。
大うなぎです。
大
うなぎのね。はい。さあそして続いて、
どうだ。8？じゃあ石が上がった。
これもここのエキスパンションシンボルがね、
違うやつだ。
違うやつなので、
それの枠のレア枠ってことですかね。はいはい。
さあそして続いてが、生きてないですね。生きてますね。23、なんでしょう。23、ほう、同盟者万里の渓谷の案内人。はいはいはい。これもね結構すごいこと書いてますからね。はい。土地とか透明者、好きな色のマナ1点。
これは結構
すごい。はい、結構すごいカード。はい。やっぱりちょっと開封いいですね。テンション上がりますね。
いやしかしちょっと。
ちょっと。
アナグマモグラ。
じゃあちょっとお願いしてもいいですか。
いや行きますか。
はい、お願いしてもいいですか。じゃあはい。
ちょっと。よいしょ。開けるの下手くそすぎた。
後ろがはい、コモンになってますね。大リー
洗脳で、はい。アッパなんですけど、後ろに映ってるやつか。はいはい。そして、荒祭形態。荒祭？すげえカード名だ。この決心。
はいはいはいはい。
そして、これ注目カード。これね、これちょっと注目してますよ。
これ僕もね、
これ薬瓶から出したいですよね。これね。
薬瓶だったり、出産の儀で出しても面白いんじゃないのと思ってます。
なるほど。確かに1からね、これなったりとかね。
1から2でこれ出てきたらすごいことですから。
こいつは面白いです。はい。そして、すっきよしの戦士スキ。そして、首都の衛兵。バリアバリアですね。
これは土地ですか。
土地、選ばれた交流する荒野。白か選ばれた色。本当はこの土地ある。へえ。こんなのあるんですね。この辺りが多分その、スタンダードではない。
そうですね。はい。エキスパンションシンボルが。
地霊通術。はい。そして、
土地です。ということで、
じゃあこれ前から行く。
前からじゃあ、はい。お願いしてもいいですかね。
プリップリの。
さあ何が出てくる。
アナグマモグラをください。
これは土のベンダーのなんか特殊、しかも特殊。
これ上陸とかで使われてるやつですよね。確かね。スタンダード。ミドタンのなんかね。デッキとかに結構特殊なイラスト。
特殊なイラストでいいですね。
プレイヤーとか結構強いカードですよね。さあそして
シュッ
プリップリの
神秘的負荷。
レモラこの ヘイトを稼ぐカードですけども、
はい
まあ強いカードであることは間違いない、非常にいいイラストもね、なんかスタイリッシュですね、確かに。ミスティックレモラ。
音のね、神秘的負荷とちょっとね、イラストのなんかこう、つながりもあるというかね。
確かに、フルアートでね。シャン
お、トフ。土の技の達人トフ。これもまたあれですね、エキスパンションのシンボルが。
あ、で、神話レア。はい。そして、こいつは圧倒的勝利。
ほうほうほう。
5点与えて、すべてのクリーチャートランプライト X プラ X、余剰ダメージ分のプラ X。ド派手ですね、確かに。
さあ、これ次がラストかな。お
ゆえ。
水の技の。
月の精霊ゆえ。4マナ33飛行警戒、水の技5、そうですね。
なんか何でも出せるよみたいな感じですよね。
クリーチャーでない呪文1つを、あ、本当だ。何これ、すごい。
これで全知出そうっていう。
ああ、なるほど、なるほど。楽しそうですね。あ、でもこれ確かに楽しそうですね。
結構面白いカードになってますけれども。
やっぱこれですね、この特殊アートもね。
いやー、いいですね。
至る土のペンダー。
かっこいいですね、やっぱね、なんかこう、ちょっと水墨画っていうんですか、こういうの。
ね。
うん。
光り方も
かっこいい。
はい、という感じで。
という感じで、まだね。
ちょっとまだプリップリのあれは引きませんでしたけども。
まあ大注目のカードは
明日もね、
明日も
あると思うんで。
お、そしてそんなことを話していたらですね、
最終戦。
はい。本日の
Looks like we're all ready to go in the feature match area. Not surprisingly, we have 2 players left at 7-0 coming into this last round of the day. And so we're going to see them battle to see who is the lone person at the top of the heap. One of these players at the bottom here, Hiroki, we've seen before playing Mono Blue Belcher. And his opponent, Kenichiro Omori, is playing Izzet Prowess.
Yeah. So the Prowess matchup is sort of the other matchup that is usually considered to be bad for the Belcher's deck in the modern metagame. That is Affinity and Prowess. And this one is really just not that complicated. Basically, what the Belcher deck offers always is, a turn 4 or 5 kills with some counterspells along the way. And the Prowess deck doesn't have any single key card. Like, counterspells are not incredibly fit against it. Obviously, you'll get, like a Slick Shot or maybe a Swift Spear. You'll get something worth countering, but it's never going to be that impressive. And they are pretty good at just straight up racing you, even through Light Disruption. And it's for this reason that the Prowess deck is traditionally favored. That said, this is a pretty slow start from Omori here, so, I would not count the Belcher player out of this particular game.
First play is a Corey Steel Cutter on turn 2, which certainly will get tagged if it can be. It looks like we're going to flare it.
Yeah, this is quite an anemic start.
Kenichiro bobbles and passes. Now that he can't... Or he had to play the cutter first and try to double spell. So the hand is... Looked like Flare, Belcher, and one other spell.
Were.
Oh, geez. And Black Lotus?
Yes. So Hiroki's hand here is excellent. If Kenichiro plays a card worth countering, then, of course, Hikori can just play full price cancel, no problem.
Yeah.
But if the Prowess player doesn't do much and just passes, then you can Whir for Lotus and any untapped land is immediate lethal. So, look, if you want to know what Belcher winning this kind of bad matchup looks like, this is it. What you're watching right here, this is what winning looks like for the Belcher deck.
We can't just let Slick Shot go, right? Like, it must be tempting to think I'll just ignore your next turn and get my Black Lotus into play, but...
The problem with that, I think, is really that you don't know when your next land is coming.
Yeah.
Right? Like, if you had the 4th land all rolled up, that would be one thing. Like, then maybe letting the Slick Shot resolve is fine. It's pretty hard for it to 17 you. But in this situation, where you don't know, like, in theory, you could draw spells 4 turns in a row and just die to the Slick Shot, like, I think you have to flare it.
This, on the other hand, seems okay. This is not actual pressure.
Hiroki agrees with you. Yeah, just let the EI resolve. I mean, it's a fine spell, but it's nothing too scary.
And it was three spells on that expressive iteration as well, so Kenichiro could not continue to develop either. That was his whole turn.
And Kenichiro is running about as poorly as he could possibly run in this game, I would say. No one drop, the steel cutter gets countered, miss your third land, the EI hits nothing. Like, there are a lot of problems with Prowess deck. And that is a fourth land.
That is GG. All right, well, making it more and more likely that we'll see a second match here before we go to sleep. Chat,
yes.
Thanks for hanging out with us. We're watching the regional championship in Yokohama, Japan. This is the last round of Swiss for today. We will be back tomorrow night or tonight, this afternoon, depending on how you're looking at it. Day 2 starts at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, 6 Central, 9 a.m. in Japan.
Yeah. It'll be quite a bit earlier than we started today, but that does mean we'll be going quite a bit longer.
Yes.
So, look forward to that.
Yeah, so we're going to hand off to Europe, the European RC, when this is done. It's in Antwerp. Then they'll hand off to Vegas, and then when you get bored of Vegas or when Vegas is done, we'll still be here going into the deep night, crowning a champion in Yokohama 24 hours from now. All right, what does the Belcher deck have to bring in?
Yeah, so the answer is honestly not that much. Generally speaking, you will see the Belcher deck board in some form of interaction against prowess. Maybe these flood mods, maybe just unable to scream. And these cards are all fine, but fundamentally, it's kind of hard to interact in mono blue. It's just your deck is not that good at stopping creatures once they've resolved. And so you can only improve so much. Like these cards will do something, but they will not flip the matchup. Like I think that the Prowess deck is favored in game 1 and also favored post board. And part of the reason for that is the Prowess deck actually does get to board in some quite good cards. Like on the Prowess side, we're going to board in Consigned to Memory, which is kind of one of the eternal banes of this Belcher deck. One of the few things keeping it kind of down. You also might see Mystical Dispute, which is just like kind of 1 mana counter anything. Quite a good card. And even cards like, Spell Pierce, Soul Guide Lantern, Surgical could come in, with the Graveyard Hate being to stop Tameo, and the Spell Pierce being just to, interact with the Charmander generally. And all of these cards are just especially problematic when they're backed by this lightning quick clock. The Prowess deck is not just like going to be sitting around Holy Counter Magic letting the Belcher deck sculpt their hand. It's going to be like, no. They stop you 1 turn with the Consign, and there isn't a next turn. So,
I'm curious.
That said, I feel like
Go ahead.
I feel like the deck I've said is unfavored has won like every match we've watched today. So, do with that what you will.
Curious the history of these two players since we have a moment here. Looks like Kenichiro Omori has results going all the way back to 2003. I have about 650 matches of his on the ELO project, including 55 Pro Tour level wins. It's pretty good.
Okay, so he's a veteran. This is
he has
a strong and storied player.
1 GP top 8 at GP Kobe 2011. Wonder what the format was. Let's find out. It was extended. That was like the season before Modern existed.
Yes, this is how you know you're an old school pro when you have GP top 8s in formats that don't exist anymore.
Exactly. On the other side of the coin, Hiroki Kageyama goes back to 2012. He's played in 1 Pro Tour, which he got to from top 8ing RC Chiba last year, which was the previous Modern.
Right, so a bit of a
cycle.
Modern special, is what you're telling me.
And he was playing Belcher at that event last year, so.
Right.
And obviously running up the score today as well, 7-0 and counting.
I mean, I think this Belcher deck is rapidly becoming what you might call one of the like new staples in the Modern format. You know, like kind of in the post MH3, you know, post kind of bands of not banning Nadu world. Like it's been around kind of a while, and it's been good a while.
The squeeze is there a mana source? And the answer is no. Yeah. Kenichiro can't keep that.
Kenichiro stares at his hand, hoping that the Scalding Tar will be conjured there when he stares hard enough. But it is not to be. And I did see, it looked like the Belcher player on the other side of the table had a quite fast hand featuring Lotus Bloom and some lands. But it wasn't clear to me that he had much kind of gasoline. So
I assume the Prowess deck, it's not the most excited about going to 5 here. Like, you need...
Yeah, I think that's correct.
And B, right?
Yeah, the Prowess deck is definitely somewhat fundamentally a critical mass strategy, right? You need to have at least a creature or two, and then, you know, at least 2 or 3 spells to power up those creatures, and then also at least 2 lands, and that's kind of a lot of things you're asking for.
All right, so we've got Swift Spear, Cutter, Bolt, Bauble, Expressive Iteration, and a Wooded Foothills that is going to have to put in a lot of work.
Yeah, I mean, you have to keep this hand. It's not great. It's not exceptional. But there's no way rolling. And so, by the way, I'll discuss this. What Kenichiro is thinking about here is actually a really interesting question, which is, can I afford to play Swift Spear on turn 1? Because if you can't afford to play the Swift Spear on turn 1, like maybe you're not supposed to keep it in your hand at all. Like if your plan is to surveil on the first turn of the game, like how good is Swift Spear really? Is kind of the question being asked here. So that's why you see him really think through this tuck, is because he's thinking like, well, if I keep this Swift Spear, am I even gonna play it? And if not, like, is it better just have like a second Koi Steel Cutter or something? In the end, though, does keep it. So.
All right, Hiroki leads on suspending the bloom as expected. I still have not gotten a great look at what those cards are at the bottom of the screen, but we will now. Thundering Falls. Land number 2 here would be big. We'll get 2 looks at it.
I will say, like, if you want to talk about cards that can help you to come back from a multiply, I mean, Steel Cutter is a good example of such a card. You know, it generates a lot of resources. Like, curving Steel Cutter plus 0 into like iteration plus spell is honestly a pretty great curve. So, given that Kenichiro hit here, I mean, he's got a real shot. And I know there's a pause there. You know, he's thinking through his options, considering like whether he wants to play the worst spell first in order to like put a ban on a counter spell. But I really think once you've already rolled to 5, just put your good cards on the table. Like, just play the Steel Cutter. You know, hope it resolves. That's what I would do anyway.
It's kind of all you got.
Hiroki checking his hand, like, can I counter this? Oh no!
Spell
savage.
Snare.
Yeah.
Ouch.
To be fair, against the card Spell Snare, like, it's you know, if you like just play Monastery Swift Spear or something, like, you're not gonna bait out the Spell Snare. So.
Yeah.
And I mean, you're never like iterating on turn 2, like that's a deranged play. So I kind of think this was just destined to happen.
Draw for turn is Violent Urge.
All right. I mean, we have Artifact and land, so we're well on our way to achieving Delirium.
And now we're going to play Iteration.
Yeah, and I like this play from Kenichiro. Like, it's definitely a bit greedy to iterate here. You know, you are hoping to get a somewhat limited subset of things, but I think you have to get a little greedy. You have to get a little lucky from the spot. Not that that appears to be happening with Kenichiro at all.
No, that got tagged by Mystical Dispute, so he ran the 2-drop into the Spell Snare and then played the blue card. And Monastery Swiftspear continues to sit in hand. Like, put me in, coach. I would have dodged that one too.
Well, this is why, I mean, you remember in that opening hand, Kenichiro really thought about keeping second Steel Cutter over the Swiftspear, which, again, I think is a totally reasonable play. And it's kind of looking like if he had kept the Steel Cutter, it might have put him in a better spot here. Although, who knows how it would have resolved.
Agreed. All right, now it's finally time for Swifty to come down. Next play is Bauble Prowess. All right, Hiroki will answer the Bauble with a Disrupting Shoal. Bauble number 2 for an extra prowess, and Swift Spear hits for 3. Players debating whether or not the Bauble draw happens before the Lotus Bloom comes off suspend. The answer is yes, it does.
Yep. He does have the opportunity to draw a consign and stop the Lotus here, which definitely could matter. It does not appear to be happening. But okay, I mean, Hiroki is holding a Hannibal interaction, which look like it's not bad. You know, he's got a lot of time to draw Belcher, but he doesn't have infinite time. At some point, the humble Swiftspear will emerge on top.
We found a second Swiftspear.
Okay. I mean, that doubles the clock if it resolves. I mean, I believe that Hiroki has a Disrupting Shoal, so it's conceivable you just cast Disrupting Shoal for 1 on this.
Yeah. That back card in hand is a Preordain, right?
Yeah, and I mean, the Preordain is pretty good here, just because, I don't know, it guaranteed represents a card and a Prowess trigger, and, you know, maybe some card selection, but there's nothing wrong with, like, blue, deal 1, draw a card.
Yep. We also do need to get a sorcery in our graveyard.
That's true. I mean, we in the booth know that this Violent Outburst is not particularly likely to actually work.
Yeah, to matter.
Notably, even the 1/4 flash can actually redirect the Violent Urge.
That is true.
But obviously, you know, Kenichiro doesn't know that, and you know, it seems totally reasonable to consider it a relevant upside on the Preordain that it gets you closer to Delirium. I think maybe it gets you 2 Delirium actually, because I think the current graveyard is creature, artifact, land. So I believe this is Delirium.
Yes. Yeah, there's definitely a Swiftspear there, there's definitely a Bauble there, and there's definitely a fetch land there. So this is now Delirium, I agree. All right, there was a Preordain, which I believe was declined, and then whatever the other card was off of that first Preordain was accepted. Speaking of, yeah, so we do have Hydroelectric Specimen alongside, but it looks like it's coming out of the battlefield.
Okay, yeah, I mean, it is relevant protection, but getting more lands in play is not irrelevant either. I mean, and I imagine Hiroki is at least considering casting Teachings for another Whir here.
Yeah.
Like, if nothing too horrible happens, I think that's what he will do.
All right, so what do we have? Land 3, Violent Urge, and Mutagenic Growth.
Yeah, so if all of those things were to resolve, which I don't think that they will, the Swiftspear would go to, it would be lethal. It's exactly 12, right?
Yes.
So it goes to 6, double strike is 12. And I mean, I don't know, if you're Kenichiro, I can totally see running that. It's not really clear how much waiting really benefits you.
Yeah, it seems like you just have to dodge bullets every turn otherwise. And how much better is Mutagenic Growth going to get?
Yeah, I mean, the main downside to this would be, like, it's kind of bad to be left without a castable spell if you happen to peel Kori Steelcutter.
Sure.
But I don't think that's enough to really make this wrong, especially because even if the Vine Outburst is countered, like, you still hit for 4. It's not like you've gotten nothing done.
So that's 1 base, 2 prowess triggers, now 3, mutagenic growth 4, 5, violent urge 6, and then double strike would represent 12.
Yes, I mean, if Hiroki has nothing, I'm pretty sure this is lethal. I mean, I think Hiroki has another piece of interaction, but maybe I'm wrong. Yes, Flusterstorm. I mean, Flusterstorm is good enough here.
Yes.
Outburst.
Yep, we've played 3 spells. I mean, it's going to be a Mystical Dispute, effectively. So then
that means that...
Mm-hmm.
That means we hit for 5, right?
Yeah, base plus 2 prowess plus mutagenic growth, so it's 5 total. We cash in our Fiery Islet for a new card, and then pass. The draw is Sink into Stupor.
Okay, I mean, Sink into Stupor is certainly nothing. Not nothing.
And from the other side, the draw is Corey Steel Cutter to go along with a Consign.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so look, I mean, certainly on the minus side, neither of those do anything here. But on the plus side, they're both good cards to have. Like, objectively, they're both good cards.
Alright, here comes the Waterlogged Teachings. So
right,
we can go...
the Waterlogged Teachings, I assume, finds just Word Mention again.
It seems like it. We're not at the point where a counterspell is particularly good. Yeah, Whir is being pulled up front. We could take any card with Flash or any instant.
Yeah, and I mean, Hiroki doesn't have enough to, like, Whir for Belcher and activate it all in one turn. But he does have enough to EOT Whir for Belcher, untap, and win.
Yes.
And notably, that line just dodges Consign completely, which Sakura can't be happy about.
Yeah, it's quite unfortunate. Draw for the turn is Tezzeret the Seeker.
I mean, that notably is lethal. He plays it and it resolves, because he can just tutor for Charbelcher and then activate it.
Yep.
Tezzeret is a very common one-of in the Belcher sideboard, with the point being that it's just another Charbelcher, but this one can't be consigned. Like, that's the joke. You would like to have some unconsignable Belchers. Sometimes people will do things like they side down on Belchers to make consign worse, and side in Tezzeret, and just rely on Tezzeret and Whir.
Makes a lot of sense. Just turn them all into blue cards where you can.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
all right.
will do it.
All right. So that was an absolutely brutal setup against the Prowess deck.
Yeah.
Some really slow start at game 1 and some mulligans at game 2, allowing the Belcher deck to honestly steamroll one of its tougher matchups. But yeah, I hope that we have another match to share with you before the end of the day. Maybe we don't, but we're gonna find out together.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Let's see if we've got one more to go. Kezra in chat asks about the European stream. It looks like it started exactly 1 minute ago, so you were like just barely too quick. But also great timing if that was in fact the end for us. So we will see. Let me put up the audio and see if we get any hint.
となった影山さんが来てくれるということなんですかね。
本当ですか。ちょっといろいろ話聞いていきたいですよね。
Sounds like they're preparing to talk to our 8-0 player, which does make sense, as going 8-0 is a good reason to get a winner's interview.
Yeah, I mean, that is totally reasonable. But it does probably mean that we will not have any more Magic to share with you tonight, anyway.
Yes, there'll be plenty more to share tomorrow. Let's be clear. We've got like 9 rounds to go, counting all of the rounds of the top 8.
珍しいかもぐらい。けどそんなって感じですね。でも檻はあれか、サーチできますもんね。まあだからそんなにうなりでサーチできるんで。
Maybe there is though.
どれもそんな変とか独特なサイドボードみたいなことをしてることはないですね、多分。
まあかなり一般的なリストという感じなんですかね。はい、
そうですね。
I mean, I feel bad for having dead air, but it's because they have dead air, so it's like, can I just pass the blame on here, or is that not allowed?
Yeah, I don't love that we're currently in this limbo zone of like, you know, I'd like to go to bed, but I have to figure out if there's more Magic to watch.
Yeah.
本当にそれぐらいだなっていう。1枚2枚ぐらいの差でしかないですね、多分。一般的なタンベルチャーリストからしたら。
I don't feel like we're talking like that's a wrap, good show today, everybody, etc. So I'm starting to lean more and more towards yes, there is more to see.
All right. I mean, look, I'm here till the end. We will continue to cover the Magic until there is no more Magic to cover, chat. We simply do not have control over whether or not that is the case.
Yes. All right, now, my certainty as to how much more Magic there is fluctuating rapidly and violently.
あとドメインズもね、大体3枚ぐらい構築が入っているデッキなんで、そういった部分が
But that match was quick. There's nothing else done basically, so.
関係ないよと。
関係ないよと。コンボ決めちゃえばいいんですよ。
そうですね。
まあこのね、モダン構築戦メタゲーム Day1 ブレイクダウン出てますけれども、試しベルチャーは、19ということで、ということで、はい。
Oh, I can show you that. I can translate that screen for you.
タンベルチャー影山さんに、来ていただきました。
We are getting a winner's interview, so I'll put the.
どうぞこちらへ。
All right, then I think we're probably done. So. Let me take this opportunity to say thank you, chat, for hanging out with us all evening. I hope I'll see some of you tomorrow. Thank you, Andrew, for hanging out with us all evening, providing expert commentary.
Yeah, good to be here, and we'll be back with more match tomorrow.
Yep. Have a good night, everyone. Let me send you on to Europe. So for anyone who is doing the continuous stream going from RC to RC across the globe, there'll be more Magic to watch. I want to search. There we go. Enjoy, everyone. See you tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern.